Chapter 1 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 1. My Birthplace and Ancestry. The town of Marshalltown, the county seat of Marshall County in the great state of Iowa, is now a handsome and flourishing place of some 13 or 14,000 inhabitants. I have not had time recently to take the census myself, and so I cannot be expected to certify exactly how many men, women, and children are contained within the corporate limits. At the time that I first appeared upon the scene, however, the town was in a decidedly embryonic state, and outside of some half-dozen white families that squatted there, it boasted no inhabitants save Indians of the Potawatomi tribe, whose wigwams or teepees were scattered here and there upon the prairie, along the banks of the river that then, as now, was not navigable for anything much larger than a flat-bottomed scow. The first log cabin that was erected in Marshalltown was built by my father, Henry Anson, who is still living, a hale and hearty old man, whose only trouble seems to be, according to his own story, that he is getting too fleshy, and that he finds it more difficult to get about than he used to. He and his father, Warren Anson, his grandfather Jonathan Anson, and his great-grandfather Silas Anson were all born in Dutchess County, New York, and were direct descendants of one of two brothers who came to this country from England some time in the 17th century. They traced their lineage back to William Anson, Esquire of Lincoln's Inn, an eminent barrister in the reign of James I, who purchased the mansion of Shrewsbury in the county of Stafford, and even further back to Lord Anson, a High Admiral of the English Navy, who was one of the first of that daring band of sailors who circumnavigated the globe and helped to lay the foundation of England's present greatness. I have said that we were direct descendants of one of two brothers. The other of the original Ansons I am not so proud of, and for this reason. He retained the family name until the Revolutionary War broke out, when he sided with the king and became known as a Tory. Then, not wishing to bear the same name as his brother, who espoused the cause of the colonists, he changed his name to Austin, and some of his descendants my father has met on more than one occasion in his travels. My mother's maiden name was Jeanette Rice, and she, like my father, was of English descent, so you can see how little Swedish blood there is in my veins, in spite of the nickname of the Swede, that was very often applied to me during my ball-playing career, which was, I fancy, given more because of my light hair and ruddy complexion than because of any Swedish characteristics that I possessed. Early in life, my father emigrated from New York State into the wilds of Michigan, and later after he was married, and while he was but 19 years of age, and his wife 2 years his junior, he started out to find a home in the West, travelling on one of the old-fashioned prairie schooners drawn by horses, and making his first stop of any account on the banks of the Cedar River in Iowa. This was in the high-water days of 1851, and as the river overflowed its banks and the waters kept rising higher and higher, my father concluded that it was hardly a desirable place near which to locate a home, and hitching up his team, he saddled a horse and swam the stream, going on to the westward. He finally homesteaded a tract of land on the site of the present town of Marshalltown, which he laid out, and to which he gave the name that it now bears. This, for a time, was known as Marshall, it being named after the town of Marshall in Michigan. But when a post office was applied for it was discovered that there was already a post office of that same name in the state, and so the word town was added, and Marshalltown it became, the names of Anson, Ansontown, and Ansonville having all been thought of and rejected. Had the name of Ansonia occurred at that time to my father's mind, however, I do not think either Marshall or Marshalltown would have been its title on the map. It was not so very long after the completion of my father's log cabin, which stood on what is now Marshalltown's main street, that I, the first white child that was born there, came into the world, the exact date of my advent being the April 17th, 1852. My brother Sturgis Ransom, who is 2 years my senior, was born at the old home in Michigan, and I had still another brother, Melville, who died while I was yet a small boy, so at the time of which I write there were 3 babies in the house, all of them boys, and I the youngest and the most troublesome of the lot. The first real grief that came into my life was the death of my mother, which occurred when I was but 7 years old. I remember her now as a large, fine-looking woman, who weighed something over 200 pounds, and she stood about 5 feet 10.5 inches in height. This is about all the recollection that I have of her. If the statements made by my father and by other of our relatives are to be relied upon, and I see no reason why they should not be, I was a natural-born kicker from the very outset of my career, and of very little account in the world, being bent upon making trouble for others. I had no particularly bad traits that I was aware of, only that I was possessed of an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever opportunity offered. I had a penchant, too, for getting into scrapes. It was indeed a happy time for my relatives when a whole day passed without my being up to some mischief. Some of my father's people had arrived on the scene before my mother's death, and, attracting other settlers to the scene, Marshalltown, or Marshall as it was then called, was making rapid strides in growth and importance. The Potawatomis, always friendly to the whites, were particularly fond of my father, and I often remember seeing both the bucks and of the squaws at our cabin, though I fancied that they were not so fond of us boys as they might have been, for we used to tease and bother them at every opportunity. Johnny Green was their chief, and Johnny, in spite of his looks, was a pretty decent sort of fellow, though he was as fond of firewater as any of them, and as Iowa was not a prohibition state in those early days, he managed now and then to get hold of a little. The fights that he fought and the rows that he made were as a rule confined to his own people. Speaking of the Indians, I remember one little occurrence in which I was concerned during those early days that impressed itself upon my memory in a very vivid fashion, and even now I am disposed to regard it as no laughing matter, although my father entertains a contrary opinion, but then my father was not in my position, and that, oft-times, makes all the difference in the world. The Potawatomis were about to have a war dance at the little town of Marietta, some 6 or 7 miles up the river, and of course we boys were determined to be on hand and take part in the festivities. There were some 12 or 15 of us in the party, and we enjoyed the show immensely, as was but natural. Had we all been content to look on and then go home peacefully, there would have been no trouble. But what boys would act in such unboyish fashion? Not the boys of Marshalltown, at any rate. It was just our luck to run up against 2 drunken Indians riding on a single pony, and someone in the party, I don't know who, hit the pony and started him to bucking. Angrier Indians were never seen. With a whoop and a yell that went ringing across the prairies, they started afterwards, and how we did leg it. How far some of the others ran I have no means of knowing, but I know that I ran every foot of the way back to Marshalltown, nor did I stop until I was safe, as I thought, in my father's house. My troubles did not end there, however. For along in the darkest hours of the night, I started from sleep and saw those 2 Indians, one standing at the head and one at the foot of the bed, and each of them armed with a tomahawk. That they had come to kill me I was certain, and that they would succeed in doing so seemed to be equally sure. I tried to scream, but I could not. I was as powerless as a baby. I finally managed to move, and as it did so I saw them vanish through the open doorway and disappear in the darkness. There was no sleep for me that night. As you may imagine, I fancied that the entire Potawatomi tribe had gathered about the house, and they would never be content until they had both killed and scalped me. I just lay there and shivered until the dawn came, and I do not think there was a happier boy in the country than I, when the morning finally broke and I convinced myself by the evidence of my own eyesight that there was not so much as a single Indian about. As soon as it was possible, I told my father about the 2 unwelcome visitors, but the old man only laughed and declared that I had been dreaming. It was just possible that I had, but I do not believe it. I saw those 2 Indians as they stood at the head and foot of my bed, just as plainly as I ever saw a baseball, and I have had my eye on the ball a good many times since I first began to play the game. I saw both their painted faces and the tomahawks that they held in their sinewy hands. More than that, I heard them as well as saw them when they went out. That is the reason why I insist I was not dreaming. I deny the allegation and defy the alligator. There were 2 Indians in my room that night. What they were there for I don't know, and at this late day I don't care, but they were there, and I know it. I shall insist they were there to my dying day, and they were there. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 2. Days at Marshalltown. What's in a name? Not much, to be sure, in many of them, but in mine a good deal, for I represent 2 Michigan towns and 2 Roman emperors, Adrian and Constantine. My father had evidently not outgrown his liking for Michigan when I came into the world, and as he was familiar with both Adrian and Constantine, and had many friends in both places, he concluded to keep them fresh in his memory by naming me after them. I don't think he gave much consideration to the old noble Romans at that time. In fact, I'm inclined to believe he did not think of them at all. But nevertheless, Adrian Constantine I was christened, and it was as Adrian Constantine Anson that my name was first entered upon the roll of the little school at Marshalltown. I was then in my smart years, and what I didn't know about books would have filled a very large library, and I hadn't the slightest desire to know any more. In my youthful mind, book knowledge cut but a very small figure, and the schoolhouse itself was as bad, if not worse, than the county jail. The idea of my being cooped up between 4 walls when the sunbeams were dancing among the leaves outside and the bees were humming among the blossoms seemed to me the acme of cruelty, and every day that I spent bending over a desk represented to my mind just so many wasted hours and opportunities. I longed through all the weary hours to be running about barefoot on the prairies, to be playing soak ball, bullpen, or 2 old cat on one of the vacant lots, or else to be splashing about like a big Newfoundland dog in the cool waters of Lynn Creek. About that time my father had considerable business to attend to in Chicago, and was absent from home for days and weeks at a time. You know the old adage, when the cat's away, etc. Well, mouse-like, that was the time in which I played my hardest. I played hooky day after day, and though I was often punished for doing so, it had but little effect. Run away from school I would, and run away from school I did, until even the old man became disgusted with the idea of trying to make a scholar of me. Sport of any kind, and particularly sport of an outdoor variety, had for me more attractions than the best book that was ever published. The game of baseball was then in its infancy, and while it was being played to some extent to the eastward of us, the craze had not yet as reached Marshalltown. It arrived there later, and it struck the town with both feet, too, when it did come. Soak ball was at this time my favourite sport. It was a game in which the batter was put out while running the bases by being hit with the ball, hence the name. The ball used was a comparatively soft one, yet hard enough to hurt when hurled by a powerful arm, as many of the old-timers, as well as myself, can testify. It was good exercise, however, for arms, legs, and eyes, and many of the ball players who acquired fame in the early 70s can lay the fact that they did so to the experience and training that this rough game gave them. So disgusted did my father finally become with the progress of my education at Marshalltown that he was determined upon sending me to the State University at Iowa City. I was unable to pass the examination there the first time that I tried it, but later I succeeded, and the old man fondly imagined that I was at last on the high road to wealth, at least so far as book knowledge would carry me. But alas, for his hopes in that direction, I was not a whit better a student at Iowa City than I had been at home. I was as wild as a mustang and as tough as a pine knot, and the scrapes that I managed to get into were too numerous to mention. The State University finally became too small to hold me, and the University of Notre Dame in Indiana, then noted as being one of the strictest schools in the country, was selected as being the proper place for breaking me into harness, provided that the said breaking in performance could be successfully accomplished anywhere. To Notre Dame I went, and if I acquired any honours in the way of scholarships during that brief time that I was there, I have never heard of them. Football, baseball, and fancy skating engrossed most of my attention, and in all these branches of sport I attained at least a college reputation. As a fancy skater I excelled. There were very few boys of my age anywhere in the country that could beat me in that line. The baseball team that represented Notre Dame at that time was the One-Eaters, and of this organization I became a member, playing second base. The bright particular star of this club was my brother, Sturgis, who played the centre field position. Had he remained in the business, he would certainly have made his mark in the profession, but unfortunately he strained his arm one day while playing and was obliged to quit the diamond. He is now a successful businessman in the old town, and properly thankful that a fate that seemed most unkind kept him from becoming a professional baseball player. Looking back over my youthful experiences, I marvel that I have ever lived to relate them, and that I did not receive at least 100 thrashings for every one that was given me. I know now that I fully deserved all that I received, and more too. My father was certainly in those days a most patient man. I have recorded the fact elsewhere that I was averse to work as I was to study, and I had a way of avoiding it at times that was peculiarly my own. While I was still a boy in Marshalltown, and before I had graduated from either the State University or the College of Notre Dame, my father kept a hotel, known as the Anson House. The old gentleman was, at that tune, the possessor of a silver watch, and to own that watch was the height of my ambition. Time and again I begged him to give it to me, but he had turned a deaf ear to all my importunities. In the backyard of the hotel one day, when I had been begging him for the gift harder than usual, there stood a huge pile of wood that needed splitting, and looking at this he remarked that I could earn the watch, if I chose, by doing the task. He was about to take a journey at that time, and I asked him if he really meant it. He replied that he did, and started away. I don't think he had any more of my doing the task than he had of my flying. I had some ideas of my own on the subject, however, and he was scarcely out of sight before I began to put them into execution. The larder of the hotel was well stocked, and cookies and doughnuts were as good as currency, as gold and silver among boys of my acquaintance. This being the case, it dawned upon my mind that I could sublet the contract, a plan that I was not long in putting into practice. Many hands make quick work, and it was not long before I had a little army of boys at work demolishing the woodpile. The chunks that were too big and hard to split we placed on the bottom, then placed the split wood over them. The task was accomplished long before the old gentleman's return, and when on the night of his arrival I took him out and showed him that such was the case, he looked a bit astonished. He handed over the watch, though, and for some days afterwards, as I strutted about the town with it in my pocket, I fancied it as big as the town clock, and wondered what everybody that I met in my travels stopped to ask me the time of day. It was some time afterwards that my father discovered that the job had been shirked by me, and paid for with the cakes and cookies taken from his own larder. But it was then too late to say anything, and I guess, if the truth were known, he chuckled to himself over the manner in which lie had been outwitted. The old gentleman seldom became very angry with me, no matter what kind of a scrape I might have gotten into, and the only time that he really gave me a good dressing down that I remember was when I had traded, during his absence from home, his prize gun for a Llewellyn setter. When he returned and found what I had done, he was as mad as a hornet, but quieted down after I told him that he had better go hunting with her before making so much fuss. This he did, and was so pleased with the dog's behaviour that he forgave me for the trick that I had played him. That the dog was worth more than the gun, the sequel proved. A man by the name of Dwight, who lived down in the bottoms, had given his boy instructions to kill a black and tan dog if he found it in the vicinity of his sheep. The lad, who did not know one dog from another, killed the setter, and then the old gentleman boiled over again. He demanded pay for the dog, which was refused. Then he sued, and a jury awarded him damages to the amount of $200, all of which goes to prove that I was even then a pretty good judge of dogs, although I had not been blessed with a bench show experience. I may state right here that my father and I were more like a couple of chums at school together than like father and son. We fished together, shot together, played ball together, poker together, and I regret to say that we even fought one another. The early days I got rather the worst of these arguments, but later on I managed to hold my own, and sometimes to get even a shade better of it. The old gentleman was an athlete of no mean ability. He was a crack shot, good ball player, and a man that could play a game of billiards that in those days was regarded as something wonderful for an amateur. My love of sport, therefore, came to me naturally. I inherited it, and if I excelled in any particular branch, it is because of my father's teachings. He was a square sport, and one that had no use for anything that savoured of crookedness. There was nothing whatever of the Puritan in his make-up, and from my early youth he allowed me to participate in any sort of game that took my fancy. He had no idea at that time of my ever becoming a professional. Neither had I. There were but few professional sports outside of the gamblers, and even these few led a more precarious existence. I was quite an expert at billiards long before I was ever heard of as a ball player. There was a billiard table in the old Anson house, and it was upon that I practised when I was scarcely large enough to handle a cue. It was a rather primitive piece of furniture, but it answered the purpose for which it had been designed. It was one of the old six-pocket affairs, with a basswood bed instead of slate, and the balls sometimes went wobbling over it, much the fashion as eggs would roll if pushed upon a kitchen table with a broomstick. In spite of having to use such poor tools, I soon became quite proficient at the game, and many a poor drummer was taken into camp by those long, gawky country lads of Marshalltown, whose backers were always looking for a chance to make some easy money. Next to baseball, billiards was at that time my favourite sport. There was not an hour in the day that I was not willing to leave anything that I might be engaged upon to take a hand in either one of these games. When it came to weeding a garden or hoeing a field of corn, I was not to be relied upon, but at laying out a ball, ground, I was a whole team. The public square at Marshalltown, the land for which had been donated by my father, struck me as being an ideal place to play ball in. There were too many trees growing there, however, to make it available for the purpose. I had made up my mind to turn it into a ball ground, and in spite of this, shouldering an axe one fine morning, I started in. How long it took me to accomplish the purpose I had in view, I have forgotten, but I know that I succeeded finally in getting the timber all out of the way. It was hard work, but you see the baseball fever was on me, and that treeless park for many a long day after was a spot that I took great pride in. At the present time it is shaded by stately elms, while almost in the centre of its velvet lawn, flanked by cannon, stands a handsome stone courthouse that is the pride of Marshall County. Then it was ankle-deep in meadow grass and surrounded by a low picket fence over which the ball was often batted, both by members of the home team and by the visitors from abroad. Many a broken window in the main street the Anson family were responsible for in those days, but as all the owners of the stores on that thoroughfare in the immediate vicinity of the grounds were baseball enthusiasts, broken windows counted for but little as long as Marshalltown carried off the honours. End of Chapter 2. Section 3 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 3. Some facts about the national game. Just at what particular time the baseball fever became epidemic in Marshalltown it is difficult to say, for the reason that, unfortunately, all of the records of the game there, together with the trophies accumulated, were destroyed by a fire that swept the place in 1897, and that also destroyed all the files of the newspapers then published there. The fever had been raging in the East many years previous to that time, however, and had gradually worked its way over the mountains and across the broad prairies until the sport had obtained a foothold in every little village and hamlet in the land. Before entering further on my experience, it may be well to give here and now a brief history of the game and its origin. When and where the game first made its appearance is a matter of great uncertainty, but the general opinion of the historians seems to be that some mysterious process of evolution it developed from the boys' game of more than a century ago, then known as one old cat, in which there was a pitcher, a catcher, and a batter. John M. Ward, a famous baseball player in his day and now a prosperous lawyer in the city of Brooklyn, and the late Professor Proctor, carried on a controversy through the columns of the New York newspapers in 1885, the latter claiming that baseball was taken from the old English game of rounders, while Ward argued that baseball was evolved from the boys' game, as above stated, and was distinctly an American game, he plainly proving that it had no connection whatever with rounders. The game of baseball probably owed its name to the fact that bases were used in making its runs, and were one of its prominent features. There seems to be no doubt that the game was played in the United States as early as the beginning of the present century, for Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes declared a few years ago that baseball was one of the sports of his college days, and the autocrat of the breakfast table graduated at Harvard in 1829. Along in 1842, a number of gentlemen, residents of New York, were in the habit of playing the game as a means of exercise on the vacant lot at the corner of 4th Avenue and 26th Street, where Madison Square Garden now stands. In 1845, they formed themselves into a permanent organization known as the Knickerbocker Club, and drew up the first code of playing rules of the game, which were very simple as compared with the complex rules which govern the game of the present time, and which are certainly changed in such a way as to keep one busy in keeping track of them. The grounds of this parent organization were soon transferred to the Elysian Fields at Hoboken, New Jersey, where the Knickerbockers played their first match game on June the 19th, 1846. their opponents not being an organised club but merely a party of gentlemen who played together frequently and styled themselves the New York Club. The New Yorks won easily in 4 innings, the game in those days being won by the club first making 21 runs on an even innings. The Knickerbockers played at Hoboken for many years, passing out of existence only in 1882. In 1853, the Olympic Club of Philadelphia was organised for the purpose of playing town ball, a game which had some slight resemblance to baseball. The Olympic Club, however, did not adopt the game of baseball until 1860, and consequently cannot claim priority over the Knickerbockers, although it is one of the oldest ball-playing organisations in existence and was disbanded only a few years ago. In New England, a game of baseball, known by the distinctive title of the New England game, was in vogue about 50 years ago. It was played with a small, light ball which was thrown overhand to the bat, and was different from the New York game as practiced by the Knickerbockers, Gotham, Eagle and Empire clubs of that city. The first regularly organised club in Massachusetts playing the present style of baseball was the Olympic Club of Boston, which was established in 1854, and the following year participated in the first match game played in that locality, its opponents being the Elm Tree team. The first match games in Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Washington were played in 1860. For several years the Knickerbocker Club was alone in the field, but after a while similar clubs began to organise, while in 1857 an association was formed which the following year developed into the National Association. The series of rules prepared by a committee of the principal clubs of New York City governed all games prior to 1857, but on the 22nd of January, 1857, a convention of clubs was held at which a new code of rules was enacted. On March the 10th, 1858, delegates from 25 clubs of New York and Brooklyn met and organized the National Association of Baseball Players, which for 13 successive seasons annually revised the playing rules and decided all disputes arising in baseball. The first series of contests for the championship took place during 1858 and 1859. At that time, the Elysian Fields, Hoboken, New Jersey, were the great centre of baseball playing, and here the Knickerbockers, Eagle, Gotham, and Empire clubs of New York ruled supreme. A rival sprung up, however, in the Atlantic Club of Brooklyn, and its success led to the arrangement of a series of games between selected nines of the New York and Brooklyn clubs in 1858. In these encounters, New York proved victorious, winning the first and third games by the respective scores of 28-18 and 29-18, while Brooklyn won the second contest by 29-8. In October 1861, another contest took place between the representative nines of New York and Brooklyn for the silver ball presented by the New York Clipper, and Brooklyn easily won by a score of 18-6. The Civil War materially affected the progress of the game in 1861, 62, and 63. The little baseball was played, many wielders of the bat having laid aside the ash to shoulder the musket. The Atlantic and Eckford clubs of Brooklyn were the chief contestants for the championship in 1862. The Eckfords then wresting the championship away from the Atlantics and retaining it also during the succeeding season, when they were credited with the unbroken succession of victories. The champion nine of the Eckford Club in 1863 were Sprague, pitcher; Beach, catcher; Roach, Wood, and Duffy on the bases; DeVere, shortstop; Manault, Swandell, and Josh Schneider in the outfield. The championship reverted back to the Atlantics in 1864, and they held the nominal title until the close of 1867, their chief competitors being the Athletics of Philadelphia and the Mutuals of New York City. The Athletics held the nominal championships longer than any other club, and also claims the credit of not being defeated in any game played during 1864 and 1865, the feat of going through 2 successive seasons without a defeat being unprecedented at that time in baseball history. The Eckfords of Brooklyn, however, went through the season of 1863 without losing a game, and the Cincinnati Reds, under the management of the late Harry Wright, accomplished a similar feat in 1869. The latter, at the time, meeting all of the best teams in the country, both East and West. The Atlantic's champion nine in 1864 and 1865 were Pratt, pitcher; Pierce, catcher; Stark, Crane, and C. Smith on the bases; Galvin, shortstop; and Chapman, P. O'Brien, and S. Smith in the outfield. Frank Norton caught during the latter part of the season, and Pierce played shortstop. The Athletics in 1866 played all of the strongest clubs in the country and were only twice defeated, once by the Atlantics of Brooklyn and once by the Unions of Mauritiana. The first game between the Atlantics and the Athletics for the championship took place on October 1st, 1866 in Philadelphia, the number of people present inside and outside the enclosed grounds being estimated as over 30,000, it being the largest attendance known at a baseball game up till that time. Inside the enclosure the crowd was immense and packed so close that there was no room for the players to field. An attempt was made, however, to play the game, but one inning was sufficient to show that it was impossible, and after a vain attempt to clear the field, both parties reluctantly consented to a postponement. The postponed game was played October the 22nd in Philadelphia. The price of tickets was placed at $1 and upwards, and 2,000 people paid the steep price of admission, the highest ever charged for a mere admission to the grounds, while 5,000 or 6,000 more witnessed the game from the surrounding embankment. Rain and darkness obliged the umpires to call the game at the end of the second inning, the victory remaining with the Athletics by a decisive total of 31-12. A dispute about the gate money prevented the playing of the decisive game of the season. The Unions of Mauritiana, by defeating the Athletics in 2 out of the 3 games in the latter part of the season of 1867, became entitled to the nominal championship, which during the next 2 seasons shifted back and forth between the leading clubs of New York and Brooklyn. The Athletics in 1868 and the Cincinnatis in 1869 had, however, the best records of their respective seasons and were generally acknowledged as the virtual champions. The Athletics of Philadelphia in 1866 had McBride, pitcher, Dockney, catcher, Birkenstock, Reach and Pike on the bases, Wilkins, shortstop, and Sensendorfer, Fissler, and Kleinfelder in the outfield. Their 9 presented few changes during the next 2 seasons, Dockney, Birkenstock, and Pike giving way to Ratcliffe, Cuthbert, and Berry in 1867, and Schaefer taking Kleinfelder's place in 1868. The Cincinnati 9 in 1869 were Brainerd, pitcher, Allison, catcher, Gould, Sweezy, and Waterman on the bases, George Wright, shortstop, Leonard, Harry Wright, and McVeigh in the outfield. In 1868, the late Frank Queen, proprietor and editor of the New York Clipper, offered a series of prizes to be contested for by the leading clubs of the country. A gold ball was being offered for the championship club and a gold badge to the player in each position, from catcher to right field, who had the best batting average. The official award gave the majority of the prizes to the athletic club, McBride, Ratcliffe, Fissler, Reach, and Sensendorfer being excelled in their respective positions of pitcher, catcher, first base, second base, and centre field. Waterman, Hatfield, and Johnson of the Cincinnatis excelled in the positions of third base, left field, and right field, and George Wright of the Unions of Mauritiana as shortstop. The gold ball was officially awarded to the Athletics as the emblem of the championship for the season of 1868. The Athletics of Brooklyn were virtually the champions of 1870, being the first club to deprive the Cincinnati Reds of the prestige of invincibility which had marked their career during the preceding season. The inaugural contest between these clubs in 1870 took place on June the 14th, on the Capitoline grounds at Brooklyn, New York, the Atlantics then winning by a score of 8-7 after an exciting struggle of 11 innings. The return game was played on September the 2nd in Cincinnati, Ohio, and resulted in a decisive victory for the Reds by a score of 14-3. This necessitated a third or decisive game, which was played in Philadelphia October the 6th, and this the Atlantics won by a score of 11-7. The Atlantics in that year had Zetterlin, pitcher, Ferguson, catcher, Start, Pike, and Smith on the bases, Pierce, shortstop, Chapman, Hall, and McDonald on the outfield. The newspapers throughout the country had by this time begun to pay unusual attention to the game, and the craze was spreading like wildfire all over the country, every little country town boasting of its 9, and as these were for the greater part made up of home players, local feeling ran high, and the doings of our team furnished the chief subject of conversation at the corner grocery, and wherever else the citizens were wont to congregate. With the advent of the professional player, the game in the larger towns took on a new lease of life, but in the small places where they could not afford the expense necessary to keeping of a first-class team, it ceased to be the main attraction, and interest was centred in the doings of the teams of the larger places. That the professional player improved the game itself goes without saying, as being a business with him instead of a pastime, and one upon which his daily bread depended. He went into it with his whole soul, developing its beauties in a way that was impossible to the amateur who could only give to it the time that he could spare after the business hours of the day. This was the situation at the time I first entered the baseball arena, and looking back, when I come to compare the games of those days with the games of today, and note the many changes that have taken place, I cannot but marvel at the improvement made, and at the interest the game has everywhere excited. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Baseball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 4. Further Facts and Figures. The professional player of those early days and the professional player of the present time were totally different personages. When professionalism first crept into the ranks, it was generally the custom to import from abroad some player who had made a name for himself, playing some certain position, and furnish him with a business situation so that his services might be called for when needed. And so strong was the local pride taken in the success of the team that businessmen were not averse to furnishing such a man with a position when they were informed that it would be for the good of the home organization. Prior to the year 1868, the professional was, comparatively speaking, an unknown quantity on the ball field, though it may be set down here as a fact that on more than one occasion previous to that time, the labourer had been found worthy of his hire, even in baseball, though that matter had been kept a secret as far as possible, even in the home circle. Up to the year mentioned, the rules of the National Association had prohibited the employment of any paid player in a club nine. But at that time, so strong had the rivalry become between the leading clubs of the principal cities that the practice of compensating players had become more honoured in the breach than in the observance, and the law was practically a dead letter so far as these clubs were concerned. The growth of the professional class of players and the consequent inequality in strength between these and the amateur players made a distinction necessary, and in 1871 the National Association split up, the professional clubs forming an association of their own. The first series of championship games under a regular official code of rules was then established, and since then the contests for the professional championships have been the events of each season's play. The first convention of delegates from avowedly professional clubs was held March 17, 1871 in New York City, and a code of rules were then adopted, the principal clause being the one suggested by the Athletic Club of Philadelphia, to the effect that the championship should belong to the club which won the greatest number of games in a series of 5 with every other contesting club. The professional organization thus organized consisted of the following clubs: the Atheltics of Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, Forest Cities of Cleveland, Forest Cities of Rockford, Haymakers of Troy, Kekonius of Fort Wayne, Mutuals of New York City, and Olympics of Washington. The Eckford Club of Brooklyn entered the association about the middle of the season, but its games were not counted. The Kekonius disbanded in July, but their games were thrown out. That season marked my advent on the diamond as a professional, I being a member of the Forest Cities of Rockford. So it can be readily seen that I was among the first of the men in America who made of baseball playing a business. The additions to the association in 1872 were the Atlantic and Eckford of Brooklyn, Baltimore National of Washington, Mansfield of Middletown, Connecticut, the last mentioned, however, disbanding before the close of the championship season. The Forest Cities of Rockford did not enter the arena that year, but I was still in the ring, having transferred my services to Athletics of Philadelphia, where I remained until the formation of the National League in 1876. In 1875, the Athletics had a rival in the new Philadelphia club, the Maryland of Baltimore and the Resolute of Elizabeth, New Jersey, also entering the championship arena. The Forest City of Cleveland and the Eckford of Brooklyn dropped out after 1872, and the two Washington clubs were consolidated. The Chicago Club, which had been broken up by the Great Fire of 1871 and had been out of existence in 1872 and 1873, again entered the association in 1874, when Hartford was the first time represented by a professional club. The Washington, Resolute and Maryland clubs were not members of the association in that year. 13 professional clubs competed for the championship in 1875, the St. Louis team being the only one of the new entries that did not disband before the season closed. This was the last season of the professional association. It was being superseded by the National League, an organization which still exists, though it lacks the brains and power that carried it on to success in its earlier days. This being notably the case in Chicago and New York, where the clubs representing these cities have gone down the toboggan slide with lightning rapidity. In this connection, the names of the teams winning the Professional Association Championships, together with the players composing them, are given. In 1871, Athletic, McBride pitcher, Malone catcher, Fissler, Reach and Meyer for bases, Radcliffe shortstop, Cuthbert, Sensendorfer and Hubel in the outfield, and Brechtel and Pratt substitutes. 1872, Boston, Spaulding pitcher, McVeigh catcher, Gould, Barnes and Schaefer on the bases, George Wright shortstop, Leonard, Harry Wright and Rogers in the outfield, and Birdsall and Ryan substitutes. 1873, Boston, Spaulding pitcher, Jason White catcher, Jason O'Rourke, Barnes and Schaefer on the bases, George Wright shortstop, Leonard, Henry Wright and Manning in the outfield, and Birdsall and Sweezy substitutes. Addy took Manning's place in the latter part of the season. 1874, Boston, Spaulding pitcher, McVeigh catcher, White, Barnes and Schaefer on the bases, George White shortstop, Leonard, Hall and Jazz O'Rourke in the outfield, and Harry Wright and Beale substitutes. 1875, Boston, Spaulding pitcher, Jazz White catcher, McVeigh, Barnes and Schaefer on the bases, George Wright shortstop, Leonard, Jazz O'Rourke and Manning in the outfield, and Harry Wright and Beale substitutes. Highford and Latham each played first base during part of the season. It will thus be seen that the Boston club held the championship in those early days for 4 successive seasons, and playing against them, as I did, I can bear witness to their strength and skill as ball players. Many of the men who, like myself, were among the first to enter the professional ranks in those days had achieved distinction in the business world, the notables among them being A.G. Spaulding, now head of the largest sporting goods house in the world, with headquarters in Chicago, George Wright, who was the head of a similar establishment at Boston, and Al Reach, who was engaged in the same line of business at Philadelphia, while others, not so successful, have managed to earn a living outside of the arena, and others still have crossed the Great Divide, leaving behind them little save a memory and a name. In those early days of the game, the rules required a straight-arm delivery, and the old-time pitchers found it a difficult matter to obtain speed save by means of an underhand throw or jerk of the ball. Crichton of the Excelsiors of Brooklyn, however, with his unusually swift pitching, puzzled nearly all of the opposing teams as early as 1860. Sprague developed great speed, according to the early chroniclers of the game, while with the Eckford Club of the same city in 1863, and Tom Pratt and McBride of the Athletics were among the first of the old-time pitchers to attain speed in their delivery. About 1865, Martin pitched a slow and deceptive drop ball, it being a style of delivery peculiarly his own, and one that I have never seen used by anyone else, though Cunningham of Louisville uses it to a certain extent. The greatest change ever made in the national game was the introduction of what is known as curve pitching, followed as it was several seasons afterwards by the removal of all restrictions on the method of delivering the ball to the batter. Arthur, better known under the sobriquet of Candy Cummings of Brooklyn, is generally conceded to have been the first to introduce curve pitching, which he did about 1867 or 1868. Mount, the pitcher of the Princeton College, and Avery of Yale are accredited with using the curve about 1875, but Matthews of the New York Mutuals and Nolan of Indianapolis teams were among the first of the professional pitchers after Cummings to become proficient in its use, which was generally adopted in 1877, and to the skill acquired by both of these men in handling the ball I can testify by personal experience, having had to face them bat in hand on more than one occasion. Many people, including prominent scientists, were for a long time loath to believe that a ball could be curved in the air, but they were soon satisfied by practical tests, publicly made, as to the truth of the matter. With the doing away with the restrictions that governed the methods of the pitcher's delivery of the ball and the introduction of the curve, the running up of large scores in the games became an impossibility, and the batsman was placed at a decided disadvantage. Reading over the scores of some of these old-time games in the present day, one becomes lost in wonder when he thinks of the amount of foot racing, both around the bases and chasing the ball, that was indulged in by some of those players of a past generation. Here are some sample performances taken from a history of baseball, compiled by Isle Wright of New York and published in the Clipper Annual of 1891, which go to illustrate the point in question. The largest number of runs ever made by a club in a game by the Niagara Club of Buffalo, New York, June 8, 1869, when they defeated the Columbias of that city by the remarkable score of 209-10. Two of the Niagaras scoring 25 runs each, and the least number of runs scored by any one batsman amounted to 20. 58 runs were made in the 8th inning, and only 3 hours were occupied in amassing this mammoth total. Just think of it. Such a performance as that in these days would be a sheer impossibility, and that such is the case, the baseball players should be devoutly thankful. And mind you, this performance was made by an amateur team, not by a team of professionals. 100 runs and upward have been scored in a game no less than 25 times. The Athletics of Philadelphia accomplishing the feat 9 times in 1865 and 1866, and altogether being credited with scores of 162, 131, 119, 118, 114, 114, 110, 109, 106, 104, 101, and 101. On October the 20th, 1865, the Athletics defeated the Williamsport Club by 101-8 in the morning, and the Alerts of Danville, Pennsylvania, by 162-11 in the afternoon. Al Reach in these 2 games alone scored 34 runs. It strikes me that the ball players of those days earned their salaries even if they did not get them, no matter what other folks may think about it. In 1867, a game was played in which the losers made 91 runs and the winning club won 23, of which 51 were made in the last inning. The Chicago's defeated the Memphis team May 13, 1870, by a score of 157-1, and the Forest City Club of Cleveland 4 days later beat a local team 132-1, only 5 innings being played. The Forest Cities made in these 5 innings no more than 101 safe hits, with a total of 180 bases, this being an unequalled record. The Unions of Marshalltown were credited with 100 safe hits in a 9-inning game in 1866. The largest score on record by professional clubs was made by the Athletics of Brooklyn and the Athletics of Philadelphia on July 5, 1869, when the former won by 51-48. 15,000 people paid admission to the Capitoline grounds, Brooklyn, where the game was played, and the Athletics made 6 home runs and the Athletics 3 during its progress. The greatest number of runs in an inning in a first-class game was played by the Athletics of Brooklyn in a match with the New York Mutuals, October 16, 1861, when they scored 26 runs in their 3rd inning. George Wright umpired a game between amateur clubs in Washington, D.C. in 1867, in which the winners made 68 runs in an inning, the largest total ever made. The most one-sided contest between first-class clubs was that between the Mutuals and the Chicago's, June 14, 1874, when the former won by 38-1, the Chicago's making only 2 safe hits. The greatest number of home runs in any one game was credited to the Athletics of Philadelphia, September 30th, 1865, when they made 25 against the National Club of Jersey City. Reach, Kleinfelder, and Potter each having 5 home runs to their credit on this occasion. The same club was credited with 19 home runs on May 9, 1866, while playing an amateur club at Newcastle, Delaware. Harry Wright, while playing with the Cincinnatis against the Holt Club June 22, 1867, at Newport, Kentucky, made 7 home runs, the largest number ever scored by any individual player in a game, though Lip Pike followed closely, he making 6 home runs, 5 in succession, for the Athletics against the Alerts, July 16, 1866, in Philadelphia. There were, as a matter of course, exceptional performances, and ones that would be impossible in these days, of great speed and curve pitching, but to serve to show that there were ball players, and good ones, even in those days when the national game was as yet, comparatively speaking, in its infancy, and the National League, of the formation and progress of which I will speak later on, as yet unheard of. It must be remembered that the greater number of these old-time games were not played upon enclosed grounds, and that the batter in many cases had no fences to prevent him from lining them out, while the pitcher was so hampered by the rules and regulations as to give the batsman every advantage, while now it is the pitcher that enjoys a wide latitude and the batsman who is hampered. It was a much easier matter to hit the old underhand delivery with its straight ball and to send the pigskin screaming through the air over a low picket fence than to hit the swift curved ball of today and lift it over the high board fences that surround the professional grounds, as any old-time player can testify. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 5. The Game at Marshalltown. If my memory serves me rightly, it was some time in the year of 1866 that the Marshalltown Baseball Club, of which my father was a prominent member, sprung into existence, and among the men who made up the team at that time were many who have since become prominent in the history not only of Marshalltown, but of Marshall County as well. Among them being Captain Shaw, Emmett Green, A.B. Cooper, S.R. Anson, and the old gentleman himself. It being owing to my father's exertions that Marshalltown acquired the county seat, and he has served the town as both mayor and councilman, and seen it grow from a single log cabin to a prosperous city. Prior to the organization of this team, baseball had been played there in a desultory fashion for some time. But with its formation, the fever broke out in its most virulent form, and it was not many weeks before the entire town had gone baseball crazy, the fever seemingly attacking everybody in place save the baby in arms, which doubtless escaped merely because of its extreme youth and lack of understanding. In the absence of any records relating to those early days, it is impossible for me to say just who the Marshalltown beat and who it did not, but I do know that long before I became a member of it, and while I was still playing with the second nine, which went by the name of the Stars, the team enjoyed a ball-playing reputation second to none in the state, and the doings of our team every week occupied a conspicuous place in the columns of the local papers, the editors of which might have been seen enjoying the sport and occupying a front seat on the grass at every game, with notebook in hand recording each and every play in longhand, for the scorebook, which has since made matters so easy for the game's chroniclers, had not yet been perfected, and the club's official scorer kept a record of the tally means by notches cut with his jackknife in a stick provided for the occasion. Prior to June 1867, the Marshalltown team had acquired for itself a reputation that extended throughout the length and breadth of the state, and at Waterloo, where a tournament was given, they had beaten everything that had come against them. In a tournament given at Belle Plain, either that year or the next, they put in an appearance to contest for a silk flag given by the ladies of that town. But so great was the respect that they inspired that the other visiting clubs refused to play against them unless they were given odds of 6 put-outs as against the regular 3. This was handicapping with a vengeance. But even at these odds, the Marshalltown aggregation was too much for its competitors, and the flag was brought home in triumph, where, as may be imagined, a great reception awaited the players, the whole town turning out en masse to do them honour. There was nothing too good for the ball players of those days, and they were made much of wherever they chose to go. A card of invitation that recently came into my possession, and that illustrates this fact, reads as follows: Empire Baseball Club. Yourself and lady are cordially invited to attend a social party at Lincoln Hall on Thursday evening, June 27th, 1867, given under the auspices of the Empire Baseball Club of Waterloo, complimentary to their guests, the Marshalltown BBC. While this aggregation of home talent was busily engaged in acquiring fame but not fortune, let no one think of a moment that I was overlooking my opportunities, even though I was only a member of the second nine. On the contrary, I was practising early and late, and if I had any great ambition it was to play in the first nine, and with this end in view, I neglected even my meals in order that I might become worthy of the honour. My father was as enthusiastic over the game as was I myself, and during the long summer seasons, the moment that we had swallowed our supper, or rather bolted it, he and I would betake ourselves to the ball grounds, where we would practise until the gathering darkness put a stop to our playing. My brother Sturgis, who was also a member of the team, was not so enthusiastic over baseball as were my father and myself, and he would finish his supper in a leisurely fashion before following us to the grounds. He was far above average as a player, however, and excelled both as a thrower and a batsman. I have seen him on more than one occasion throw a ball at distance of from 125 to 130 yards, and in a game that was played at Omaha, Nebraska, he is credited with making the longest hit ever seen there, the old-timers declaring that he knocked the ball out of sight, which must be true, because nobody was ever able to find it. It was some time after the tournaments at Belle and Waterloo before I was promoted to the dignity of a first niner, and then it was due to the solicitation of my father, who declared that I played as good ball as anybody in the team, even if I was only a kid. If there was ever a proud youngster, I was one at that particular time, and I think I justified the old man's good opinion of me by playing fairly good ball. At least many of my friends were good enough to tell me so. With my father playing third base and my brother playing centre field and myself playing second base, the Anson family was pretty well represented on the old Marshalltown 9. And as the team held the state championship for several years, the Anson trio must at least have done their share of the playing. It was while I was away at Notre Dame that misfortune came to Marshalltown. The Des Moines club challenged for the flag, and the home team accepted the defy. The Des Moines organisation was one of the strongest in the state. The game was played at Marshalltown, and to the horror and astonishment of the good people of that town, who had come to look upon their club as invincible, Des Moines won, and when they went back to the state capital, they took the emblem of the championship with them. This emblem I determined the town should have back, and immediately upon my return from the Indiana College, I organised a 9-inch challenge for the trophy. That team was made up as follows: Kenny Williams, pitcher; Emmett Green, catcher; A.B. Cooper, A.C. Anson, and Henry Anson on the bases; Peter Hoskins, the shortstop; Sam Sager, Sturgis Anson, and Milton Ellis on the outfield; A.J. Cooper, substitute. We had the best wishes of the town with us when we departed for Des Moines, and were accompanied by quite a delegation of the townspeople, who were prepared to wager to some extent on our success. The game was played in the presence of a big crowd, and when we came back to Marshalltown, the flag came with us, and there it remained until, with the other trophies that the club had accumulated, it went up in smoke. The night of our return there had been a hot time in the old town, and had there been keys to the city, I'm pretty certain we would have been presented with them. The fame of the Forest City Club of Rockford, one of the first professional clubs to be organised in the West, had been blown across the prairies until it reached Marshalltown, so that when they came through Iowa on an exhibition tour after the close of their regular season, we arranged for a game with them. They had been winning all along the line by scores that mounted all the way from 30 to 100 to 1, and while we did not expect to beat them, yet we did expect to give them a better run than they'd had for their money since the close of the professional season. The announcement of the Rockford Club's visit naturally excited an intense amount of interest all through that section of the country, and when the day set for the game arrived, the town was crowded with visitors from all parts of the state. Accompanying the Forest Cities was a large delegation of Chicago sporting men who had come prepared to wager their money that the Marshalltown aggregation would be beaten by a score varying all the way from 8 to 20 to 1, and they found a good many takers among the townspeople who had seen us play and who had a lot of confidence in our ability to hold the visitors' score down to a low figure. Upon the result of the game, A.G. Spaulding, who was the pitcher for the Forest Cities, alleges that my father wagered a cow, but this the old gentleman indignantly denies, and he further declares that not a single wager of any sort was made by any member of the team. Be that as it may, one thing is certain, and that is that the game was witnessed by one of the largest crowds that had ever gathered around a ball ground in Marshalltown, and we felt that we had every reason to feel elated when, at the end of the 9th inning, the score stood at 18-3 in their favour. So disgusted were the visitors and their followers over the showing that we made in spite of their best endeavours that they at once proceeded to arrange another game for the next day, cancelling another date ahead in order to do so. Speaking of this second game, my father says, the rules of the game at that time made the playing of a Ryan dead ball compulsory, and this it was the province of the home club to furnish, and this was the sort of ball that was played with the first day. To bat such a ball as this to any great distance was impossible, and our fielders were placed well in for the second game, just as they had been in for the first, but we soon discovered that the balls were going far beyond us. and on noting their positions when our turn to bat came, we found their infielders placed much further out than on the day before. My first impression was that the great flights taken by the ball were due to the tremendous batting, but later on I became convinced there was something wrong with the ball, and called for time to investigate the matter. On questioning our unsophisticated management, I discovered that the visitors had generously offered to furnish the ball for the second game, as we had furnished the ball for the first, and had been allowed to do so. We later learned that they had skinned the liveliest kind of abounding rock and recovered it with a Ryan dead ball cover. This enabled them to get ahead at the start, but once we had learned of the deception, we held them down so close that they won back but a very small share of the money they had lost on the game of the day before, though they still beat us by a score of 35-5. Let me say right here too that the visitors had their own umpire with them, and he was allowed to umpire the game. He let Al Spaulding do about as he pleased, and pitch as many balls as he wished without calling them, and once when I was at the bat, and he could not induce me to hit at the wild ones that he was sending in, he fired a vicious one straight in my direction, when, becoming irritated in my turn, I dropped the bat and walked in his direction with a view of administering a little proper punishment to the frisky gentleman. He discovered what was coming, however, and meekly crawled back, piteously begging pardon, and declaring it was all a mistake. There was one result of the game, however, which was that when the Rockford people were organising a professional nine, they wrote to Marshalltown and tried to secure the whole Anson family, and Adrian, who was still only a boy, was allowed to sign with them, I retaining his older brother at home to aid me in my business. I am inclined to think that the old gentleman is mistaken in the substitution of a bounding rock for a Ryan dead ball in that game, though I do remember that the stitching was different from anything we had ever seen before, and it may be we were fooled as he had stated. If so, the trick was certainly a clever one. That same fall, Sager and Haskins were engaged by the Rockford team, and I have always thought that it was due to the representations made by them that I was engaged to play with the Forest Cities for the following season. I signed with them for a salary of $66 a month, which was then considered a fairly good salary for a ball player, and especially one who was only 18 years old and a green country lad at that. All that winter Sager and I practiced as best we could in the loft of my father's barn, and I worked as hard as I knew how in order to become proficient in the ball-playing art. Before saying farewell to Marshalltown and its ball players, let me relate a most ludicrous incident that took place some time before my departure. A feeling of the most intense rivalry in the baseball line existed between Des Moines and Clinton, Iowa, and one time when the former had a match on with the latter, I received an offer of $50 from the Clinton team to go there and play with them in a single game. Now, $50 at that time was more money than I'd ever had at one time in my life, and so without consulting anyone, I determined to accept the offer. I knew that I would be compelled to disguise myself in order to escape recognition, either by the members of the Des Moines team or by some of the spectators, and this I proceeded to do by dyeing my hair, staining my skin, etc. I did not think my own father would recognize me when I completed my preparations and started to the depot to take the train for Des Moines, but that was where I made a mistake. The old gentleman ran against me on the platform, penetrated my disguise at once, and asked me where I was going. I told him, and then he remarked that I should do no such thing, and he started me back home in a hurry. When he got there, he gave me a lecture, told me that such a proceeding on my part was not honest, and would ruin my reputation. In fact, he made me thoroughly ashamed of myself. The team from Clinton had to get along without my services, but I shall never forget what a time I had in getting the dye out of my hair and the stain from my skin. That $50 that I didn't get bothered me too, for a long time afterwards. I am glad now, however, that the old gentleman prevented me from getting it. Dishonesty does not pay in baseball any better than it does in any other business, and that I learned the lesson early in life is part of my good fortune. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 6. My Experience at Rockford. I can remember almost as well as if it were yesterday my first experience as a ball player at Rockford. It was early in the spring and so cold that a winter overcoat was comfortable. I had been there but a day or two when I received orders from the management to report one afternoon at the ball grounds for practice. It was a day better fitted for telling stories around a blazing fire than for playing ball, but orders were orders, and I obeyed them. I soon found that it was to test my qualities as a batsman that I had been ordered to report. A bleak March wind blew across the enclosure, and as I doffed my coat and took my stand at the plate, I shivered as though suffering from the ague. This was partly from the effects of the cold, and partially from the effects of what actors call stage fright, and I do not mind saying right now that the latter had more than the former to do with it. You must remember that I was a stranger in a strange land, a kid both of years and experience, with the knowledge that my future very largely depended upon the showing that I might make. Facing me was Cherokee Fisher, one of the swiftest of the old-time underhand pitchers, a man that I had heard a great deal about, but whom I had never before seen. While watching my every move from the stand were the directors of the team, conspicuous among them being Hiram Waldo, whose judgment in baseball matters was at that time second to no man's in the West, and a man that I have always been proud to call my friend. I can remember now that I spent some considerable time in selecting a bat, and that I was wondering in my own mind whether I should be able to hit the ball or not. Finally, Fisher began sending them in with all the speed for which he was noted. I let a couple go by, and then I slammed one out in the right field, and with that first hit my confidence came back to me. From that time on I batted Fisher successfully, but most of my hits were to the right field, owing to the fact that I could not at that time successfully gauge his delivery, which was much swifter than anything I had ever been up against. In after years, a hit to right field was considered the proper caper, and the man who could line a ball out in that direction at the proper time was looked upon as the most successful batsman. It was to their ability in that line of hitting that the Bostons for many years owed their success in winning the championship, though it took some time for their rivals in the baseball arena to catch on to the fact. After that time I was informed by Mr. Waldo that I was all right, and as you can imagine, this assurance coming from his lips was a most welcome one, as it meant at that time a great deal to me, a fact that, young as I was, I thoroughly appreciated. The make-up of the Rockford club that season was as follows: Hastings, catcher; Fisher, pitcher; Fulmer, shortstop; Mack, first base; Addy, second base; Hanson, third base; Ham, left fielder; Bird, centre fielder; and Stiers, right fielder; Mayer, substitute. This was a fairly strong organisation for those days, and especially so when the fact is taken into consideration that Rockford was but a little country town then, and the smallest place in size of any in the country that supported a professional league team, and that the venture was never a paying one is scarcely to be wondered at. To be sure, it was a good baseball town of its size, but it was not large enough to support an expensive team, and for that reason it dropped out of the arena after the season of 1871 was over, it being unable to hold its players at the salaries that it could afford to pay. There were several changes in the make-up of the team before the season was over, but the names of the players I have given them were those whose averages were turned in by the official scorer of the league at the end of the season, they having all, with one exception, played in 25 games, but that exception being Fulmer, who participated in but 16. I led the team that season both in batting and in fielding, as is shown by the following table, a table, by the way, that is hardly complete as a table of these latter days. Anson, third baseman, 25 games, 1.64 average base hits, 2.27 average putouts, average assists 3.66. Mack, first baseman, 25 games, 1.2 average base hits, 11 average putouts, 0.04 average assists. Addy, second baseman, 25 games played, 1.2 average base hits, 2.7 average putout, 3.3 average assists. Fisher, pitcher, 25 games played, 1.2 average base hits, 1.16 average putouts, 1.88 average assists. Stiers, right field, 25 games played, 1.2 average base hits, 1.27 average putouts, 0.33 average assists. Hastings, catcher, 25 games played, 1.12 average base hits, 3.33 average putouts, 0.83 average assists. Ham, left fielder, 25 games played, 1 average base hit, 1.5 average putout, 0.55 average assist. Bird, centre fielder, 25 games played, 1 average base hit, 1.66 average putouts, 0.11 average assists. Fulmer, shortstop, 16 games played, 1 average base hit, 2.35 average putout, 3.57 average assists. These averages, in my estimation, are hardly to be relied upon, as changes in the personnel of the team were often made without due notice being given, while the system of scoring was faulty, and not near as perfect as at the time of the present writing. This was not the fault of their compiler, however, who was obliged to take the figures given him by the club scorer, a man more or less incompetent as the case may be. Before the regular season began, my time at Rockford was mostly spent in practice, so that I was in fairly good shape when the day arrived for me to make my professional debut on the diamond. My first game was played on the home grounds of the Rockford team, having its opponent the Forest City Club of Cleveland, Ohio, a fairly strong organisation, and one that season finished 4th on the list for the championship honours, the Atheltics of Philadelphia carrying off the prize. I had looked forward to this game with fear and misgivings, and my feelings were by no means improved when I was informed that owing to the non-arrival of Scott Hastings, the regular catcher, I was expected to fill that responsible position, one to which I was a comparative stranger. There was nothing to do but to make the best of the situation, however, and this I did, though I can truthfully say that for the first 5 innings I was as nervous as a kitten. We were beaten that day by a score of 12-4, and though I had a few passed balls to my credit, yet on the whole I believe that, everything considered, I played a fairly good game. At least I have been told so by those who were in a better position to judge than I was. With that first game my nervousness all passed away, and I settled down to play a steady game, which I did all through the season. As I have said, however, the Rockford team was not a strong one, and of the 32 record games in which we engaged we won but 13, our winning scores being as follows: May 17th at Rockford, Rockford 15, Olympics of Washington 12. May 23rd at Fort Wayne, Rockford 17, Kekagonia 13. June 5th at Philadelphia, Rockford 11, Athletic 10. June 15th at Philadelphia, Rockford 10, Athletics 7. July 5th at Rockford, Rockford 29, Chicago 14. July 31st at Rockford, Rockford 18, Mutual 5. August the 3rd at Rockford, Rockford 4, Kekagonia 0, forfeited. August the 7th at Chicago, Rockford 16, Chicago 7. August the 8th at Chicago, Rockford 12, Cleveland 5. September the 1st at Brooklyn, Rockford 39, Athletics 5. September the 2nd at Brooklyn, Rockford 14, Eckford 9. September the 5th at Troy, Rockford 15, Haymakers 5. September the 16th at Cleveland, Rockford 19, Cleveland 12. In the final revision, many of these games were thrown out for one reason or another, so that in the official guides for that year the Rockford Club is credited with only 6 games won and is given the last position in the championship race, several of the games with the Athletics being among those declared forfeited. I learned more of the world that season with the Rockfords than I had ever known before. Prior to that, my travels had been confined to the trips away to school and to some of the towns adjacent to Marshalltown, and outside of these I knew but little. With the Rockford team, however, I travelled all over the east and west and learned more regarding the country I lived in and its wonderful resources than I could have learned by going to school for half a lifetime. The Rockford management treated the players in those days very nicely. We travelled in sleeping cars and not in the ordinary day coaches as did many of the players, and though we were obliged to sleep 2 to a berth, we did not look upon this as an especial hardship, as would the players of those latter days, many of whom are inclined to grumble because they cannot have the use of a private stateroom on their travels. I made acquaintances, too, in all parts of the country, that were invaluable to me in after days, and though I had not finished sowing my wild oats, I think, the folly of it all began to dawn on my mind as I saw player after player disappear from the arena, the majority of them being men who had given promise of being shining lights in the baseball world. Of the men who played with me at Rockford, but few remained in the profession, and these but for a season or two, after which they drifted into other lines of business. Bob Addy, who was one of the best of the lot, was a good, hard-hustling player, a good base-runner and a hard hitter. He was honest as the day is long, and the last I heard of him he was living out in Oregon, where he was engaged in running a tin shop. He was an odd sort of genius and quit the game because he thought he could do better at something else. Cherokee Fisher was originally a Philadelphian, but after the disbandment of the Rockford Club, he came to Chicago, securing a place in the fire department, where he still runs with the machine. He was a good man in his day and ranked high as a pitcher. Charles Fulmer was a fairly average player. He too drifted out of the game in the early 70s, and the last I knew of him he was a member of the Board of Aldermen in the Quaker City. Scott Hastings, the regular catcher, was a fair all-round player, but by no means a wonder. After he left Rockford, he went to Chicago, where he was employed for a time in a wholesale clothing house. He is now, or was at last accounts, in San Francisco, and reported as being worth a comfortable sum of money. The other members of the old team I have lost sight of, and whether they are living or dead I cannot say. They were a good-hearted, jovial set of fellows, as a rule, and my association with them was most pleasant, as was my relations with the Rockford management, who could not have treated me better had I been a native son, and to whom I am indebted for much both in the ways of good advice and encouraging words. And let me say right here that nothing does so much good to a young player as a few words of approbation spoken in the right way and at the right time. It braces him up, gives him needed confidence in himself, and goes a long way further towards making him a first-class player than does continual fault-finding. It had been an understood thing, at least so far as the old gentleman was concerned, when he gave his consent to my playing with Rockford for a season, that I should at the end of it return home and resume my studies, but fate ordained otherwise. Several times during the season I was approached by the members of the athletic club management with offers to play as a member of their team the next season, that of 1872, and they finally offered me the sum of $1,250 per annum for my services. This was much better than I was doing at Rockford, and yet I was reluctant to leave the little Illinois town, where I had made my professional debut, and where I had a host of friends. When the end of the season came and the Rockford people offered to again sign me at the same old figures, I told them frankly of the Philadelphia offer, but at the same time offered to again sign with Rockford provided they would raise my salary to $100 per month. The club had not made its expenses, and they were not even certain they would place a professional team in the arena during the next season. This they told me, and also they could not afford to pay the sum I asked for my services, and so, without consulting the folks at Marshalltown, I appended my name to a Philadelphia contract, and late in the fall bade goodbye to Rockford and its ball players, turning my face towards the city of brotherly love, where I played ball with the Atheltics into the formation of the National League in 1876. And it was not until 5 years had elapsed that I revisited my old home in Marshalltown, taking a bride with me. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 7. With the Athletics of Philadelphia. The winter of 1871 and 1872 I spent in Philadelphia, where I put in my time practicing in the gymnasium, playing billiards, and taking in the sights of the great city. The whirligig of time had in the meantime made a good many changes in the membership of the professional league, for in spite of the fact that 1871 had been the most prosperous year in the history of baseball, up to that time many clubs had fallen by the wayside, their places in the ranks being taken by newcomers, and that several of these were unable to weather the storms of 1872 because of a lack of financial support is now a matter of history. Conspicuous among the absentees when the season opened was the Chicago Club, which had been broken up by the Great Fire that swept over the Queen of the Inland Seas in October 1871, and not then reorganized. The forest city of Rockford, the Caconius of Fort Wayne, and several others. At the opening of the regular playing season, the league numbered 11 members as follows: Boston of Boston, Mass., Baltimore of Baltimore, Maryland, Mutuals of New York, Athletics of Philadelphia, Troy of Troy, New York, Atlantic of Brooklyn, Cleveland of Cleveland, Ohio, Mansfield of Mansfield, Ohio, Eckford of Brooklyn, and Olympic and National, both of Washington, D.C. Of these 11 clubs, but 6 finished the season, the others falling out either because of bad management or a lack of financial support. These 6 being the Athletic, Baltimore, Boston, Mutual, Atlantic, and Eckford teams, The first 4 of these were regularly salaried clubs, while the 2 last were cooperative concerns. The makeup of the Athletics that season was as follows: Malone, catcher; McBride, pitcher; Mack, first base; Fissler, second base; Anson, third base; McGeary, shortstop; Cuthbert, left field; Tracy, centre field; and Merrily, right field. Outside of the Bostons, this was the strongest team that had ever yet appeared on the diamond. It was even stronger than the team that represented the hub in some respects, though not equal to them as a whole, the latter excelling at teamwork, which then, as now, proved one of the most important factors in winning a championship. That the Athletics were particularly strong at the bat is shown by the fact that 6 of their players that season figure among the first 11 on the batting list, the Bostons coming next with 3, and the Baltimore third. In some of the games that we played that season, the fielders had a merry time of it and found at least plenty of exercise in chasing the ball. In the first games that I played with the Athletics, our opponents being the Baltimores, the fielders did not have a picnic by any means, the score standing at 34-19 at the end of the game, and this in spite of the fact that the ball used was a dead one. During the entire season, and not counting exhibition games, we played 46 games, of which we won 30 and lost 16. While the Bostons, who carried off the championship, took part in 59 games, of which they won 38 and lost 11. Figuring in 28 championship games, I finished 4th on the list of batsmen, with 47 base hits to my credit, an average of 1.67 to the game. A performance that I was at that time very proud of, and that I am not ashamed of even at this late date. The season of 1873 saw some changes in the makeup of the Athletics, the 9 that season being made up as follows: McGeary, catcher; McBride, pitcher; Murnane, first base; Fissler, second base; Fulton, third base; Anson, shortstop; Cuthbert, left field; Reach, centre field; Fissler, right field; and McMullen and Sensendorfer, substitutes. This was, if anything, a stronger all-round team than the one of the preceding year, and if it failed to make equally as good a showing, it was because the teams that were opposed to it were also of a better calibre. The demand for good ball players had risen, and as is usual in such cases, the supply was equal to the demand, just as it would be today under similar circumstances. The opening of the championship season found 9 clubs ready to compete for the championship honours, viz. the Athletics, Atlantics, Baltimore, Boston, Mutual, Maryland, Philadelphia, Resolute, and Washington, and 5 of these beside the Athletics had particularly strong teams, the Maryland, Resolute, and Washington teams being the weaklings. During the year, the Athletics took part in 50 professional games, of which they won 27 and lost 23, and in 14 exhibition games, of which they won 12 and lost 2, being defeated in the exhibition series twice by their home rivals, the Philadelphias, which numbered among its players several who had helped to make the Athletics famous in former years, among them being Malone and Mack. Between these 2 knives there were the strongest kind of rivalry, and as both were popular with the home people, great crowds turned out to see the contests between them. One of these contests resulted in a 13-inning game, the score then standing 5-4 in favour of Philadelphia's, greatly to our disgust and to the intense joy of our rivals. For the second time since the formation of the Players' League, Boston carried off the championship honours, while we were compelled to content ourselves with 3rd position. But I still stood 4th on the batting list, and that was some consolation, at least to me. The opening of the season of 1874 again saw 9 clubs ready to do battle for the championship, but the Maryland and Resolute clubs were missing from the list, and in their places were the reorganised Chicago's and the Hartford aggregation, both of which presented strong teams, and teams that properly managed might have some better showing in the pennant race. Still more changes have been made in the makeup of the athletic team, which in May of that year was composed of the following players: Clapp, catcher; McBride, second base; Sutton, third base; McGeary, shortstop; Gedney, left field; McMullen, centre field; and Anson, right field. From the way in which I changed around from one position to another in those days, it can be readily summarised that I was looked upon as a sort of general utility man who could play in one position about as well as any other, which in my humble judgment was a mistake, for in baseball, as in all other trades and professions, the old adage holds true that a jack of all trades is master of none. The 1874 will be memorable in the history of the game by reason of the fact that baseball was then introduced to the notice of our English cousins, by a trip that was made to the tight little isle by the members of the Boston Athletic Clubs, a trip of which I shall have more to say later. and also by reason of the fact that the game that season enjoyed a veritable boom. Clubs of the professional, semi-professional and amateur variety springing up in every direction. The clubs going to make up the professional league were admittedly stronger than ever before, and to take the pennant from Boston was the avowed ambition not only of the Athletics, but of every team that was there to contest against the hub aggregation. The effort was, however, as futile as the 2 preceding years had been, and for the 3rd successive season, the teams from the modern Athens carried off the prize, not because they were the better ball players, but for the reason that better discipline was preserved among them, and they were better managed in every way than any of their opponents. For the second time, we were compelled to content ourselves with 3rd place in the race, the second going to Mutuals in New York, that being the first time since the professional league was organized that they had climbed so high up the ladder. The Philadelphias fell from the 2nd to 4th place, and the Chicago White Stockings, of whom great things had been expected, finished on the 5th rung of the ladder. Of the 52 record games that were counted as championship contests and that were played by the Athletics, we won 31 and lost 21, while of the 60 games in which the Bostons figured, they won 43 and lost but 17, a wonderful showing when the playing strength of the clubs pitted against them is taken into consideration. Among the batsmen that season, I stood 8th on the list, the lowest position that I had occupied since I broke into the ranks of the professional players. When the season of 1875 opened, I little realized that it was to be the last year that I should wear an athletic uniform. And yet such proved to be the case. While playing with them, my salary had been raised each successive season, until I was now drawing $1,800 a year, and the limit had not yet been reached. As I was to find out later, though, at the time I left Philadelphia for Chicago, I would, for personal reasons that will appear later, have preferred to remain with the Athletics at a considerable less salary than I was afterward paid. This, too, was destined to be the last year of the professional league, the National League taking its place, and as a result, a general shifting about among the players took place in 1876, many of the old-time ball tossers being at that time lost in the shuffle. The year 1875 saw no less than 13 clubs enter the championship arena, Philadelphia being represented by no less than 3, while St. Louis, a newcomer, furnished 2 aspirants for the honours, the full list being as follows: Boston, Athletic, Hartford, St. Louis, Philadelphia, Chicago, Mutual, New Haven, St. Louis Reds, Washington, Centennial, Atlantic, and Western, the latter organization representing the far western city of Keokuk. The series consisted of 10 games, 6 to be played as the legal quota, and at the close of the season, but 7 of the 13 original championship seekers had fulfilled the conditions, 3 of the clubs having been disbanded when the season was but halfway over. Again, and for the 4th time, the Boston aggregation carried off the honours, with a record unsurpassed up to that time, as out of 79 games played, they won 71 and lost but 8, while the Athletics, who finished in 2nd place, played 73 games in all, losing 20 and winning 53. That 3 clubs that started in the game should have dropped out as they did is not to be wondered at, and why one of them at least was ever allowed to enter is a mystery. Looked at from a purely geographical standpoint, the Keokuk club, known as the Western, was doomed to failure from the very start. It was too far away from the centre of the baseball interests, and at the expense of reaching it too great to warrant the Eastern clubs in making the trip. And the city itself was too small to turn out a paying crowd, while the other 2 local clubs found the field already too well covered and succumbed to the local opposition. Small scores in 1875 were the rule and not the exception. The sharp fielding and the restrictions placed on the batter, which had grown closer with each passing season, made the running up of such big scores as marked the game in the early days impossible, while the many close contests that took place added greatly to the popularity of what was now fully recognized as distinctively the national game of America. It was not all smooth sailing for the promoters of the game, even at this time. In the many pool rooms then existing throughout the country, and especially in the larger cities, great sums of money were wagered on the result of the various contests, and as a result, crookedness on the part of various players was being charged. And though these charges were vigorously denied by those interested, the denials carried but little weight in the view of the in and out performances of the teams in which they were engaged. There was a lack of discipline, too, among the players, and it was the necessity for prompt action in stamping out the evils then existing that caused the birth of the new National League and the death of the old organization. There are crooks in all professions, but I venture the assertion right here that the crooks in baseball have indeed been few and far between,
Once detected, they have been summarily dismissed from the ranks, and with the brand of dishonesty stamped upon them, they have been forced to earn a living in some other way. It has long been a maxim among the followers of racing that a crooked jockey is always broke, and this same saying holds good regarding the crooked ball players. I might mention the names of several players who were summarily dismissed from the league ranks because of crookedness, and who have since that time managed to eke out a miserable existence by hanging about pool rooms and bucket shops. But what good would it do? They have learned their lesson, and the lesson has indeed been a bitter one. It must be remembered, however, that the charges against these men were proven. They were not dismissed because of idle hearsay, but because of absolute and convincing proof. The breath of scandal has assailed more than one ball player without any good and convincing reason, and will doubtless do so again, just as it has assailed private reputations of men in other walks of life. The breath of truth has blown these scandals aside, however, and today the professional ball player stands as high in the estimation of his fellow men, providing that he conducts himself as a gentleman and not as a loafer, as does the professional man in other walks of life. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 8. Some Minor Diversions. Philadelphia is a good city to live in, at least I found it so. And had I had my own way, I presumed that I should still be a resident of that city that William Penn founded, instead of a citizen of Chicago. Well, had I had my own way when I left Marshalltown to go into the world I knew but little about, I might never have lived in Philadelphia at all. At that time I was more than anxious to come to Chicago, and did my best to secure a position with the Chicago Club, of which Tom Foley, the veteran billiard-room keeper, was then the manager. As he has since informed me, he was looking at that time for ball players with a reputation, and not for players who had a reputation yet to make, as was the case with me, and so he turned my application down with the result that I began my professional career in Rockford instead of in Chicago, as I had wished to do. It is an ill wind that blows nobody good, however, and for the providence that took me to Rockford, and afterward to the city of brotherly love, I am at this late day truly thankful, however displeased I may have been at the time. I have often consoled myself since then with the reflection that, had I come to Chicago to start my career in 1871, that career might have come to a sudden end right there and then, and all my hopes for the future might have gone up in smoke, for the big fire that blotted out the city scattered the members of the Chicago Baseball Club far and wide and left many of them stranded, the me being at least on the sands of adversity. Shakespeare has said, "There is a providence that shapes our ends, rough hew them as we will," and it seems to me that the immortal bard of Avon must have had my case in mind when he wrote the line, for I can see but little to complain about thus far in the treatment accorded me by Providence, though I am willing to admit there was some pretty rough hewing to do before I was knocked into any shape at all. When I began playing ball at Rockford, I was just at that age when, in my estimation, I knew a heap more than did the old man, and that idea had not been entirely knocked out of my head when I arrived at Philadelphia. The outdoor life that I had led when a youngster, the constant exercise that I had indulged in, together with the self-evident truth that the Lord had blessed me with a constitution that the young bull might envy, had all conspired to make me a young giant in strength, and as a result I was full of animal spirits, as is an unbroken thoroughbred colt, and as impatient of restraint. Good advice was, to a greater or lesser extent, thrown upon me, and if I had any trouble, it rolled off from my broad shoulders as water from a duck's back, and left not a trace behind. In the language of the old song, I was good for any game at night, my boys, or day either for that matter, and the pranks that I played and the scrapes that I got into were, some of them, not of a very creditable nature, though they were due more to exuberation than to my innate love of wrongdoing. In any contest that required strength and skill, I was always ready to take a hand, and in these contests I was able to hold my own, as a rule, though now and then I got the worst of it, as was the case when I entered the throwing match at the Union Grounds in Brooklyn in October 1872. The entries were Hatfield and Boyd of the Mutuals, George Wright and Leonard of the Bostons, Fistler and myself representing the Athletics. The ball was thrown from a rope stretched between two sticks driven into the ground 110 yards from home plate. Each competitor was allowed 3 throws, and the rules governing the contest required that the ball be dropped within 2 large bags placed on a line with the home plate about 60 feet apart. Hatfield led us all in each of his 3 trials, and on the last one he beat his own record of 132 yards, made at Cincinnati in 1868, by clearing 133 yards, 1 foot and 7½ inches. Leonard came next with 119 yards, 1 foot 10 inches. Wright third with 117, 1 foot 1 inch. Boyd fourth with 115 yards, 1 foot 7 inches. Fissler fifth with 112 yards, 6 inches. While your humble servant brought up the tail end of the procession with a throw of 110 yards and 6 inches. Not a bad performance in itself, but lacking a long ways of being good enough to get the money with. Among the famous characters of which the Quaker City boasted in those days was Professor William McLean, or Billy McLean, as he was generally called, an ex-prize fighter and a boxing teacher, whose reputation for skill with the padded mitts was second to no man's in the country. To take boxing lessons from a professional who really knew something touching the noble art of self-defence, as the followers of the ring sports would say, was something that I had never had the opportunity of doing before, and it's hardly to be wondered at that I availed myself of the chance before I had been there a very long time. I towered over McLean like a mountain over a molehill, and remember well that the first time that I faced him, I thought what an easy matter it would be for me to knock his reputation into a cocked hat, and that before a man could say Jack Robinson. In a very few moments, however, I had changed my opinion. I had fancied that I was a pretty good sort of a man myself, with or without the gloves, but long before the end of that first lesson I had come to the conclusion that my education in that line, as well as others, had been neglected, and that I still had considerable to learn. McLean went around me very much as a cooper goes round a barrel, hitting me wherever and whenever he pleased, and the worst of the matter was that I could not hit him at all. It was not until after he had had me convinced just how little I knew that he began to teach me, beginning with the rudiments of the art. I proved to be an apt pupil and soon became quite proficient at the game. In fact, so good was I that I sometimes fancied that I could lick a whole army of wildcats, this being especially the case when the beer was in and the wit was out, for be it beer or wine, the effect is generally the same, a fact that I had not yet learned, though it dawned on me long before I left Philadelphia, and I quit it for good and all, to which fact I attribute the success I have since met with, both in the sporting and the business world. It was in 1875, and during my last season with the Athletics, if I remember rightly, that I became involved in a saloon row. That, to say the least of it, was not to my credit, and that I have been ashamed of ever since. We had been out to the grounds practising until nearly nightfall. On the way home we stepped into a German saloon on the corner for the purpose of refreshing the inner man and washing the dust out of our throats. In some way the conversation turned on the doings of various fighters, and I expressed myself pretty freely concerning their merits and demerits for having taken boxing lessons. I was naturally anxious to set myself up as an authority on matters pugilistic.
Just as we were in the midst of the argument, a fresh policeman happened along and chipped into the game, with the remark that if there was any fighting to be done, he would himself take a hand in it.
That was my chance. For what had I been taking boxing lessons into, unless I could at least do a policeman? "Come on," I yelled, and then I smashed him. He was not the only policeman on the beat, however. There were others, in fact, several of them, and they clubbed me good and plenty, finally leading me away with the nippers on. Arriving at the police station, and a pretty tough-looking object I was, as you may imagine, I immediately sent for the president of the club, who, as good luck would have it, was also a police commissioner. When he put in an appearance, he looked at me in astonishment and asked me what I had been doing. I told him that I hadn't been doing anything, but that I had tried to do the whole police force, and with very poor success. I was released on honour that night, and on the next morning appeared before Alderman Buck, who listened to both sides of the story, and then let me go, thinking by my appearance, doubtless, that I had already been punished enough. After court had adjourned, we all adjourned on my motion to the nearest saloon, where we had several rounds of drink, and then I started to celebrate a victory that was, after all, a good deal more like a defeat. While thus engaged, I was unfortunate enough to run up against the young lady that I had already determined to make Mrs. Anson, and not being in the best of condition, she naturally enough did not like it, but as Rudyard Kipling says, that is another story. That experience ended the wild oats business for me, however, and although the crop that I had sown was, comparatively speaking, a small one, yet it was more than sufficient for all my needs, and I now regret at times that I was foolish enough to sow any at all. The only other row that I have ever had of any consequence took place on a streetcar one day while I was going to the ball grounds, a game between the Athletics and the Chicagos being scheduled for decision. The most intense rivalry existed at that time between these two organizations, and a feeling among the Bear partisans ran high. A gentleman on the car, at least he was dressed like a gentleman, asked me what I thought in regard to the relative strength of the two organizations. At that time I had some $1,500 invested in club stock, and naturally my feelings leaned towards the club of which I was a member. Still, I realized that they were pretty evenly matched, and so I stated. He then remarked in sneering tones, "Oh, I don't know. I guess they play to win or lose as will best suit their own pockets." I informed if he meant to insinuate that either one of them would throw a game, he was a liar. He gave me the lie in return, and I smashed him, and I am not ashamed to say that I would do it again under the same circumstances. I have heard just such remarks as that were made in this late day, remarks that are just as unjust to the players as they are uncalled for by the circumstances. Lots of men seem to forget that the element of luck largely enters into baseball, just as it does into any other business, and that things may happen during a contest that cannot be foreseen either by the club management or by the field captain. An unlucky stumble on the part of a base runner, or a dancing sunbeam that gets into a fielder's eye at some critical time in the play, may cost a game. Indeed, it has on more than one occasion. Yet, to the man who simply judges the game by the reports that may be read in the papers, the thing has apparently a fishy look, for the reason that neither the sunbeam nor the stumble receives mention. If every sport and businessman in this world were as crooked as some folks would have us believe, this would indeed be a poor world to live in, and I for one would be perfectly willing to be out of it. The real truth of the matter is that the crooks in any line are few and far between. That being the case, it's a pretty fair old sort of a world, and I for one am glad that I am still in it, and very much in it at that. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 9. We ball players go abroad. The first trip that was ever made across the big pond by American ball players, and to which brief reference was made in an earlier chapter, took place in the summer of 1874. London was, as a matter of course, our first objective point, and I considered myself lucky indeed in being a member of one of the organizations that was to attempt to teach our English cousins the beauties of the America's national game. The two clubs selected to make the trip were the Bostons, then champions, and the Athletics, and the players who were to represent them, together with their positions, are given below. Boston: Spaulding, pitcher; Jason O'Rourke, first base; Ross C. Barnes, second base; Harry Schaefer, third base; George Wright, shortstop; A.J. Leonard, left field; Cal C. McVeigh, right field; Harry Wright, center field; George W. Hall, substitute; Thomas H. Beals, substitute; Sam Wright, Jr., substitute. Athletics: John E. Clapp, catcher; pitcher Jason D. McBride; West D. Fissler, first base; second Josh Battin; third base Ezra B. Sutton; shortstop M.E. McGeary; left field Albert W. Gedney; right field A.C. Anson; center field Jason F. McMullen; substitutes Al J. Reach, J.P. Sensendorfer, Tim Murnane. Jason White of the Boston team declined to go at the last moment, his place being taken by Kent of the Harvard College team, while Outreach was kept from making the trip by business engagements. Alfred H. Wright of the New York Clipper and the Philadelphia Sunday Mercury, and H.S. Kempton of the Boston Herald, both accompanied us and scored the baseball games that were played on this trip, while the first named officiated in the same capacity when the game was cricket. In addition to these men, both clubs were accompanied by large parties of friends who were anxious to see what sort of reception would be accorded to us by our British cousins, who had yet never witnessed a baseball game. Their nearest approach to it as having been to look on it at a game of rounders. The entire cabin of the steamship Ohio had been engaged for ourselves and our friends, and on July the 16th a great crowd assembled at the wharf to see us off, and wish us Godspeed on our journey. The trip across was fortunately a pleasant one, and as we were a jolly party, the time passed all too quickly. The seductive game of draw poker and other amusements of a kindred sort helping us to forget that the old gentleman with the scythe and hourglass was busily engaged in making his daily rounds. It was my first sea voyage, and to say that I enjoyed it would be to state but the simple truth. The element of poetry was left largely out of my make-up, and so I did not go into ecstasies over the foam-crusted waves as did several of the party, but I was as fond of watching for the flying fish that now and then skimmed the waves, and for the porpoises that were often put in appearance as any of the rest of the party. If I speculated at all as to the immensity of the rolling deep by which we were surrounded, it was because I wished that I might be able to devise some plan for bottling it up and sending it out west to the old gentleman to be used for irrigating purposes. That such amount of water should have been allowed to go to waste was to me a matter for wonderment. I was looking at the practical side of the matter, and not the poetical. July the 27th we arrived at Liverpool, and as the majority of us had grown tired of the monotony of sea life, we were glad enough once more to set foot on solid land. With 14 games of ball to be played and 7 games of cricket, we had but little time to devote to sightseeing, though you may be sure that we utilized the days and nights we had off for that purpose. There was considerable curiosity on the part of our British cousins to see what the American game was like, and as a result we were greeted by large crowds wherever we went. We were treated with the greatest kindness, both by the press and public, and words of praise for our skill both at batting and fielding were to be heard on all sides. Exhibition games between the two clubs were played at Liverpool, Manchester, London, Sheffield, and Dublin, the Boston club winning 8 games and the Atheltics 6. When it came to playing cricket, we proved to be something of a surprise party. In these games we played 18 men against 11 and defeated with ease such crack organisations as the Marylebone, Prince's, and Surrey clubs in London, the Sheffield club at Sheffield, the Manchester club in Manchester, and the All Ireland club in Dublin, while the game with the Richmond club was drawn on account of rain, we having the best of it at that time. While I was, comparatively speaking, a novice in this game, at which the Wrights were experts, they having enjoyed a reputation as first-class cricketers in America for years, yet I managed to make the highest score of all in our game with the All Ireland 11, and to hold my own fairly well in the other cricket games that were played. It is impossible for me to speak too highly of the treatment that was accorded us on this trip, both in England and Ireland, where peer and peasant both combined to make our visit a pleasant one. We were entertained in royal style wherever we went, and apparently there was nothing too good for us. Lords and ladies were largely in evidence among the spectators wherever we played, and among our own countrymen residing in the British metropolis, we were the lions of the day. The contrast between the crowds in attendance at our games there and those that greet us at home attracted my attention most forcibly. An English crowd is at all times quiet and sedate as compared with the crowd in our own country. They are slower to grasp a situation as seen upon the finer points of a play. This, so far as baseball was concerned, was only to be expected, the game being a strange one. But the same fact was true when it came to their own national game, that of cricket. There was an apparent listlessness, too, in their playing that would often provoke a storm of catcalls and other cries of derision from the occupants of the bleaching boards at home. It was our skill at fielding more than at batting that attracted the attention of the Britishers, and that brought out their applause. Our work in that line was a revelation to them, and that it was a direct cause of a great improvement afterwards in their own game, there can be no reason to doubt. Between sightseeing and baseball and cricket playing, the 30 days allotted to our visit passed all too quickly, and when the time came for us to start on our homeward journey, there was not one of the party but would have gladly remained for a longer period of time in merry England, had such a thing been possible. It was a goodly company of friends that assembled at the dock in Queenstown to wish us a pleasant voyage on August the 27th, which was just 1 month to the day from the date of our arrival. And we were soon homeward bound on board the steamship Abbotsford. The voyage back was anything but a pleasant one, and more than half the party were down at one time or another from the effects of seasickness. Old Neptune had evidently made up his mind to show us both sides of his character, and he shook us about on that return voyage very much as though we were but small particles of shot in a rattle-box. We arrived in Philadelphia September 9th, where we were the recipients of a most enthusiastic ovation, in which brass bands and a banquet played a most important part, and after the buffeting about that we had received from the waves of old ocean, we were glad that the voyage was over. The impression that baseball made upon the lovers of sport in England can be best illustrated by the following quotations from the columns of the London Field, then as now one of the leading sporting papers of that country. Baseball is a scientific game, more difficult than many who have been in the habit of judging hastily from the outward semblance can possibly imagine. It is in fact the cricket of an American continent, considerably altered since its first origin, as has been cricket, by the yearly recourse to the improvements necessitated by the experience of each season. In a cricket field there is at times a wearisome monotony that is entirely unknown to baseball. To watch it played is most interesting, as the attention is concentrated but for a short time and not allowed to succumb to undue pressure or prolonged suspense. The broad principles of baseball are not by any means difficult of comprehension. The theory of the game is not unlike that of rounders, in that bases have to be run, but the details are in every way different. To play baseball requires judgment, courage, presence of mind, and the possession of much of the same qualities as of cricket. To see it played by experts will astonish those who only know it by written description, for it is a fast game, full of change and excitement, and not in the least degree wearisome. To see the best players field even is a sight that ought to do a cricketer's heart good. The agility, dash, and accuracy of tossing and catching possessed by the Americans being wonderful. This, coming at the time from a paper of the field's high standing, was praise. Indeed, but the fact remains that the game itself, in spite of all the efforts made to introduce it, has never become popular in England, for the reason perhaps that it possesses too many elements of dash and danger, and requires too much of an effort to play it. Commenting after our return to this country upon this tour, and its results, Henry Chadwick, the oldest writer in baseball in this country and an acknowledged authority on the game, said, "The visit of the American baseball players to England and the success they met there, not only in popularizing the American national game, but in their matches at cricket with the leading cricket clubs of England, did more for the best interests of baseball than anything that has occurred since the first tour through the country of the noted Excelsior Club of Brooklyn in 1860. In the first place, the visit in question had resulted in setting at rest forever the much debated question as to whether we had a national game or not. The English press, with a rare unanimity, candidly acknowledging that the new game of baseball is unquestionably the American national game. Secondly, the splendid display of fielding exhibited by the American ball players has opened the eyes of English cricketers to the important fact that in their efforts to equalize the attack and defence in the national game of cricket, in which they have looked only to certain modifications of the rules governing bowling and batting, they have entirely ignored the most important element of the game, viz. Fielding, and that this element is so important is a fact that has been duly proved by the brilliant success of the American baseball players in cricket. A game in which the majority of them were mere novices, and yet by their ability as fielders in keeping down their adversaries' scores, they fully demonstrated that skill in fielding is as great an element of success in cricketing as bowling and batting, if be not greater, and also that the principles of saving runs by sharp fielding is as sound as that of making runs by skilful batting. But, moreover, they have shown by this self-same fielding skill that the game of baseball is a better school for fielding than cricket. The peculiarity of the game, in the former game requiring a prompter return of the ball from the outfield, swifter and more accurate throwing, and surer catching than the ordinary practice of cricket would seem to need. Another result of the tour was to show our English cousins the great contrast between the character and habits of our American baseball professionals and those of the English professional cricketers, taking them as a class. One of the London players warmly complimented the American players on their fine physique as athletes, especially commented on their abstemious habits in contrast, as the paper stated, with our beer-drinking English professional cricketers. In fact, the visit of the baseball players had opened old John Bull's eyes to the fact that we are not as neglectful of athletic sports as he thought we were. For one thing, and in our American baseball representatives, we presented a corps of fielder, the equal of which the brilliancy of play in England had never seen even among the most expert of her best-trained cricketers. So much for our national game of baseball as a school for fielding in cricket. We sent these ball players out to show England how we play ball, but with no idea of their being able to accomplish much at cricket. But to our most agreeable surprise, they defeated every club that they played without that game, and Belle's Life does the American team the justice to say that an 11 could no doubt be selected from the American players that could trouble some of the best of our 11s to defeat. The telegrams from England in every instance referred to the games played as between 22 Americans and 11 English, but when the regular reports were secured by mail, it was found that it was 18 against 12, quite a difference as regards the odds against the side. The first dispatch also referred to the weak team presented against the Americans, but the score when received showed that the 18 had against them in their first match 6 of the crack team, which came over here in 1872, together with 2 professionals and 4 of the strongest of the Marylebone Club. Englishmen did not dream that the baseball novices could make such a good showing in the game, and knowing nothing of their ability as fielders, they thought it would be an easy task to defeat even double their own number. The defeat of the celebrated Surrey and Prince's Club's 12s in one inning, and of the strong teams of Sheffield, Manchester and Dublin by large scores, opened their eyes to their mistake, and very naturally they began to hold the game that could yield such players in great respect. Worthy of praise as the success of our baseball representatives in England is, the fact of their admirable deportment and gentlemanly conduct on and off the field is the one which commends itself even more to the praise of our home people. That they were invited to so many high places and held intercourse with so many of the best people fully shows that their behaviour was commendable in the extreme. Considering therefore the brilliant success of the tour and the credit done to the American name by these baseball representatives, it was proper that their reception on their reappearance in our midst should be consummate with their high salaries, for in every respect they did do credit to themselves and to our American game of baseball. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 10. The Argonauts of 1874. The players that made the first trip abroad in the interest of the national game may well be styled the Argonauts of baseball. And though they brought back with them but little of the golden fleece, the trip being financially a failure, their memory is one that should be kept green in the hearts of the game's lovers, if for no other reason than because they were the first to show our British cousins what the American athlete could do when it came to both to inventing and playing a game of his own. That they failed to make the game a popular one abroad was no fault of theirs, the fault lying, if anywhere, in the deep-rooted prejudice of the English people against anything that savoured of newness and Americanism, and in the love that they had for their own national game of cricket, a game that has been played by them for generations. I doubt if a better body of men, with the exception of your humble servant, who was too young at the game to have been taken into account, could have been selected at that time to illustrate the beauties of the national game in a foreign clime. There were ball players, every one of them, and though new stars have risen and set since then, the stars of 30 years ago still live in the memory both of those who accompanied them on the trip, and those who knew of them through the annals of the game as published in the daily press and in the guidebooks. Harry Wright, the captain of the Boston Reds, was even then the oldest ball player among the Argonauts, he having played the game for 20 years, being a member of the old Knickerbockers when many of his companions had not as yet attained the dignity of their first pair of pants. He was noted, too, as a cricketer of no mean ability, having succeeded his father as the professional of the famous St. George Club, long before he was ever heard of in connection with the national game. As an exponent of the national game, he first became noted as the captain of the celebrated Red Stocking Club of Cincinnati, a nine that went through the season of 1869, playing games from Maine to California without a single defeat. As captain and manager of the ball team, Mr. Wright had few equals and no superiors, as his subsequent history in connection with the Boston and Philadelphia clubs will prove. He was a believer in kind words and governed his players more by precept and example than by any set of rules that he laid down for their guidance. As a player at the time of this trip, he was still in his prime and could hold his own with any of the younger men in the outfit, while his knowledge of the English game proved almost invaluable to us. Harry Wright died in 1895, and when he passed away, I lost a steadfast friend, and the baseball world a man that was an honour to in every way to the profession. A.G. Spaulding was at that time justly regarded as being one of the very best pitchers in the profession, and from the time that he first appeared in a Boston uniform till the time that he left the club and cast his fortunes with the Chicagos, he was a great favourite with both press and public. As Henry Chadwick once wrote of him, in judgment, command of the ball, pluck, endurance, and nerve in his position, he had no superior. He could disguise a change of pace in such a manner as to deceive the most expert batsman, while as a scientific hitter himself he had few superiors. He had brains and used them,
and this made him a success not only as a ball player, but as a businessman. As a manufacturer and dealer, Mr. Spaulding has acquired a worldwide reputation, and it is safe to say that none glory in his success more than do his old associates on the ball field. James O'Rourke, or Jim as we all called him, was a splendid ball player, and especially excelled in playing behind the bat and in the outfield, which position he played in for many years. A sure catch, an active fielder and a good thrower, and a fine batsman, O'Rourke was always to be relied upon. Born of Irish parentage, he hailed from the Nutmeg State, and was, when I last heard of him, in business at Bridgeport, Connecticut, and reported as doing well. He was a quiet, gentlemanly young fellow, blessed with a goodly share of Irish wit and a rich vocabulary of jaw-breaking words. Ross Barnes, who held down the second bag, was one of the best ball players that ever wore a shoe, and I would like to have 9 men just like him right now under my management. He was an all-round man, and I do not know of a single man on the diamond at the present time that I regarded his superior. He was a Rockford product, but after his ball-playing days were over he drifted to Chicago, and was, at the last time I saw him, circulating around on the open board of trade. Harry Schaefer was a good all-round player, but I have seen men that could play third base a good deal better than he could. Sometimes his work was of a brilliant character, while others it was but mediocre. He was a native of Pennsylvania, and his usually smiling face and unfailing fund of good nature served to make him a general favourite wherever he went. George Wright, a brother of the lamented Harry, was another splendid all-round ball player, and one that up to the time that he injured his leg had no equal in his position, that of shortstop. He was one of the swiftest and most accurate throwers, and could pull down a ball that would have gone over the head of almost any other man in the business, bounding into the air for it like a rubber ball. As a cricketer he ranked among the best in the country. Retiring from the ball field, he became a dealer in sporting goods at Boston, Massachusetts, where he still is, and where he is reported to have struck it rich. Andrew J. Leonard, a product of the Emerald Isle, was brought up in New Jersey, and excelled as an outfielder, being a splendid judge of high balls, a sure catch, and a swift, accurate long-distance thrower. He was a good batsman and a splendid base-runner, and was nearly as good a player on the infield as he was on the out. He is at present in Newark, New Jersey, where he is engaged in business and reported as fairly successful. Cal C. McVeigh, the heavyweight of the team, came like myself from the broad prairies of Iowa, and was built about as I am, on good, broad western lines. He was a fairly good outfielder, but excelled either as a catcher or baseman. He was conscientious and a hard worker, but his strongest point was his batting, and as wielder of the ash, he had at that time few superiors. He is somewhere in California at the present writing, and has money enough in his pocket to pay for at least a lodging and breakfast, does not have to worry as to where his dinner is to come from. Young Kent, the Harvard College man, who took Jim White's place on the trip, was a tall, rangy fellow and a good amateur ball player. He never joined the professional ranks, but since his graduation has written several books and made himself quite a reputation in literary circles. John E. Clapp, the regular catcher of the Athletics, was a cool, quiet, plucky fellow, and one of the best catchers at that time the profession could boast of. He hailed originally from New York, I believe, and while in England surprised the cricketers by his fine catching, no ball being too hot for him to handle. Unless I am greatly mistaken, he is now a member of the Ithaca, New York police force, and an honoured member of the Blue Coat and Brass Button Brigade. James Dixon McBride, who was better known the country over as Dick McBride, was at that time the most experienced man in his position that the country could boast of, he having been the regular pitcher of the Athletics since 1860. He had speed in a marked degree, plenty of pluck and endurance, and a thorough command of the ball. He was a man of brains who always played to win, and to his hard work and general knowledge of the fine points of the game, the Athletics owed much of its success. Dick was a good cricketer too, that being his game prior to his appearance on the diamond. He hailed from the Quaker City, where he still resides, having a good position in the post office. West D. Fissler was a fine all-round ball player, remarkable for his coolness and nerve. He was a very quiet sort of fellow, and one of the last men that you would pick out for a really great player. He could play any position on the team, was thoroughly honest, and always played the best he knew how. He is still living in the neighbourhood of Philadelphia, though not rich in this world's goods, has still enough to live on. Joe Batten was the youngest member of the athletic team, and at that time quite a promising young player. He did not last long with the Athletics, however, and after playing on one or two other league teams, he dropped out of sight. He was a bricklayer by trade, and the last time I heard of him, he was in St. Louis, working at his trade. Ezra B. Sutton, then ranked as one of the best third basemen in the country. He was one of the most accurate throwers that I ever saw. A splendid fielder and a good batter, but though not a particularly heavy one. When he finally quit the game, he settled down in business at Rochester, where he was still living the last I heard of him. A good man was Sutton, and one that would compare very favourably with the best in his line at the present day. M. H. McGeary was a Pennsylvanian by birth, though not a Dutchman, as his name goes to prove. He was not only an effective and active shortstop, but a good change catcher as well, being noted for his handling of sharp fly tips while in the latter position. He was in Philadelphia when last heard from, and doing fairly well. Albert W. Gedney was the post office clerk of the New York State Senate at the time of our trip, and was one of the best of left fielders, being an excellent judge of high balls and a sure catch, especially in taking balls on the run. He is now a prosperous mill owner near New York City, and does not have to worry as to where the next meal is coming from. James McMullen, who played the centre field, was an active and effective man in that position. He was also a fairly good left-hand pitcher, and a rattling good batsman, who excelled in fair foul hitting. McMullen was an all-round good fellow, and when he died in 1881, he left a host of friends to mourn his loss. J. P. Sensendorfer accompanied the club as a substitute, as did Timothy Murnane, and both were good all-round ball players and are still both in the land of the living, and doing more than well, Philadelphia being the abiding place of the former, while the last named is the sporting editor of the Boston Globe. I take particular pride in calling the attention of the public to the fact that but one of all those making the trip went wrong in the after years, that one being George W. Hall, who accompanied the Bostons as a substitute, and who, in the company with A. H. Nichols, James H. Carver, and James A. Devlin, was expelled by the Louisville Club in 1877 for crooked playing, they having sold out to the gamblers. That there should have been but one black sheep among so many, in my estimation, speaks well for the integrity of ball players as a class, and for the Argonauts of 1874 in particular. That the great majority of these men have also made a success in other lines of business since they retired from the profession is also an argument in favour of teaching the young athletic sports. A successful athlete must be a possessor of courage, pluck, and good habits, and these three attributes combined will make a successful businessman, no matter what that particular line of business may be. For the companions of that, my first trip across the Atlantic, who are still in the land of the living, I have still a warm place in my heart. I have both slept and eaten with them, and if we have disagreed in some particulars, it was an honest disagreement. Whenever the information comes to me that some one of them is doing particularly well, I am honestly glad of it, and I have faith enough in human nature to believe they have the same feelings so far as I am concerned. For the two that are dead, I have naught but kind words and pleasant memories. They were my friends while living, and dead I still cherish their memory. To me they are not dead, only sleeping. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 11. I win one prize and others follow. If it is true, as some people allege, that marriage is a lottery, then all I have to say regarding it is that I drew the capital prize, and consequently may well be regarded as a lucky man, for truer, fonder, and more sensible wife than I have, or a happier home cannot be found, even though you search the wide world over. It was in Philadelphia that I wooed and won her, and I was by no means the only contestant that was in the field for heart and hand. There were others, and one in particular that was far better looking and much more of a ladies' man than myself. But when he found that I had a pull at the weights, he retired, though not without a struggle, and left me in undisputed possession of the field. Just why I happened to be the successful suitor is now, and always has been to me, a mystery. I have asked Mrs. Anson to explain, but somehow I could get very little satisfaction. I was by no means a model man in the early days of my courtship, as my experiences detailed elsewhere go to prove, but I was an honest and faithful wooer, as my wife can testify, and that perhaps had as much to do with the successful termination of my suit as anything. I had been used to having everything that I wanted from my babyhood up, and after I had once made up my mind that I wanted my wife, which I did very early in our acquaintance, I laid siege to her heart with all the artifices that I could command. I am sometimes inclined to believe that I fell in love with her, at least part way, the very first time that I met her, else why should I remember her so vividly? Her name was Virginia M. Fiegel, and she was one of a family of two, and the only daughter, her father being John Fiegel, a hotel and restaurant man in the Quaker City. The first time I ever saw her was at a ball given by the National Guards in Philadelphia, and though she was then but a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl of some 12 or 13 summers, and still in short dresses, she attracted my attention. Just how she was dressed on that occasion I could not tell you to save my life, nor do I think I could have done so an hour after the ball was over. But for all that, the memory of her sweet face and girlish ways lingered with me long after the strains of music had died away and the ballroom was given over to the flitting shadows. Some months or weeks, perhaps, I have really forgotten which, drifted by before I saw her again, and then it was at a club ball, and this time I paid her considerable attention. In fact, I liked her better than any girl that I had yet met, and was not afraid to show it, although I could not then muster up the necessary courage to go on boldly about my wooing. In fact, I left a great deal to chance, and chance in this case treated me very kindly. Some time later, when the summer days were long, I met her again in the company of a Miss Cobb, later the wife of Johnny McMullen, the baseball pitcher, at Fairmount Park, and that was the day of my undoing. After a pleasant time, I accompanied her home to luncheon at her invitation, and that I had lost my heart long before the door of her house was reached, I am now certain. Once inside the door, I asked her rather abruptly if her father or mother was at home, and I fancied she rather looked relieved when she found out that the only reason that I asked her was that I wanted to smoke a cigar, and not to loot the house of its valuables. Prior to that time I had circulated among the ladies but little, my whole mind having been concentrated on baseball and billiard playing, and the particular fit of my coat or the fashion of my trousers caused me but little concern. From that afternoon on, however, things were different, and I am afraid that I spent more time before the mirror than was ever really necessary. I also began to hunt up excuses of various kinds for visiting the house of the Fiegels, and some of these were of the flimsiest character. I fancied then that I was deceiving the entire family, but I now know that I was deceiving only myself. I was not the only ball player that laid siege to Miss Virginia's heart in those days. There was another, the handsome and debonair Charlie Schneider, who was a great favourite with the girls wherever he went. I became jealous very early in the game of Charlie's attentions to the young lady that I had determined upon making Mrs. Anson. It was rather annoying to have him dropping in when I had planned to have it all to myself for an evening, and still more annoying to find him snugly ensconced in the parlour when I myself put in an appearance on the scene. So unbearable did this become, that I finally informed him that I would stand no more trespassing on my stamping grounds, and advised him to keep away. But to this he paid but little attention, and it was not until my sweetheart herself, at my request, gave him his conge that he refrained from calling at the house. It was the old story of 2 is company, 3 is none, and I was greatly relieved when he abandoned the field. I was now the fair Virginia's steady company, and long before I went to Chicago we understood each other so well that I ceased to worry about any of the callers at our home, and began to dream of the time when I should have one of my own in which she should be the presiding genius of the hearthstone. She was not in favour of my coming to Chicago, and had it been possible for me to remain with honour in Philadelphia, I should have done so. But that being impossible, I left for the great metropolis of the West, promising to return for her provided her father would give his consent to our marriage as soon as possible. I think one of the first things almost that I did after arriving in Chicago was to write the daddy of my sweetheart asking for her hand. I had been a little afraid to do so when at close range, but the farther away I went, the bolder I became, for I knew that whatever his answer might be, I was certainly out of any personal danger. The old gentleman's answer was, however, a favourable one, and so after my first season's play in Chicago was over, I returned to Philadelphia, and there was united to the woman of my choice, and I am frank to confess I was more nervous when I faced the minister on that occasion than I ever was when, bat in hand, I stood before the swiftest pitcher in the league. The first little visitor that came to us was a baby girl that we called Grace, who was born October the 6th, 1877. That seems a long time ago now. The baby Grace has grown to womanhood's estate and is the happy wife of Walter H. Clough, and the proud mother of Anson McNeill Clough, who was born May 7th, 1899, and who will be taught to call me Grandpa as soon as his baby lips can lisp the words. Adrian Hulbert Hanson was our next baby. He was born September the 4th, 1882, and died 4 days afterward, that being the first grief that we had known since our marriage. Another daughter, Adele, crept into our hearts and household April the 24th, 1884, and is still with us. Adrian C. Anson, Jr. came into the world on September the 4th, 1887, and died on the 18th day of January following. He lived the longest of all my boys, and his death was the cause of great grief both to his mother and myself. The Storks brought me another daughter, my little Dorothy, on August the 13th, 1889, and she, thank God, is still engaged in making sunshine for us all. John Henry Anson was born on May the 3rd, 1892, but 4 days later the angel of death again stopped at my threshold, and when he departed he bore a baby boy in his arms. Whither I know not, but to a better world at this I feel certain, and one to which his baby brothers had journeyed before him. Virginia Jeanette arrived November the 22nd, 1899, and has already learned to kick at the umpire when her meals are not furnished as promptly as she would reason to think they should be. She is a strong, healthy baby, and bids fair to remain with us for some years to come. Before returning again to the ball field on which the greater portion of my life has been spent, I wish to record the fact that all that I have, and all that I have earned in the way of both money and reputation in later years, I owe not to myself, but to Mrs. Anson. She has been to me a helpmate in the truest and best sense of the word, rejoicing with me in the days of my success, and sympathizing with me in the days of my adversity. It was owing to her good counsel that I braced up in the days when she was my sweetheart, and it was to please her that I have stayed braced up ever since, and am consequently still strong in mind and limb, and as healthy a specimen of an athlete as you can find in a year's travel, albeit a little too heavy to run the bases still, and play the game of ball that I used to play. I have never found it necessary, when I have lost $250 in a horse race, or a match of any kind, to go home and inform Mrs. Anson that, owing to my bad judgment, I had lost $2.50. But on the contrary, I have made a point to tell her the truth at all times, so that she knows just as well how I stand today as I do myself. She and I are not only husband and wife, in the truest sense of the word, but we are boon companions as well, and I always enjoy myself better on a trip when Mrs. Anson accompanies me than I do if I am alone. I am as proud of my daughters as any man can well be, and my only desire is they shall be as good as their mother, and make the husbands of their choice as good and true wives. At the present writing, the only one of my birds that has left its parents' nest and started out to build a home of its own is in Baltimore, where her husband, as fine a fellow as any man could wish to have for a son-in-law, is present engaged in superintending the putting up of an office building contracted for the George H. Fuller Company of Chicago, in whose employ he is. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 12. With the National League. It was some time in the fall of 1875, and while the National League was still in embryo, that I first made the acquaintance of William A. Hulbert, who afterwards became famous as the founder of that organization, and the man whose rugged honesty and clear-headed counsels made of baseball the national game in the truest and broadest sense of the word. At that time, Mr. Hulbert was the president of the Chicago Baseball Club, and in company with A.G. Spaulding, he came to Philadelphia for the purpose of getting my signature to a contract to play in the Western metropolis. It was the ambition of the Chicago management to get together a championship team, and with that object in view they had already signed the Big Four, who had helped so many times to win the pennant for Boston, viz. Carl McVeigh, first base, James White, catcher, Ross Bowen, second base, and A.G. Spaulding, pitcher, and the latter, who was to captain the Chicago team, had suggested my engagement as third baseman. I finally agreed to play with the team at a salary of $2,000, or $200 more than I was then getting with the Atheltics. I well remember Mr. Hulbert's appearance at that time. He stood in the neighbourhood of 6 feet and weighed close to 215 pounds. He had a stern expression of countenance, and impressed one right from the start as being a self-reliant businessman of great natural ability, and such he turned out to be. He was good-hearted and of a convivial nature when business hours were over, but as honest as the day was long, and would tolerate nothing that savoured of crookedness in any shape or form. As an executive, he had but few equals and no superiors. He was quick to grasp a situation, and when once he had made up his mind to do a thing, he took the very best sort of argument to persuade him. During the winter of 1875-6, the National League sprang into being. The Honourable Morgan C. Bulkeley of Hartford, who was afterwards elected Governor of Connecticut, being its first president, he being succeeded by Mr. Hulbert the following year. The clubs composing the league were as follows: Athletics of Philadelphia, Boston's of Boston, Hartford's of Hartford, Chicago's of Chicago, St. Louis of St. Louis, Louisville of Louisville, Kentucky, Mutuals of New York, and Cincinnati of Cincinnati, Ohio. When I came to consult with the future Mrs. Anson in regard to my proposed change of base, she not unnaturally objected to my going so far from home, for I had learned to regard Philadelphia as my home by that time. I naturally thought it would be an easy matter for me to get my release from Chicago, and being naturally anxious to please her, I made 2 trips to Chicago that winter for the purpose, and finally did what no ball player ever did before, offered $1,000 to be released from my promise. It was no go, however, as both Messrs. Hulbert and Spaulding had made up their minds that I should play on their team, and both of them knew me well enough to know that I would keep my word at all hazards, no matter what my personal likes or dislikes in the matter might be. The last few months of my stay in Philadelphia passed all too quickly, and a short time before the opening of the regular season found me in the Garden City, ready to don a Chicago uniform and do the very best I could to help win the pennant for the latest city of my adoption. The constitution of the new league provided for an entrance fee of $100 per club, and also provided that no city of less than 75,000 inhabitants could become a member. It also provided that each city should be represented by 1 club only, this prohibiting the danger of local opposition, such as the Professional Players Association had suffered from in Philadelphia, St. Louis, and other cities. Other reforms were the adoption of a players' contract, which enabled the clubs to keep their players and prevented them from being hired away by rival organisations. This was the first step towards the reserve rule that followed later. It also provided for the expelling of players who were guilty of breaking their contracts or of dishonesty, and such players were to be debarred for ever afterwards from playing on league teams. Gambling and liquor selling on club grounds were prohibited, and players interested in a bet on the result of the games or purchasing a pool ticket were liable to expulsion. The makeup of the Chicago team in full for the National League's initial season was as follows: A.G. Spaulding, pitcher, captain and manager; James White, catcher; H.C. Anson, third base; Ross Barnes, second base; Cal A. McVeigh, first base; J.P. Peters, shortstop; J.W. Glenn, left field; Paul A. Hines, center field; Robert Addy, right field; and J.F. Cohn, Oscar Belinsky, and F.H. Andrus, substitutes. All through the season of 1876, the most intense rivalry existed between the Chicago and Boston clubs, the management of the latter organisation smarting under the fact that the Big Four had been hired away from them by the Western metropolis, had gotten together as strong a team as was possible under the circumstances, the list including Harry Wright, manager; J.E. Borden, Josephs; T.H. McMain, F.L. Beals, H.C. Schaefer, A.J. Leonard, J.H. O'Rourke, J.F. Manning, F.T. Whitney, George Wright, John F. Morrell, Lewis Brown, T. McGinley, and W.R. Parks. Our strongest opponents, however, proved to be the Hartford club, of which Robert Ferguson was captain and manager, and which numbered amongst its players Allison, Cummings, Bond, Mills, Burdock, Carey, York, Remsen, Cassidy, Hignum, and Harbridge. As I said before, it was anything to beat Chicago, so far as the Bostons were concerned, but this feat they were unable to accomplish until the very tail end of the season, and after we had beaten them in 9 straight games. The first game that we played on Boston grounds that season I remember well, because of the enormous crowd that turned out to witness the contest. The advent of the Big Four in a new uniform was of course the attraction, and long before the hour was set for calling the game had arrived, the people were wending their way in steady streams towards the scene of action. Every kind of a conveyance that could be used was pressed into service, from the lumbering stagecoach that had been retired from active service to the coach and 4 of the millionaire. Streetcars were jammed to suffocation, and even seats in an express wagon were sold at a premium. It was Decoration Day, and therefore a holiday, and it seemed to me as if all Boston was determined to be present on that occasion. By hundreds and thousands they kept coming, and finally it was found necessary to close the gates in order to keep room enough in the grounds to play the game on. With the gates closed, the crowd began to swarm over the fences, and the special policemen employed there had their hands more than full of trouble. The Big Four were giving a great ovation when they put in an appearance, and of course the whole team shared in the honour that was showered upon them. The game that followed was, as might have been expected, played under great difficulties, but thanks to the excellent pitching of Spaulding and the fine support given him by the entire team, we won by a score of 5-1, and the Hubbites were sorer than ever over the Big Four's defection. Our other victories over the Boston aggregation that season were as follows: June 1st at Boston, Chicago 9, Boston 3. June 3rd at the same place, Chicago 8, Boston 4. July the 11th at Chicago, Chicago 18, Boston 7. July 12th at the same place, Chicago 11, Boston 3. And July the 15th again, Chicago 15, Boston nothing. September the 15th at Boston, Chicago 9, Boston 3. September the 16th, Chicago 7, Boston 2. And September the 22nd at Chicago, Chicago 12, Boston 10. September the 23rd we met Boston for the last time during the season, and anxious as we were to make our victories over them 10 straight, that being the number of games called for by the schedule, we failed to do so, being beaten by a score of 10-9. I think that Harry Wright was happier that day when O'Rourke crossed the home plate and scored the winning run than he would have been had somebody made a present of the house and lot, so anxious was he to win at least one game from Chicago during the season. Both the Athletics and the Mutuals failed to play out their scheduled games in the West that fall, and as a result they were expelled at the annual meeting of the league held in Cleveland the December following, leaving but 6 clubs to contest for championship honours in 1877. That first year of the league was not a success when viewed from a financial standpoint, as not a single one of the clubs that composed it made any money, even the Chicagos, who carried off the pennant, quitting loser. The men who had organised it were by no means discouraged, however, and that they finally reaped the reward of their pluck and perseverance is now a matter of history. In the fall I again signed with Chicago, as did Spaulding, McVeigh, Barnes, Peters, Andrus and Glenn of the old team, while Jim White returned to his first love, the Bostons. The newcomers on the team were Bradley, who pitched for the St. Louis club the year before, and who was accounted as being one of the best in the business, and H.W. Smith, a change catcher and outfielder. This was a year of disaster as far as Chicago was concerned, and we brought up the tail end of the pennant race, the whip going to Boston, which won 31 games and lost 17, while Louisville stood second on the list with 28 games won and 20 lost, to its credit, Hartford being third, St. Louis fourth, and Chicago fifth, the Cincinnatis having failed to weather the financial storm, being expelled from the league because of non-payment of dues. There would doubtless have been a different tale to tell in regard to the championship of 1877 had it not been for the crookedness of some of the Louisville players. The team on paper prior to the opening of the season was justly regarded as one of the strongest that had ever been gotten together, and going off with a rush in the early part of the year, its success seemed to be almost assured. By the middle of the season the team had obtained so great a lead that the race seemed to be all over but the shouting. In those days the pool rooms were much greater evil than they are at the present time, and the betting on baseball was hot and heavy. The Louisville, having such a lead, were favourites at long odds. When the club started on its last Eastern trip, they had some 12 games to play, out of which they had less than half to win in order to land the pennant. On this trip enough games were thrown to give Boston the pennant, and when the directors of the Louisville club began to sift matters down, they had but little difficulty in finding out the guilty parties, who were H.C. Nichols, William H. Carver, George Hall, and James A. Devlin. How much money this quartet netted by its crooked work is not known to this day, but it has been proven that Devlin secured but a beggarly $100 as his share, as once the others had him in their power, they could compel him to do just whatever they pleased under threats of exposure. These 4 players were promptly expelled for selling games by the Louisville club, whose action was later ratified by the league, and though they made application time after time in later years to be reinstated, their applications were denied, and they passed out of sight and out of hearing as far as the baseball world is concerned. They were all of them good ball players, better than average, and Devlin a really good pitcher, undoubtedly had a brilliant future before him. The inability to stand temptation, however, caused his downfall, and left him but little but a wreck on the shores of time. The year taken as a whole had been generally set down as the darkest in the history of the league, and as in the preceding year all the clubs lost money, and the outlook seemed indeed a dark one. The darkest hour comes just before the dawn, however, and the following year saw a change for the better in baseball prospects. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 13. From 4th place to the championship. The year 1878 saw but 6 clubs in the league race, there being the Boston, Cincinnati, Providence, Chicago, Indianapolis, and Milwaukee clubs, and they finished in the order named, the Hub's representatives winning by a margin of 4 games from their nearest competitor. The early part of the year saw the Cincinnatis in the lead, with Chicago well up toward the front, and it looked for a time as though the honours of the season might be carried off by the Western clubs. The Cincinnati club went into the air during the summer, however, and surrendered the first place to Boston, the latter team playing finely together, and though it rallied strongly afterward, it found itself unable to overtake the leaders. The Chicago team was not a strong one that season, and minor ailments and accidents made it still weaker than it would have otherwise been. A.G. Spaulding, having retired from active ball playing, had gone into the sporting goods business, and Robert Ferguson had been selected to take his place as manager and captain of the team, which was made up as follows: Robert Ferguson, shortstop and captain; Anson, left field; Start, first base; Cassidy, right field; Remsen, centre field; Hankinson, third base; McClellan, second base; Frank Larkin, pitcher; Harbridge, catcher; Hallman and Reese, substitutes. There were several weak spots in this team, and it was not long before the fact became evident. Ferguson himself, while a fair shortstop, was by no means a top-notcher, neither was he a really good manager, he not having the necessary control over the men that he had under him. Harbridge was not even a fair catcher. In fact, according to my estimate, he was a poor one. He was a left-handed thrower, and made awkward work getting a ball to the bases. Joe Start was a good ball player, indeed a first-class man. He was always to be depended upon, worked hard, was a sure catch, a good fielder, and a first-class wielder of the ash. He was known far and wide as Old Reliable, and his reputation was in every way above reproach, both on and off the field. McClellan, who played the second base, I first saw play at St. Paul in 1876. He was a nice fielder, but only a moderate batsman. Taking him all round, however, he was better than the average, but not to be compared with some of the men who afterwards played in that position. Cassidy, the right fielder, was only an average player, and Hankinson, who played third base and change pitcher, was never in the first class. Larkin, who had pitched the year before for the Hartford club, was a rattling good man and really first-class pitcher, who would have won more games than he did had he met with the support that he should have had. Remsen was a fine fielder and a fast base runner, but his weak point was in hitting. He was a good thrower too, though I beat him in a match at Hartford by covering 127 yards and 4 inches, a performance that surprised some people who had wagered their money on his success. During the greater part of the year I was troubled with a frog felon on my right hand that nearly incapacitated me from playing altogether. It was absolute torture to me to catch, but I managed to worry along with it in some sort of fashion, though unable to do myself justice, and for that reason I stood lower on the list of averages than I might have done otherwise. A felon is a mighty unpleasant thing to have at the best, and a man deserves some credit for playing ball at all that is afflicted in that way. When the season ended, none of the clubs had made any money, but the game was growing steadily in public favour, and it was evident even to the most superficial observer that there was a good time coming. The following year, 1879, saw a great many changes both in league memberships and in the personnel of its players. At the annual meeting held in Cleveland, December 4, 1878, the Indianapolis club resigned its membership, and the circuit was filled by the admission of the clubs from Cleveland, Buffalo, and Syracuse. The Milwaukee club afterward failing to come to time, the Troy, New York club was taken in to fill the vacancy. George Wright, one of the greatest players of the day and the man to whom Boston owed much of its success in winning the pennant, deserted Boston for Providence, taking O'Rourke with him. And after the hardest sort of a fight with Boston, Chicago and Buffalo, he succeeded in winning the pennant with that organization, he having the services of John M. Ward and Bobby Matthews as pitchers, Lewis J. Brown as catcher, Joe Start, M. H. McGeary, and W. L. Haig on the bases, with Tommy Stark, Paul Hines, and James O'Rourke in the field. Emil Grace and John Farrell replaced Brown and Haig toward the close of the season. It was a great year of changes all round, and the league teams taken as a whole were stronger than they had ever been before. Among the pitchers outside of these I have already mentioned, there were such stars as McCormick, Jimmy Galen, Bradley, and Will White, all of whom are famous as twirlers in baseball history. The Chicago team was not that season the strongest that the Windy City had yet put in the field. To succeed Ferguson, who had gone elsewhere, I was selected as captain and manager, a position that I had reason to believe came to me through the influence of Mr. Hulbert, and that I retained for many a year, through both good and evil report, finding it but a thankless job at best. The make-up of the team in full was as follows: Larkin, pitcher; Flint, catcher; Anson, first base; Quest, second base; Hankinson, pitcher and third base; Peters, shortstop; Dalrymple, Gore, Remsen, and George Schaefer in the field, with Williamson alternating with Hankinson at third base. Quest, Flint, Williamson, and George Schaefer all came from the Indianapolis team of the year before, and Dalrymple, who afterwards became a great favorite with Chicago fans, from the Milwaukees. George C. Gore was a newcomer in the league ranks, he hailing from New Bedford, but he soon made for himself a name, being a first-class fielder and a batsman that was way above the average, as is shown by his record made in after years. It was my first season as a first baseman, though I had played the position at odd times before, and that it suited me is shown by the fact that I led the league with a fielding average of .974 and stood first among the batsmen with 407, which was the largest percentage ever made up at that time. Flint that season stood first in the list of catchers, and Quest led the second baseman. It was some time during the close of the season that an unfortunate accident happened to Larkin, and one that caused his retirement from the diamond for some time afterwards. A line ball from my bat struck him on the head, and as a result, it was at least so stated, he had to be sent to an asylum where he remained for some time, though I believe that he afterwards fully recovered from the effects of the injury. It was during this year also that the first reserve rule was adopted, it being in the shape of a signed agreement by the terms of which each league club was permitted to reserve 5 men for the following season, an agreement that I have always looked upon as being one of the best things that could have happened, for the reason that it enabled all of the clubs interested to reserve at least the nucleus of a strong team as a foundation upon which to build. The season of 1880 I have always looked upon as a red-letter one in my history, and for good reasons, as that year the Chicago team under my management brought the pennant to Chicago, and this in spite of the fact that the teams it had to encounter were made up of first-class material in nearly every case. The Chicago team of that season outclassed all of its competitors, it being made up as follows: Cochran and Goldsmith, pitchers; Flint, catcher; Anson, first base; Quest, second base; Williamson, third base; Burns, shortstop; Dalrymple, Gore, and Kelly in the outfield; and L.T. Beals, substitute. Unlike the majority of the clubs, the Chicago club did not have to depend upon the services of one first-class pitcher, but had 2, both of whom were crackerjacks and were therefore able to play them on alternate days instead of breaking them down or laming them by continued and arduous services. In catchers, too, the club was especially fortunate, as Flint, who ranked as one of the best of his day, had an efficient ally in Mike Kelly who could fill the breach when necessary. This was an especially strong team, too, at the bat, as is shown by the records, Gore leading the league with an average of 365, with myself second with 338, Dalrymple third with 332, Burns fifth with 309. In fielding, Williamson led the third baseman with an average of 893, while the fewest hits of the year were made off Corcoran's pitching. Among the first basemen, I held second place with a percentage of 977. Sullivan of the Worcester team being first with 982 to his credit. The Chicago club that year made a little money. It was the only one of the lot that did, the others losing, that is, some of them, more because of bad management than for any other reason. In consequence of an agreement in regard to the sale of liquors in club grounds, the Cincinnati Club that season forfeited its membership, and at the annual meeting of the league held in New York, December the 8th, 1880, the Detroit Club was elected to the vacant place. The team that represented Chicago in 1880 was good enough for me, and also good enough for the club directors, and that we were able to hold the players was a matter of self-congratulation. The only new man on the list in 1881 was Andrew Piercy, who took T.L. Beale's place as substitute, and who cut but a little figure, as was called upon to place but seldom. That the Chicago Club again won the pennant in 1881 was due to two reasons. First, its strength as a batting organisation, and in this respect it was undoubtedly the superior of its rivals, and secondly, the superb teamwork, the entire team playing together as one man and having but one object in view, and that the landing of the championship. Record playing was entirely lost sight of by the members of the club, and sacrifice hitting was indulged in whenever a point could be made by doing so. The race throughout the season for everything except the last place was a close and exciting one, and up to the very last week the result was in doubt, so close together were the four leaders. When the season finally closed, however, we had 56 games won and 28 games lost to our credit, against 47 games won and 37 games lost by the Providence Club, which finished in second place. Buffalo came third with 45 games won and 38 games lost, and Detroit fourth with 41 games won and 43 lost, Troy being fifth, Boston sixth, Cleveland seventh, and Worcester eighth on the list. In batting that season, I again led the list with an average of 399, and stood at the head of the first baseman with a 975, to my credit. When the season came to a close, the majority of the league clubs had made money, and baseball was more popular than ever with the public, who had learned to look upon it as a square sport, and one over which the gamblers had no control whatever. The grounds occupied by the Chicago Club at that time were the most accessible of any in the country, being situated on the lakefront near the foot of Randolph Street, and within 5 minutes' walk from any part of the business district. The only fault that could be found with them were that they were too small, both for the crowds that thronged when an important game was being played, and because of the fact that the fences interfered too often with the performance of the league's star batsmen. With such a team as the champions then boasted of, what was the use of making any changes? No use whatsoever. And so the season of 1882 found the same old white-stocking team in the field, the only new player that had been signed being Hugh Nichols, who came from Rockford, who was signed as an outfielder. There was no change either in the clubs that went to the make-up of the league, each and every one of which was bent on wresting the championship from the Garden City, and with that object in view, every other club in the league had been strengthened as far as possible. The attempt was a vain one, however, although the race from start to finish was a hot one, and the ones that kept the lovers of baseball on tenterhooks until the season was over, while the betting in the pool rooms throughout the country was hot and heavy, and be it said right here, to the credit of ball players, there was not the slightest suspicion or whisper of crookedness in connection with the games. The rivalry was most intense, and as a result the crowds that greeted the players everywhere were both large and enthusiastic, this being especially the case on the home grounds, where owing to our long-continued success we were naturally great favourites. The majority of the clubs in the league that season made money, and to all appearances an era of prosperity, so far as the national game was concerned, had begun. The close of the season again saw the Chicago Club in the lead, they having won 55 games and lost 29, while Providence stood second on the list with 52 games won and 32 games lost to its credit. Buffalo stood third, Boston fourth, Cleveland fifth, Detroit sixth, Troy seventh, while Worcester in the preceding year brought up the tail end of the procession. Brothers of the Buffalo Club headed the batting list with a percentage of 369, while I came next with 367, and that I had my eye on the ball throughout the season is a fact that the opposing pitchers could bear witness to. Prior to the beginning of the season, the exact date being April the 10th, 1882, President Hubert, the founder of the league, and one of the best friends that I ever had, either inside or outside of the profession, passed away, leaving a void in baseball circles that was indeed hard to fill. It has often been a matter of sincere regret, both to myself and others, that he could not have lived to witness the fruition of all his hopes. Arbitrary and severe though he may have been at times, yet the fact remains that he was the best friend that the ball players had ever had. Appreciating the possibilities of the game as a money-maker, when rightly conducted, he bent his energy towards rescuing it from the hands of gamblers, into which it seemed about to fall, and place it where it belonged, at the head of all American outdoor sports. Many and many a time since then I have missed his cool-headed judgment, his cheering words, and his sound advice, and I have no hesitation in saying today that to him the ball players owe even now a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 14. The Champions of the Early 80s. The team that brought the pennant back to Chicago in the early 80s was a rattling good organization of ball players, as the fans who remember them can testify. And while there were cracks of that time, and perhaps as strong a team as the league had seen up to that date, yet they were not as strong either as a team or as an individual ball players as the team that represented Chicago several years afterward. The secret of the club's success in those days lay in its teamwork, and in the fact that a goodly portion of the time was spent in studying and developing the fine points of the game, which long practice made them fairly perfect in. There were one or two weak spots in its make-up, but so well did it perform as a whole that these weak spots were quite apt to be lost sight of when the time for summing up the result of the season's play had arrived. In the pitching department, the team was particularly strong at that time as compared with some of the other of the league clubs. Larry Cochran, upon whose skill great reliance was placed, was at that time in the zenith of his glory as a twirler. He came, if my memory serves me rightly, from somewhere in the neighbourhood of Buffalo. He was a very little fellow with an unusual amount of speed, and the endurance of an Indian pony. As a batter he was only fair, but as a fielder in his position he was remarkable, being as quick as a cat and as plucky as they made them. A sort of an all-round sport was Larry, and a boxer of no mean ability. I remember a set-to that he had one night in the old clubhouse with Hugh Nichols, in which he all but knocked Hughie out, greatly to that gentleman's surprise, as he had fancied up to that time that he was Cochran's master in the art of self-defence. After his release by the Chicago club, he drifted back east, where he pitched for a time in some of the minor leagues. Later on he was given another trial by the Chicagos, but his work proved unsatisfactory, he having outlived the days of his usefulness in the pitching line. After that he went east, where he died several years ago. Fred Goldsmith, the other pitcher, was a great big, overgrown, good-natured boy, who was always just a-going to do things that he never did. He too came from the East, and was, I believe, pitching for the Tecumseh Canada Club when he signed with us. He was the possessor of a great slow ball, and was always cool and good-natured. As a batsman he was only fair, and as a fielder decidedly careless. When it came to backing up a player, Goldie was never to be relied upon, and after the play was over and he was asked why he had not done so, he would reply, "Oh, I'd have been there if I'd have been needed." But in spite of this, the fact remains that he was rarely on hand when he was needed, and many an overthrown ball found its way into the field that would have been stopped had he been backing up the baseman in the way that he should have done. I remember seeing him in a game at Troy, New York, once when pitching for Chicago, when he was a sight to behold. He was playing and the rain was coming down in torrents, while the grounds were deep in mud and water. Hatless, without shoes and stockings, and with his breeches rolled up clear to his thigh, as if he was preparing to ford the Hudson River, Goldie was working like a Trojan, and I am not over sure but that he was one at that time. His arm was gone when he left us, and if he played ball afterwards, it was only in a desultory fashion. He tended bar in different places for a time, finally settled down to the business of market gardening near Detroit, where, from all that I can learn, he is making a good living. Frank S. Flint, Old Silver, originally hailed from St. Louis, where he first came to notice as the backstop of an amateur team. He came to us direct from the Indianapolis club, where he had been engaged in catching the delivery of the only Nolan, who was at that time one of the most celebrated of the league pitchers. He was a fine ball player, a good hard worker, but a weak batter, batting being his weakest point. He was generally reliable, and in spite of the fact that he was a hard drinker, the love of liquor being his besetting weakness, a pluckier man never stood behind a bat, there never coming a ball his way that was too hard for him to handle, or at least to attempt to.
In old Silver's day, the catcher's glove had not come into use, and all of his work was done with his hands that were unprotected. Those hands of his were a sight to behold. If there is a worse pair today in the United States, or a pair that are as bad, I should certainly like to have a look at them. His fingers were bent and twisted all out of shape, and looked more like the knotted, gnarled branches of a scrub oak than anything else that I can think of. Long before the gloves now used by catchers were invented, I had a buckskin mitt made at Spaulding's that I thought might fill a long felt want, and this I finally persuaded old Silver to try. He tried it for about half an inning, then threw it down, declaring it was no good, and went on in the old way. After his playing days in Chicago were over, he went into the saloon business and died a short time afterwards of consumption. His wife died in California a little time after him, with the same disease, which she had contracted while nursing him. Prior to her departure from Chicago, and when she had been informed by the physician that her days were numbered, she sent for me, after telling me that she had roasted me in the papers all her life, begged my forgiveness, saying that she had found out her mistake. This, of course, was granted. Mrs. Keene and my wife saw that she had every comfort, and Mr. Keene, Mr. Spaulding, and myself furnished the money that took her to the Golden State, where she lived but a short time after her arrival. Joe Quest, who played the second base, was another player who came to us from the Indianapolis team, but prior to that time he had been playing around Newcastle, Pennsylvania. Joe was a good, reliable, steady fellow, but a weak batsman. He was a conscientious player, however, and one that could always be depended upon to play the best ball that he was capable of. His strongest point was trapping an infield fly, and in this particular line he was something of a wonder. Joe played on several teams after leaving Chicago, and with varying success. Of later years he's been employed in the City Hall at Chicago, where he holds a good position. Ed Williamson was another player who came to us from Indianapolis, where he had already made for himself quite a reputation. He too hailed originally from somewhere around Newcastle, and was playing in Pittsburgh the first time I ever saw him. My wife knew him long before I knew him, however. He was then a member of the amateur club in Philadelphia, for which he acted as a sort of treasurer, taking care of the money that they raised to buy balls with, etc. Ed was, in my opinion, the greatest all-round ball player the country ever saw. He was better than an average batsman, and one of the very few that knew how to wait for the ball and to get the one that he wanted before striking. He was a good third baseman, a good catcher, and a man who could pitch more than fairly well too when the necessity of doing so arose. Taking him all in all, I question if we shall ever see his like on the ball field again. He was injured some years later while the Chicago club was making a trip around the world, and was never the same fellow afterwards. After his retirement from the Diamond, he ran a saloon in company with Jimmy Woods, another ball player, on Dearborn Street, Chicago, which was a popular resort for the lovers of sports. He died of dropsy at Hot Springs, Arkansas, leaving a wife but no children. Williamson was one of the most popular of the many players that the Chicago club has had. A big, good-natured and good-hearted fellow, he numbered his friends by the hundreds, and his early death was regretted by all who knew him. Thomas E. Burns was also playing with the Albany, New York club, who were then the champions of New York State League, when I signed him to play with Chicago. He was a fair average batter, but was hardly fast enough to be considered a really good shortstop. He was a fair base runner, using excellent judgment in that respect, and a first-class slider, going into the bases head first when compelled to make a slide for them, instead of feet first like the majority of the players of that day and generation. In fact, he was more of a diver than a slider, and he generally managed to get there. After his release by Chicago, he went to Pittsburgh, where I had secured him a 5-year contract as manager at a handsome salary, and where he had some trouble that resulted in his club's breaking the agreement and in the bringing of a lawsuit, which he won. He then took charge of the Springfield, Massachusetts club, a member of the New England League, Springfield being not far from his old home at New Britain. 2 years ago he took my place as manager of the Chicago club, and that he has not made a success of it is due to certain causes that will be explained later on. Abner Dalrymple was brought into the Chicago fold from Milwaukee, where he had been playing. He was only an ordinary fielder and a fair base runner, but excelled as a batsman. I have said that he was a fair fielder, but in that respect perhaps I am rating him too high, as his poor fielding cost us several games that, in my estimation, we should have won. Dalrymple was a queer proposition, and for years a very steady player. He was never known to spend a cent in those days, and was so close that he would wait for somebody else to buy a newspaper and then borrow it in order to see what was going on. Later on he broke loose, however, and when he did, he became one of the sportiest of sports, blowing his money as if he had found it and setting a hot pace for his followers. He finally settled down again, however, and now holds a good railroad position in the northwest, where he is living with his family. His was about the quickest case of loosening up from extreme tightness that I've ever run across. George F. Gore, who played the centre field, came here from New Bedford, Massachusetts, being brought by Mr. Hulbert, who was in charge of the club at the time he came to us. He was an all-round ball player of the first class, a hard hitter, and a fine thrower and fielder. Had it not been for his bad habits, he would still be playing ball today. Women and wine brought about his downfall, however, and the last time I saw him in New York, he was broken down both in heart and pocket, and willing to work at anything that would yield him the bare necessities of life. Mike Kelly, who afterwards became famous in baseball annals as the $10,000 beauty, came to Chicago from Cincinnati, and soon became a general favourite. He was a whole-souled, genial fellow, with a host of friends, and but one enemy, that one being himself. Time and again I have heard him say that he would never be broke, and he died at just the right time to prevent such a contretemps from occurring. Money slipped through Mike's fingers as water slips through the meshes of a fisherman's net, and he was as fond of whiskey as any representative of the Emerald Isle. But just the same he was a great ball player, and one that became greater than he then was before, ceasing to wear a Chicago uniform. He was as good a batter as anybody, and a great thrower, both from the catcher's position and from the field, more men being thrown out by him than any other man that could be named. He was a good fielder, when not bowled up, but when he was, he sometimes failed to judge a fly ball correctly, though he would generally manage to get pretty close in under it. In such cases he'd remark with a comical leer, "By gad, I made it hit me gloves anyhow." After his return to Boston, he played good ball for a time, but his bad habits soon caused his downfall, just as they caused the downfall of many good players before him. For it may well be set down as the axiom that baseball and booze will not mix any better than will oil and water. The last time that I ever saw him was at the Eastern Hotel bar-room, and during the brief space of time that we conversed together, he threw in enough whiskey to put an ordinary man under the table. After leaving Boston, the only Mike had charge of Al Johnson's team at Altoona, Pennsylvania, but the whiskey had become at this time his master, and he made a failure of the managerial business. Not being able to control himself, it is hardly to be wondered at that he failed when it came to the business of controlling others. He died some years ago in New Jersey, a victim to fast living and a warning to all ball players. Had he been possessed of good habits instead of bad, there is no telling to what heights Kelly might have climbed, for a better fellow in some respects never wore a baseball uniform. Tommy Beale was a nice gentlemanly little chap, who had played at one time with the Boston club. He was never a howling success as a ball player, and after being released by Chicago, he umpired for a while, and then drifted down to Florida, where he had an orange grove and was doing well until one night there came a frost, a killing frost, that not only destroyed his orange grove, but that burst him up in business as well. Since that unfortunate event happened, I have lost sight of him, and where he is, or what he is doing, I know not. Hugh Nichols was a little fellow who came from Rockford, Illinois. He was never a star player, but was a fair and showy player, lacking in stamina. He was only a fair batsman, and after his release by Chicago, he played for that time in some of the other league teams, principally Cincinnati. He then managed the Rockford team in the Illinois State League, after which he settled down as a billiard room keeper, in which business he is still engaged. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 15. We Fall Down and Climb Again. At the annual meeting of the League held in Providence, Rhode Island, December the 6th, 1882, the Worcester and Troy clubs resigned their memberships, neither of them being cities of sufficient size to support a team as expensive as one good enough to have a chance for championship honours. In such company must of necessity be.
and New York and Philadelphia were elected to fill the vacancies. At the same time, A.G. Mills was elected to fill the vacancy in the league presidency caused by the death of Mr. Hulbert. The league circuit in 1883 again consisted of 8 cities, while the number of games necessary to constitute a series had been increased from 12 to 14. The only change in the personnel of the Chicagos was the substitution of Fred Pfeffer for Joe Quest at second base. The fight between Chicago and Boston, Providence and Cleveland was veritably a battle of the giants, and as a result excitement throughout the country ran high, and big crowds everywhere were the rule. The Boston team, with M. Hines and Hackett as catchers, Buffington and Whitney pitchers, Morrell first base, Burdock second base, Sutton third base, Wise shortstop, Horning left field, Smith center field, Radford right field, and Brown substitute, proved to be a trifle the strongest, they carrying off the pennant with a total of 63 games won and 35 lost, while Chicago came next on the list with 59 games won and 39 lost. Providence, which stood third, won 58 games and lost 40, while Cleveland, which came fourth, had 55 games won and 42 games lost to their credit. Buffalo, New York, Detroit, and Philadelphia followed in their order named. Brothers of the Buffalo team again stood first on the list of batsmen with a percentage of 371, while your humble servant had fallen down to the 12th place on the list, my percentage being 307. The event of the season, or of the year perhaps I should say, was the adoption of a document then known as the Tripartite Agreement, now known as the National Agreement, which was formulated by A.G. Mills, John B. Day, and A.H. Soden, representing the League, O.P. Kaler, William Barnier, and Lewis Simmons, representing the American Association, and Elias Mather of the Grand Rapids, Michigan Club, acting for the Northwestern League. This document, among other things, provided that no contract should be made for the services of any player for a longer period than 7 months, beginning April 1st and terminating October 31st, and that no contract for their services should be made prior to October 20th of the year in which such services terminated. It also provided that on the 10th day of October of each year, the secretary of each association should transmit to the secretary of each other's association a reserve list of players not exceeding 14 in number, then under contract with each of its several club members, and of such players reserved on any prior annual reserve list who would refuse to contract with club's members, and of all other eligible players, and such players, together with all other thereafter to be regularly contracted with by such club members, are and shall be eligible to contract with any other club members of either association party hitherto. The object of this was to prevent what was at that time a growing evil, the stealing of players by one club from another, and that it was successful in that respect there can be no denying. The reserve clause was not popular with many of the players, however, and it was this that later on led to the Brotherhood Revolt and a general shaking up in baseball circles. Such had been the boom in baseball in the 1883, and so promising did the outlook seem from a monetary standpoint for a similar boom in 1884, that Henry V. Lucas of St. Louis, evidently believing there was millions in it, organized and took hold of the short-lived Union Association, the failure of which wrecked him both in purse and spirit. This association was organized at Pittsburgh in September 1883, and was launched with a great flourish of trumpets, the cities agreed upon for the circuit being Washington, St. Louis, Altoona, Pennsylvania, Boston, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, and Chicago. Of the 50 league players who, it had been given out, would break their contracts and join them, not a baker's dozen showed up when the time came. Only 5 of the original clubs played out their schedules, those being St. Louis, Cincinnati, Boston, Baltimore, and Nationals of Washington, they finishing in the order named, Boston and Baltimore being tied for the 3rd place. The Union Association season opened on April the 17th. Within 6 weeks of that time, the Altoona Club gave up the fight, being succeeded by Kansas City. The Keystone Club of Philadelphia lasted until August, and was then succeeded by the Wilmington, Delaware Club, which had been persuaded to desert the Eastern League by Mr. Lucas. In September they too passed it up, and Milwaukee took the vacant place, they lasting but a short time. The Chicago Union Association Club, a weak sister at the best, played along to almost empty benches until August, when it gave up the fight and transferred its team to Pittsburgh. But that city refused to support it, and it finally gave up the ghost around the middle of September. In the meantime, the league, which had expelled the deserting players, was having a most exciting and prosperous season. Though the majority of the clubs had signed many more players than they had any use for, the object being to keep them away from the Union Association. For the Chicago club that season, no less than 19 players were signed, some of whom were seldom called upon to play. The regulars, that is, the men who were depended upon to do the playing, were Corcoran, Goldsmith and Clarkson, pitchers, Flint and Kelly, catchers, Anson, first base, Pfeffer, second base, Williamson, third base, Burns, shortstop, Dalrymple, Gore, Kelly and Sunday in the outfield. In some way or other, we got started off with the wrong foot first, as a horseman would say, and the end of May found us in 5th place, Boston and Providence being the leaders. And at the end of June, we had not improved our position. From that time on, the Providence Club played great ball, the wonderful endurance of pitcher Radbourne being one of the features of the season, and though we rallied in September and October, winning every game that we played in the last named month, the best that we could do was to beat New York for the 4th place, each club winning 62 games and losing 50. Championship record shows 84 games won and 28 lost for the Providence Club, 73 games won and 38 lost for Boston, and 64 games won and 47 lost for Buffalo, while Philadelphia, Cleveland and Detroit brought up the rear. In the matter of averages, James O'Rourke again led the list with a percentage of 350 to his credit. The position that the club occupied at the close of that season was not satisfactory to me, as I felt that it should have been better. There was no use crying over spilt milk, the only thing to do being to try it again. At the close of the season, Corcoran, whose pitching days were about over, was released, as was also Goldsmith, whose work had not been of the first class, and Clarkson and McCormick, the latter having played with the Cleveland team the year before, were relied upon to puzzle the opening batsmen, the other members of the team being Flint, Kelly, Anson, Pfeffer, Williamson, Burns, Dalrymple, Gore and Sunday. O.P. Beard, C. Marr, E.E. Sutcliffe and Joe Brown were all given a trial but released early in the season. The St. Louis Club, of which Mr. Lucas was the president, was taken in order to fill the vacancy caused by the withdrawal of Cleveland, and this act on the part of the league so incensed President Mills that he resigned, the 3 offices of President, Secretary and Treasurer being combined in Nicholas E. Young, who is still at the head of the league affairs with the headquarters at the national capital. The records of 1885 show there were really but 2 clubs in the race from start to finish, these representing the rival clubs of New York and Chicago, and as between them it was nip and tuck almost to the last minute. At the end of the month of May, the New York team was in the lead, they having won 17 out of 21 games they had played that month, while Chicago, which stood second, had only won 14 out of 20 games that it had played. The month of June saw a change in the programme, however, Chicago winning 21 games out of 23 played that month, while New York only won 15 out of 20 that it took part in. During the month of July, it looked like anybody's race as between the 2 leaders, each winning 18 games, though Chicago sustained but 6 defeats as against 7 for the representative of the eastern metropolis. In the succeeding month, New York had a shade the better of it, they winning 18 out of 21 games played, while Chicago won only 15 out of 19. In September, it was again our turn, however, and we won 17 out of 20, New York having to be content with 13 out of 19. The last of September and the 1st of October saw the pennant cinched, so far as we were concerned. The New Yorks finished the season with 4 games at Chicago, and 3 of these they needed in order to win the championship. They had already won 9 out of the 12 games that they had played with us during the season, and looked upon the result here as a foregone conclusion. They reckoned without their host, however. On this occasion, as we won 3 straight games from them, the scores being 7-4, 2-1, and 8-3 respectively. Our totals for the season showed 87 games won and 25 lost, as against 85 games won and 27 lost for the Giants. Philadelphia came third with 56 won and 54 lost, while Providence occupied the 4th place with 53 games won and 57 lost. Boston, Detroit, Buffalo and St. Louis finished as named. There were a good many funny stories told about those closing games between New York and Chicago. The admirers of the Giants came on to witness the games in force, and so certain were they that their pets would win that they wagered their money on the result in the most reckless fashion. Even the newspaper men who accompanied them on the trip caught the contagion. P.J. Donahue of the New York World, since deceased, was one of the most reckless of these. He could see nothing in the race but New York, and no sooner had he struck the town than he began to hunt for someone who would take the Chicago end of the deal. About 9 o'clock the night before the playing of the first game, he appeared in the Inter-Ocean office and announced that he was looking for somebody who thought Chicago could win, as he wished to wager $100 on the result. He was accommodated by the sporting editor of that paper. The next night, after the Giants had lost, PJ again appeared on the scene and announced his readiness to double up on the result of the second game. He was accommodated again, and again New York was the loser. Still a third time did PJ appear with an offer to double up, and the whole thing on the result of the next game. This looked like a bad bet for the local man, but local pride induced him to make the wager. For the third time the Giants went down before the White Stockings, and that night PJ was missing. But a day or two afterwards he turned up quite crestfallen, and had a draft on New York cashed in order that he might get back home again. Mr. Donahue was not the only man who went broke on the result, however. There was not a man on the delegation that accompanied the Giants that did not lose, and lose heavily on the games, which went a long ways towards illustrating the glorious uncertainties of baseball. The season of 1886 saw another change in the National League circuit. Buffalo and Providence dropping out of the fight, the vacant places being taken by Kansas City and Washington. The Detroit club, thanks to a deal engineered by Fred Stearns, was greatly strengthened by securing the quartet of players from the Buffalo club, known as the Big Four, these being White, Rowe, Richardson, and Brothers, which made them a most formidable candidate for championship honours, and which, indeed, they might have won had it not been for the Philadelphia club, of which Harry Wright was the manager. Commenting on the league season for that year, Spalding's official guide for 1887 says, "The past season of 1886 proved to be a very profitable one to the majority of the 8 league clubs, those of Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Detroit all finding it a successful season financially, while Chicago profited by bearing off the honours of the league championship for the 6th time during the 11 years' existence of the net. The clubs of St. Louis, Kansas City, and Washington, however, failed to realise expectations, all three being on the wrong side of the column in profit and loss. As hitherto, good and bad management of the club team had a great deal to do with the results of the season's campaign, financially and otherwise. A feature of the season's championship contest was the telling work done by the Philadelphia club. This club closed their first season in the league at the tail end of the 8 clubs which entered the list that year, the 8 including Cleveland, Providence, and Buffalo. In 1884, Philadelphia closed the season as 6th. In 1885, they finished 3rd, and in October 1886, they held 3rd place, but finally had to close a close 4th, after giving Detroit and Chicago a terrible shaking up. In fact, the championship games in Philadelphia, the latter part of September and the first week of October, were among the most noteworthy of the season, for from the 22nd of September to the close of the season in October, the club in games with Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, Kansas City, and Washington won 13, lost 3, and had 2 draws. The struggle for the pennant after the May contest lay entirely between Chicago, Detroit, New York, and the Philadelphia clubs, the other 4 having no show from the very outset. A notable incident of the campaign was the fact that in the closing month it lay entirely in the hands of the Philadelphia club to decide whether the pennant was to go to Detroit or Chicago. When Chicago left Philadelphia for Boston the last of September, all Detroit was in fever of excitement at the prospect of their club's success. The only question of interest was, would they go through Philadelphia safely? It was only when Harry Wright's Pony League team captured the Detroits twice out of 4 games, one being drawn, that Chicago felt relief from anxiety as the ultimate outcome of the pennant race. It was a gallant struggle by Philadelphia, and it made the close of the campaign season one of the most exciting on record. The league schedule had been raised for that season from 16 to 18 games, 9 to be played on the grounds of each club, and of these only 24 remained unplayed at the close of the season, 15 of which were drawn with the score of a tie. This was one of the hardest seasons that I have ever gone through, and when it was over I felt that we were lucky indeed to have captured the pennant for the 3rd successive time. The championship team of that year showed but little change in the makeup from that of the preceding year. Clarkson, McCormick, and John Flynn being the pitchers, Kelly, Flint, and Mooley catchers, Anson first base, Pfeffer second base, Burns third base, Williamson shortstop, Dalrymple left field, Ryan and Gore centre field, and Sunday for right field. It was a close race that season between Mike Kelly and myself for the batting honours of the league, and Michael beat me out by a narrow margin at the finish, his percentage being 388 as against 371, while Brothers came third on the list with 370. That was the last season that the championship pennant was flown in Chicago up to the present writing, and looking back at it now, and it seems to me an awful long time ago. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 16. Ball Players, each and every one. The team that brought the pennant back to Chicago in the years 1885 and 1886 was, in my estimation, not only the strongest team that I ever had under my management, but, taken all in all, one of the strongest teams that has ever been gotten together in the history of the league. The position of left field, which was still being played by Dalrymple, being its only weak spot. The fact, however, that Dal was a terrific batter made up for a great many of his shortcomings in Tile Field, which would scarcely have been overlooked so easily had it not been for his ability as a wielder of the ash. In its pitching department it was second in strength to none of its competitors, and behind the bat were Flint and Kelly, both of whom were widely and favourably known. The outfield was, to say the least, equal to that of any other league clubs, and the infield admittedly the strongest in the country. This was the infield that became famous as Chicago's Stone Wall, that name being given to it for the reasons that the only way that a ball could be gotten through it was to bat it so high that it was out of reach. The members of that famous infield were Williamson, Pfeffer, Burns, and myself, and so long had we played together, and so steadily had we practised, that it was scarcely a play made that we were not in readiness to meet. We had a system of signals that was almost perfect, and the moment that a ball was hit, we had noted its direction, we knew just what to look for. We were up to all the tricks of the game, and, better than all else, we had the greatest confidence in each other. I had shifted the positions of Williamson and Burns, and the former was now playing shortstop, and the latter third base. At third base, Burns was as good as the best of them, he excelling at the blocking game, which he carried on in a style that was particularly his own, and which was calculated to make a base runner considerable trouble. At short, Williamson was right in his element, and in spite of his size he could cover as much ground in that position as any man that I have ever seen, while his throwing was of the rifle shot order. It was yet easy to catch, and it seemed to come light to your hands, and this was also true of the balls thrown by Pfeffer and Burns, both of whom were very accurate in that line. Of the merits of Williamson and Burns as ball players I have already spoken in another chapter. Fred Pfeffer, who came from Louisville, Kentucky, was a ball player from the ground up, and was as good a second baseman as there was in the profession. The only thing that I ever found to criticize in his play being a tendency to pose for the benefit of the occupants of the grandstand. He was a brilliant player, however, and as good a man in his position, according to my estimate, as any that ever held down the second bag. He was a high-salary player, and one that earned every cent that he received, being a hard worker and always to be relied upon. He was a neat dresser, and while not a teetotaler, never drank any more than he knew how to take care of. As a thrower, fielder, and base runner, he was in the first class, while as a batsman he was only fair. Later on he became entangled up in the brotherhood business, in which he lost considerable of the money that he had laid by for a rainy day. It was some time after the brotherhood revolt, in which Fred had been one of the prime movers, and a brief history of which is recorded elsewhere, that he was taken back into the fold. He was anxious to play again in Chicago, and I gave him the chance. His health was, however, bad at that time, and he was unable to do himself justice and to play the ball that, when a well man, he was capable of. I hung on to him as long as I could, but when the papers began to howl long and loud about his shortcomings, I was finally forced to release him. It was his health that put him out of the business and nothing else, and had it not been for that drawback he might well still be playing ball. At the present writing, he is engaged in the pool room and bookmaking line at Chicago and making a living, to say the least of it. John Clarkson was a really great pitcher, in fact the best that Chicago ever had, and that is saying a great deal, as Chicago has had some of the very best in the profession since the game first became popular within its suburbs. He was the possessor of a remarkable drop curve and fast overhand lifting speed, while his change of pace was the most deceiving. He was peculiar in some things, however, and in order to get his best work you had to keep spurring him along, otherwise he was apt to let up, this being especially the case when the club was ahead, and he saw what he thought was a chance to save himself. As a fielder he was very fair, and as a batsman above the average, so far as strength went, though not always to be depended upon as certain to land upon the ball. His home was down at Ocean Spray near Boston, but he came to us from Grand Rapids, Michigan. He was released to the Bostons in the spring of 1888 for the sum of $10,000 and played with that team for several years. He is now in the cigar business in Michigan and is, I am glad to learn, successful. Pitchings of Clarkson's sort are few and far between, as club managers of these latter days can testify. Jim McCormack, who was Clarkson's alternate in the box, was also one of the best men in his line that ever sent a ball whizzing across the plate. He was a great big fellow with a florid complexion and blue eyes, and was utterly devoid of fear, nothing that came in his direction being too hot for him to handle. He was a remarkable fielder, and a good batsman for a pitcher, men who play that position being poor wielders of the ash as a rule for the reason, as I have always thought, that they are paid more attention to the art of deceiving the batsmen that are opposed to them than they do in developing their own batting powers. The most of McCormack's hits landed in the right field, owing to the fact that he swung late at the ball. He came to Chicago from Cleveland, Ohio, but prior to that he had pitched in Columbus, Ohio. He was going back when he joined us. But for all that, he pitched a lot of good ball and won many a good game, thanks both to himself and also to the good support that he received. After he left us, he drifted down to Paterson, New Jersey, which seems to be a sort of mecca for broken-down ball players, and became identified with the racing business, owning and training for a time quite a string of his own, and horses that won for him quite a considerable sum of money. He is now running a saloon in that New Jersey town, and is fairly well-to-do. John Flynn, who was the third pitcher in the string, came to Chicago from Boston, and was another good man in the twirling line. He had a wonderful drop ball, good command of the sphere, and great speed. He was also a good batter for a pitcher, and a fast fielder. His arm gave out while he was with us, however, and besides that he got into fast company, and, attempting to keep up the clip with his so-called friends, found the pace much too rapid for him and fell by the wayside. John was a good fellow, and with good habits, and had his arm held out, he might have made his mark in the profession. But the good habits he lacked, and the arm was not strong enough to bear the strain, so he dropped out of the business, and what has become of him I know not, though I think he is in Boston. Mooley, who had been signed to relieve Kelly and Flint behind the bat, and to handle the delivery of Flynn, was never much of a factor in the game, he not being strong enough to stand the strain. He was let out early for that reason, and never developed into a player of any note. He is somewhere in New England at the present time, but just where and what engaged at I am unable to state. James T. Ryan was at that time and is now a good ball player. His home was in Clinton, Massachusetts, and he came to us from the Holy Cross College, in which team he had been playing. He was a mere boy when he first signed with Chicago, but promised well, and though for a time he did not come up to the expectations I had formed regarding him, I kept him on the team. His greatest fault was that he would not run out on a base hit, but on the contrary would walk to the base. This I would not stand, and so I fined him repeatedly, but these fines did little good, especially after the advent of James C. Hart, who refused to endorse them and supported Ryan in his insubordination, in regard to which I shall have more to say later. Ryan was a good hitter, not an overly fast base runner, and a good judge of fly ball. He was also an accurate left-handed thrower. He could never cover as much ground as people thought, and though he ranked with Lang as a batsman, he was not in the same class with that player either as a base runner or a fielder, the Californian in the two latter respects being able to race all round him. Ryan at the present time of writing is still a member of the Chicago team, and though by no means as good a player as he was some years ago, is quite likely to remain there for as long as Mr. Hart continues at the head of affairs. William A. Sunday, or Billy as we all called him in those days, was born in Ames, Iowa, and was good as a boy as ever lived, being conscientious in a marked degree, hard-working, good-natured and obliging. At the time that I first ran across him, he was driving an undertaker's wagon in Marshalltown, though it was not because of his skill in handling the ribbons that he attracted my attention. There was a fireman's tournament going on at the time of my visit, in which Sunday was taking part, and it was the speed that he showed on that occasion that opened my eyes to his possibilities in the baseball-playing line. He was, in my opinion, the fastest man afterwards on his feet in the profession, and one who could run the bases like a scared deer. The first 13 times that he went to bat after he began playing with the Chicagos, he was struck out, but I was confident that he would yet make a ball player, and hung on to him, cheering him up as best I could whenever he became discouraged. As a base runner, his judgment was at times faulty, and he was altogether too daring, taking extreme chances because of the tremendous turn of speed that he possessed. He was a good fielder and a strong and accurate thrower, his weak point lying in his batting. The ball that he threw was a hard one to catch, however, and it was landing in the hand like a chunk of lead. Since Bill retired from the Diamond, he's become noted as an evangelist, and I am told by those who know him that he is a brilliant speaker and a great success in that line. May luck be with him wherever lie may go. I have said that Sunday threw a remarkably hard ball to catch, and this was true, but I have noted the same peculiarity in regard to other players that I have met. How to explain the reason for this is a difficult matter. He was not as swift a thrower as either Williamson, Burns or Pfeffer, all of whom sent the ball across the field with the speed of a bullet, and with the accuracy of a first-class marksman. In spite of the extreme speed with which they came into the hand, however, they seemed to sort of lift themselves as they came and so landed lightly, while Sunday's balls, on the contrary, seemed to gain in weight as they sailed through the air and was heavy and soggy when they struck their hands. This is a strange but true fact, and one that perhaps some scientists can explain. I confess that I cannot, nor have I ever been able to find anybody that could do so to my satisfaction. Of the members of this old team, the most famous in the history of Chicago as a baseball city, 3 are dead: Flint, Williamson, and Kelly, while the others are scattered far and wide, Ryan being the only one of them that is still playing. Over the graves of 3 of them the grass has now been growing many a year, and yet I can see them as plainly now as in the golden days of the summer long ago, when greeted by the cheers of an admiring multitude, we all played ball together. If it were possible for the dead to come back to us, how I should like once more to marshal the members of that championship team of 1884, 85 and 86 together, and march with them once more across the field while the cheers of the crowd rang in our ears. But that I can never do. The past is dead, and there is no such thing as resurrecting it, however much we may wish to do so. I cannot close this chapter without mentioning little Willie Han, our mascot in those days, and a mascot of whom we were exceedingly proud. Not more than 4 or 5 years ago, his parents lived in a 3-story house not far from the old Congress Street grounds. The first time I ever saw him, he came on the grounds, arrayed in a miniature Chicago uniform, and so cunning was he that we at once adopted him as our mascot, giving him the freedom of the grounds, and he was always at hand when the club was at home, being quite a feature, and one that pleased the lady patrons of the game immensely. I had lost sight of him for years, but one day a fine, manly-looking fellow walked into my billiard room and introduced himself as the mascot of those other days. I was glad to see him, and also glad to learn that he has a good position and is getting on in the world. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 17. While Fortune Frowns and Smiles. Should I omit to mention herein the 2 series of games that the Chicagos played with the St. Louis Browns, champions of the American Association, in 1885 and 1886, somebody would probably rise to the remark that I was in hopes that the public had forgotten all about them. Such is not the case, however. The games in both cases were played after the regular season was over, and after the players had in reality passed out of my control, and for that reason were not as amenable to the regular discipline as when the games for the league championships were going on. The St. Louis Browns was a strong organisation, a very strong one, and when we met them in a series of games for what we styled at the time the World's Championship, in the fall of 1885, they would have been able, in my estimation, to have given any and all of the league clubs a race for the money. In the series of games, one of which was played at Chicago, 3 in St. Louis and 1 at Pittsburgh, 2 in Cincinnati, we broke even, each winning 3 games, the odd one being a tie, and as a result the sum of $1,000, which had been placed in the office of the Mirror of American Sports, of which T.Z. Cowles of Chicago was the editor, to be given to the winning team, was equally divided between the 2 teams. At the close of the season of 1886, the St. Louis team, having again won the championship of the American Association, another series of games was arranged and a provision was made that the gate money, which hitherto had been equally divided between the 2 clubs, should all go to the winner. The series consisted of 6 games, 3 of which were played in Chicago and 3 in St. Louis. The first and third of these games we won by scores of 6-0 and 11-4, but the second, fourth, fifth and sixth we lost, the scores standing 12-0, 8-5, 10-3 and 4-3 respectively, and as a result we had nothing but our labour for our pains. We were beaten, and fairly beaten, but had some of the players taken as good care of themselves prior to these games as they were in the habit of doing when the league season was in full swim, I'm inclined to believe that there might have been a different tale to tell. There was a general shaking up along the line before the season of 1887 opened. The Kansas City and St. Louis clubs, neither of which had been able to make any money, dropped out, their places being taken by Pittsburgh and Indianapolis. The sensation of the year was the sale of Mike Kelly to the Boston club by the Chicago management for the sum of $10,000, the largest sum up to that time had ever been paid for a ball player, and Mike himself benefited by the transaction, as he received a salary nearly double that which he was paid when he wore a Chicago uniform. The Chicago team for that season consisted of Mark Baldwin, Clarkson and Van Holtren, pitchers, Daly, Flint, Darling and Hardy, catchers, Anson, Pfeffer, Burns and DeBow, basemen, M. Sullivan, Ryan, Pettit, Van Holtren and Darling, fielders, Pyle, Sprague and Cochran, pitchers, and Craig, a catcher, played in a few games but only a few. The season taken as a whole was one of the most successful in the history of the league up to that time, both from a financial and a playing standpoint. The result of the pennant race was a great disappointment to the Boston club management, who, having acquired the services of the greatest player in the country, that being the way they advertised Kelly, evidently thought that all they had to do was to reach out their hands with a championship emblem and take it. One swallow does not make a summer, however, nor one ball player a whole team, as the Boston club found out to its cost, the best thing it could do being to finish in the 5th place. The campaign of 1887 opened on the April 28th, the New York and Philadelphia clubs leading off in the east and Detroit and Indianapolis clubs in the west. At the end of the first month's play, Detroit was in the lead, with Boston a good second, New York 3rd, Philadelphia 4th, and Chicago 5th. The team under my control began a fight for one of the leading positions in June, and when the end of that month came, they were a close 4th, Detroit, Boston, and New York leading them, while Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Washington, and Indianapolis followed in the order named. The boys were playing good ball at this stage of the game, and our chances for the pennant had a decidedly rosy look. During the month of July, we climbed steadily towards the top of the ladder, and at the end of that month we were in 2nd place and within striking distance of Detroit, that team being still the leader, while Boston had fallen back to 3rd and New York to 4th. These positions were maintained into the last week of August, when the Chicago and Detroit teams were tied in the matter of games won. At this time it was still anybody's race so far as the 2 leaders were concerned. The middle of September saw a change in the condition of affairs, however. Detroit, having secured a winning lead, and from that time on all of the interest centred in the contest for 2nd place between Chicago, Philadelphia and New York. By the end of September, New York was out of the fight, so far as 2nd place was concerned. The battle, which had narrowed down to Chicago and Philadelphia, which finally went to the latter after a hard struggle. The Detroits that season won 79 games and lost 45. The Philadelphias won 75 games and lost 48. The Chicagos won 71 games and lost so. Boston, Pittsburgh, Washington and Indianapolis finishing in the order named. The champions of that year also succeeded in doing what we had failed to accomplish. That is, they beat the St. Louis Browns by 1 game in the series for the World's Championship that was played after the close of the regular league season. In the matter of the batting averages for that year, I stood second on the list with a percentage of 421, having taken part in 122 games, while Maul of the Pittsburgh team, who led the list with 450, had only taken part in 16 games, these figures including bases on balls as base hits. The league circuit for 1888 remained the same as in 1887, and all of the clubs made money with the exception of Detroit, Washington and Indianapolis, and their losses were small. The attendance at the games everywhere was something enormous, and the race between the four leaders a hot one from start to finish. Early in the spring, the Chicago club management pocketed another check for $10,000 for the release of a player, the one to join the hub forces this time being John Clarkson, a man who had often pitched the Chicago club to victory, and a player that I personally regretted to part with. For the assistance of this really great pitcher for the Boston management hoped to get even for their disappointment of the preceding season, and once more to fly the pennant over their home grounds, to which it had for some years been a stranger. With Clarkson and Kelly out of the way, we were looked upon prior to the opening of the season as a rather soft mark by the other clubs, but that they had reckoned without their host is shown by the records. We were in it, and very much in it, from start to finish, finishing in the second place, the championship going to New York, the team from the Eastern Metropolis winning 84 games and losing 47, while Chicago won 77 games and lost 58. Philadelphia came third on the list with 69 games won and 61 lost, and Boston fourth with 70 games won and 63 lost. Detroit, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis and Washington following in the order named. The Chicago team that season consisted of Baldwin, Tenner, Kroc and Van Hultren, pitchers. Daly, Flint, Farrell and Darling, catchers. Anson, Pfeffer and Burns on the bases. Williamson, shortstop, and Sullivan, Ryan, Pettit and Duffy in the outfield. Among the men signed who were given a trial were Hoover, Sprague, Brynon, Clark, Main and Gumbert. In the matter of batting averages, I again led the league with 343, Beckley of Pittsburgh being second with 342, and difference in my favour of a single point. A long time before this season was over, I became interested financially in a proposed trip to be made by the Chicago club and a picked team to be called the All-Americans to Australia and New Zealand. A.G. Spaulding and Lee S. Lynch and one or two others being associated in the venture. The management of this trip and details thereof were left entirely in the hands of Messrs. Spaulding and Lynch, the latter named gentleman having been associated with A.M. Palmer in the management of the Union Square Theatre at New York, and, having passed some time in Australia in connection with the theatrical business, had a wide acquaintance there. When the subject was first broached, it is safe to assert that there was not a man connected with the enterprise that had any idea that the journey would be lengthened out to a trip around the world, but such proved to be the case. In February of 1888, Mr. Lynch departed for Australia in order to make the necessary arrangements there for the appearance of the tourists. Posters of the most attractive description were gotten ready for the trip, and long before the season was over, the fact that we were going became known to everyone in the land who took any interest in baseball whatever, the proposed trip even then exciting a large amount of interest. Mr. Lynch, who had returned, had awakened considerable interest among the Australians, and long before the actual start was made, the prospects both from a sightseeing and money-making standpoint seemed to be most alluring. One would naturally have thought that with such a chance to travel in strange lands before them, every ball player in America would have been more than anxious to make the trip, but such was not the case. Greatly to my astonishment, and to the astonishment of Mr. Spaulding, upon whose shoulders devolved the duty of selecting the players who should represent the national game in the Antipodes. 10 players of the Chicago team signed to go at once, these being Ned Williamson, Tom Burns, Tom Daly, Mark Baldwin, Jimmy Ryan, Fred Pfeffer, John Tenner, Mark Sullivan, Bob Pettit, and myself. But the getting together of the old American team was quite a difficult matter. Many of the players who had first signed to go backed out almost at the last moment, among them being Mike Kelly of the Bostons and Mike Tiernan of the New Yorks. The following team to represent All America was finally gotten together: John N. Ward, shortstop and captain; Healy and Crane, pitchers; Earl, catcher; Carroll, Manning and Wood on the bases, and Fogarty, Hanlon and T. Brown in the outfield. George Wright accompanied the party to coach the two teams in their cricket matches. One of the pleasantest incidents of the year 1888 that I can recall to mind occurred during our last trip to Washington. Frank Lawler, who was then a member of Congress from Chicago, and who was as big-hearted and whole-souled a fellow as ever stood in shoe leather, he is dead now, more's the pity, learned of our projected trip and procured for us an audience with President Cleveland at the White House, where we met with a most cordial reception. And I think I am violating no confidence when I say that had we been at home when the election took place in November following, he would have received the vote of every man in the team, though I am afraid that this would not have affected the result to any appreciable extent. When I was introduced to him as the captain and manager of the Chicago club, he shook hands with me in a most cordial fashion, and remarked that he had often heard of me, a fact that did not seem so strange to me as it might have done some 17 years earlier, when my name had never been printed in anything beside the Marshalltown papers. The impression that I gained of President Cleveland at that time was that he was a level-headed, forceful businessman, a genial companion, and a man that, having once made up his mind to do a thing, would carry out his intentions just so long as he believed that he was right in doing. For each and every member of the team he had a cheerful word and a hearty grip, and when we finally took our departure, he wished us a pleasant trip and a successful one. I had made up my mind to take Mrs. Anson with me, and so, as soon as the playing season was over, we began making the necessary preparations for our departure. These did not take long, however. The afternoon of October the 10th, the Chicago and All-American teams played a farewell game in the presence of 3,000 people on the league grounds at Chicago, which was won by the Chicago's by a score of 11-6. And that night we were off for what proved to be the first trip around the world ever made by American baseball players. A trip that will ever live in baseball annals and in the memories of those who were so fortunate as to make it. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Baseball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Baseball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 18. From Chicago to Denver. It was a jolly party that assembled in the Union Depot on the night of October the 20th, 1888, and the ball players were by no means the centre of attraction, as there were others there to whom even the ball players took off their hats, and these were the ladies, as Mrs. Ed Williamson, the wife of the famous ball player, and Mrs. H.I. Spaulding, the stately and white-haired mother of Mr. Spaulding, as well as my own blue-eyed wife, had determined upon making the trip that few people have the opportunity of making under circumstances of such a favourable nature. In addition to these outsiders, so far as playing ball was concerned, were President Spaulding of the Chicago Club, Harry Simpson of the Newark, New Jersey team, who acted as Mr. Spaulding's assistant, Newton Macmillan, the correspondent of the New York Sun, Mr. Goodfriend of the Chicago Inter-Ocean, Harry Palmer, correspondent of the Philadelphia Sporting Times and New York Herald, and James A. Hart, then of the Milwaukee Club, but now of Chicago. The Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad had provided for our accommodation 2 handsomely furnished cars, a dining and a sleeping car, and in these we were soon perfectly at home. It was just 7 o'clock when the train pulled out for St. Paul, that being our first objective, with the cheers and good wishes of the host of friends that had assembled at the depot to see us off still ringing in our ears. We had dinner that night in the dining car shortly after leaving Chicago, and long before the meal was over, the tourists had become a veritable happy family. As we sailed along through the gathering darkness over bridges and culverts, and by stations that seemed like phantoms in the dim light, the song of the rail became monotonous in our ears, and we turned for recreation to that solace of the travellers, cards, with which every one in the party seemed well provided. It was not long before the rolling of the chips made the sleeper resemble a gambling hall more than anything else, and the cheering and enthusiastic crowds that greeted us at every stopping place received but a small share of our attention at our hands. As the ladies in the party had given the boys permission to smoke, where and when they pleased, the blue veil that hung over the various tables was soon thick enough to cut with a knife. A mandolin and guitar in the party added to our enjoyment, and it was not until the midnight hour had come and gone that we sought our couches. When we arrived at St. Paul on Sunday morning, we found a large crowd at the depot to greet us. A game had been scheduled for that afternoon, St. Paul being in those days a wide open town, and Sunday the one great day in the week so far as baseball was concerned. The frost was on the pumpkins, and the air so chilly that a winter overcoat would have felt much more comfortable than a baseball uniform. Nevertheless, it would not do to disappoint the people, 2,000 of whom had assembled at the grounds to see us play. In the absence of Mike Kelly, who had faithfully promised Mr. Spaulding that he would join us at Denver, and didn't, Frank Flint, Old Silver, who had been prevailed upon to accompany the party as far as Denver, was sent in to catch for the All-Americans, and as Kelly's name was on the scorecard, it was some time before the crowd discovered that it was Old Silver, and not the $10,000 beauty that was doing the catching. Flint's batting was not up to the Kelly standard, however, and they soon tumbled to the fact that Flint was an impostor. At the end of the sixth innings, and with the score standing 9-3 in favour of the Chicago's, the game was called in order that the Chicago club might play a game with the St. Paul's, then under the management of John S. Barnes. This game attracted far more interest than the preceding one, owing to the local colour that it assumed, and the crowd waxed decidedly enthusiastic when the game was called at the end of the seventh inning on account of darkness, with the score standing at 8-5 in St. Paul's favour. So elated was manager Barnes over the victory of his pets that he had once challenged me for another game with the Chicago's to be played at Minneapolis the following day, a challenge that I accepted without the least hesitation. The special cars in which we journeyed were run down to Minneapolis the next morning, where we had a royal reception, in which a parade and a dozen landaus drawn by horses with nodding plumes of old gold and new gold blankets, and headed by a band of 21 pieces, led by a drum major resplendent in scarlet and gold, was not the least of the attractions. In spite of the fact that the day was even colder than the one we had encountered at St. Paul, some 2,000 people assembled to witness the game. Van Haltren pitched an excellent game for the All-Americans on this occasion, while Tenor was freely hit and badly supported, the result being that we were beaten by a score of 6-3, but 4 innings being played. Then followed the game that the crowd was most anxious to see, that being the one between the Chicago's and St. Paul's. For the St. Paul's, Tuckerman pitched, and Billy Earl caught, while I sent in Mark Baldwin to do the twirling for the Chicago's. It was a pretty game, and as neither side scored for 4 innings, the excitement ran high. In the 5th inning, the St. Paul's were once again retired with a goose egg, and Pfeffer crossed the home plate with a winning run for the Chicago's. It was a great game for the St. Paul club to play, and manager Barnes had a right to be proud of the showing they had made, as he certainly must have been. There was but little time for sightseeing left when the game was over, and at 7 o'clock that evening we were on the road for Cedar Rapids, Iowa, which was to be our next stopping point. The great majority of us retired early, but the sleep that we got was scarcely worth talking about, as Tom Davy, whose propensity for practical jokes was unbounded, kept the car in a roar of laughter. No one was exempt that could be reached, and as a result there was no sleep for any of us. At Cedar Rapids, when we arrived Tuesday morning, we were the recipients of quite an ovation, and our cars, which had been switched on a sidetrack near the Union Depot, attracted as much attention as though they contained a whole menagerie instead of a few travelling ball players. Special trains were run in from adjacent towns, and long before the hour set for the game, the town was crowded with visitors. The day was a beautiful one, and the crowd that assembled at the grounds would have done credit to a league city, the attendance numbering 4,500. A crowd like that deserved to see a good game, and this is what they were treated to, the score being a tie in the 5th inning again in the 8th. It was standing at 5 each. In the 9th inning, Ryan crossed the plate with a winning run for Chicago, and the crowd cheered themselves hoarse over the result, though they would doubtless have cheered just as long and hard had the All-American team been the victors. At 6:30 that evening we left Cedar Rapids for Des Moines, arriving at the state capital the next morning. Thus far, all our travelling had been done in the darkness, but as soon as there was nothing to be seen save the rolling prairies that I had been familiar with as a boy, this occasioned no regret so far as I was concerned. At Des Moines, some 2,000 people turned out to witness the game, which proved to be close and exciting. At the request of some of the citizens, Hutchinson and Sugi of the Des Moines Club were allowed to fill in the points for the All-Americans Baldwin and Ryan doing the pitching for Chicago. The local men proved to be decidedly good in their line, and as a result, the score at the end of the 9th inning stood 3-2 in favour of the All-Americans. On across the prairies where the ripened corn stood in stacks, the train sped to Omaha, where we arrived the morning of October the 25th, and we were met with a great reception. Here, Clarence Duval turned up, and thereby hangs a story. Clarence was a little darky that I had met some time before while in Philadelphia, a singer and a dancer of no mean ability, and a little coon whose skill in handling the baton would have put to the blush many a bandmaster of national reputation. I had togged him out in a suit of navy blue with brass buttons at my own expense, and had engaged him as a mascot. He was an ungrateful little rascal, however, and he deserted me for Mademoiselle Jarbeau, the actress at New York, stage life evidently holding out more attractions for him than a life on the Diamond. Tom Burns smuggled him into the carriage that day, tatermillion that he was, and when we reached the ground he ordered us to dress ranks with all the assurance in the world, and taking his place in front of the players as the band struck up a march. He gave such an exhibition as made the real drum major turn green with envy, while the crowd burst into a roar of laughter and cheered him to the echo. When later in the day I asked him where he had come from, he replied that Mrs. Jarbeau had given him his release that morning. I told him that he was on the blacklist, and that we had no use for deserters in our business. "Specs you's a right, Captain," he replied, and then he added with a woebegone expression of countenance that would have brought tears of pity to the eyes of a mule, "I's done had a mighty hard time of it since I left you uns." I told him that he looked like it, but that he deserved it all, and that we were done with him, and this nearly broke his heart. When I got back to the car, I found the little coon there and ordered him out, but the boys interceded for him, raised a purse, in which I chipped in my share, of course, and I finally consented that he should accompany us as far as San Francisco, and father, provided that he behaved himself. Little Coon did not prove to be much of a mascot for Chicago that afternoon, as the All-Americans dropped to Frowns' slow left-handed delivery after the fifth innings, he having been a puzzle to them up to that time, and pounded him all over the field, they finally winning by a score of 12-2. The heavy batting pleased the Omaha people, however, and they cheered the All-Americans again and again. That night we were off to Hastings, Nebraska, where we were scheduled to play the next day. Arriving there, Clarence Duval was taken out and given a bath against which he fought with tooth and nail, arrayed in a light checked travelling suit with a hat to match, new underwear and linen, patent leather shoes, and a cane. When he marched onto the field that afternoon, he was observed of all observers, and attracted so much attention from President Spaulding, who had been absent on the trip to Chicago City, and who had returned just in time to see his performance, that it was at once decided to take him to Australia. The contract that he was made to sign was an ironclad one, and one that carried such horrible penalties with it in case of desertion that it was enough to scare the little darky almost to death. When I looked him over that night on the train, I told him I should not be in the least surprised were he again to desert us at San Francisco, especially if Miss Jarbeau should run across him. "Den that's just case you don't know me," he retorted. "I expects that if that woman sees me now," and here he looked at himself over admiringly, "she just say to me, 'My gracious, Clarence, where you been? Come along right wid me, my boy, and don't let me lose sight of you no more.' I know she'd say that." "What would you say then?" I asked. "What I say? Why, I'd just say, 'Go on, white woman. Don't know you now, and I never did know you. No, sir, Mr. Anson. I's done wid actresses de rest of my lateral life. You hear me?" To my astonishment, he kept his word, remaining with us all the way through the trip and returning with us to Chicago. Outside of his dancing and his power of mimicry, he was, however, a no-account nigger, and more than once did I wish that he had been left behind. Just before the game at Hastings began, a section of the grandstand, some 20 feet in height, gave way, but as no one was killed, and as there were 3,000 people present, many of whom had come from the surrounding town to witness the game, the accident was soon lost sight of. The game resulted in a victory for Chicago by a score of 8-4. Baldwin pitched for the Chicagos and Manhattan for the All-American team. On our way from Hastings to Denver that night, we met the train from St. Louis at Oxford, Nebraska, and were joined by Captain John Ward and Ed Crane of the New York team. Captain Manning of the Kansas City had joined us at Hastings, and when Billy Earl of St. Paul, who had been telegraphed for, met us at Denver, the party was complete. Hengley, Long, and Flint were leaving us at that point to return to Chicago. The early morning of the 27th found us speeding over the plains some 50 miles east of Denver. As we looked out of the car windows while at breakfast that morning, we caught glimpses of the snow-capped mountains in the distance, and so near did they seem to be in the rarefied atmosphere, they seemed not to be more than 6 or 7 miles away. Consequently, we were much surprised when informed by the conductor that they were 48 miles distant. I have since been told the story of a sleeping car conductor who had been running into Denver for some time, and who sat in the dining room at Brown's Palace Hotel one morning, looking over towards the foothills, and remarked to the steward that the next time he came there, he intended to take a little run over there before breakfast. Asked how far he thought it was, he replied some 2 or 3 miles, and was astonished when informed they were 22 miles distant. We found Denver a really beautiful city, and both my wife and myself were astonished by the handsome buildings that were to be seen on every side, and by the unmistakable signs of prosperity that surrounded us. The parade to the grounds that afternoon was a showy one, and we were greeted by great crowds all along the line. The game was witnessed by 7,500 people, who recognized every player the moment he appeared. The field was a bad one, and this, combined with the rarefied atmosphere to which the players were not accustomed, caused both teams to put up a decidedly poor game, as is shown by the score, which stood at 16-12 in favour of the Chicago's. The next day, however, in the presence of 6,000 people, the players were more than redeemed themselves, John Ward making his first appearance with the All-Americans, and playing the position of shortstop in a masterly fashion. The fielding on both sides was superb, and it was not until 2 extra innings had been played that the victory finally remained with the All-Americans, the score standing 9-8. The feature of the game and the play that captured the crowd was Hanlon's magnificent running catch of Sullivan's long fly, which brought the crowd to its feet and resulted in a storm of cheers that did not cease until that player had raised his cap to the grandstand in recognition of the ovation. Our 2 days' stay in Denver was made decidedly pleasant. We saw as much of the city as possible, although not as much as we should have liked to have seen had we had more time at our disposal. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 19. From Denver to San Francisco. Colorado Springs, the fashionable watering place of all Colorado, was to be our next stopping place. Leaving Denver on the night of October the 27th, we were obliged to change from the broad-gauge cars in which we had been travelling into narrow-gauge cars in which we journeyed as far as Ogden, and they seemed for a time cramped and uncomfortable as we compared with the Q outfit. We soon became used to them, however, and managed to enjoy ourselves as thoroughly as though we had no end of room in which to turn around and stretch ourselves. I have neglected to say that the old gentleman, or Pa Anson, as the boys soon began to call him, in order to distinguish him from myself, had joined us at starting, and the fact that the accommodations for poker parties were rather cramped gave him a chance to grumble, that he was not slow to take advantage of. He soon became a great favourite with all the party, and as baseball and poker had always been his favourite amusements, he found himself, at least for once in his life, in his natural element. It being one of his theories of life that he would rather play poker and lose right along than not to play at all. He found no difficulty in that crowd in getting up a poker party at any time, and was consequently happy, though whether he won or lost, and how much, I cannot say. There was a large crowd at the Denver depot to see us off, and we left the Colorado metropolis with many regrets, so pleasant had been our visit there. The day was just breaking when we arrived at Colorado Springs the next morning, and save for a few early risers, the depot was deserted. At the depot awaiting our arrival were carriages and saddle horses, which had been telegraphed for from Denver in order that we might enjoy a flying visit to Manitou and the Garden of the Gods before playing the afternoon game. There was a general scramble at the depot for a choice of steeds, the park wagons, 3 in number, having been reserved for the use of the ladies, and such members of the party whose education in the riding line had been neglected. I was not as quick as I might have been, and had the comfort of Mrs. Anson to look after besides. As a result, there fell to my lot a cross-eyed sorrel that had evidently spent the greater part of his life in chasing cattle among the mountains, and that, true to his natural proclivities, gave me no end of trouble before the morning was over. The sun was just turning the top of Pike's Peak, some 18 miles distant, into a nugget of gold when we left the depot, but so plainly could we see the crevices that seamed its massive sides that it looked not to be more than 5 miles distant. To our right rose the peaks of sandstone that formed the gateway to the Garden of the Gods, and below us ran the narrow roadway through the valley like a belt of silver. Manitou, 6 miles distant, was reached without accident, and here we stopped to have breakfast at the Cliff House, and to drink of the clear waters of the Silver Springs that have become justly famous the world over. Breakfast over, we resumed our ride, turning off into a little valley a mile below the hotel that formed the rear entrance to the Garden of the Gods. The sandstone formation here was the most peculiar character, and the ladies of the party went into ecstasy over Punch and Judy, the Balanced Rock, the Mushroom Rock, the Duck, the Frog, the Lady of the Garden, and the Kissing Camels. The great sandstone rocks that form the gateway come in for their share of admiration, and I think we could still have found something to look at and admire had we remained there for a month, instead of the brief time that was at our disposal. That one morning's experience did more to convince me than anything else there is no use for the American to travel in search of scenery, as he has some of the grandest in the world right here in his own country. After admiring the many remarkable things that were to be seen there, we made on through the gateway down the valley and then to the summit of the hill, some 2 miles in height. Here we debouched on a little plateau, from which we obtained a magnificent view of Pike's Peak, crowned with its eternal snows, Cheyenne Mountains looking dark and sullen by contrast, and the ranges of the Rocky Mountains that upraised themselves 25 miles away, and yet seemed but a few miles distant. That cross-eyed sorrel of mine had persisted in taking me off on a cattle-herding expedition not long after we had left the springs, and at Manitou I had turned him over to the tender mercies of Bob Pettit, who had more experience in that line than I had, and in whose hands he proved to be a most tractable animal. In fact, quite the pick of the bunch, which goes to show that things are not always what they seem, horses and gold bricks being a good deal alike in this respect. Mark Baldwin's Mustang proved to be a finished waltzer, and after the saddle girth had been broken and Mac had been deposited at full length on the roadway, he turned his animal over to Sullivan, who soon managed to become his master. It was a morning filled with trials and tribulations, but we finally turned up at Colorado Springs with no bones broken, and so considered that we were in luck. The Denver and Rio Grande people had promised to hold the train an hour for our accommodation, but greatly to surprise, word came to us in the middle of the game that we had but 15 minutes in which to catch the train, and we were obliged to cut the game short and made tracks for the depot. The exhibition that we put on in the presence of that crowd of 1,200 people at Colorado Springs was a miserable one, the rarefied air being more to blame for it than anything else, and when we stopped play at the end of the 6th innings with a score of 16-9 in our favour, I could hardly blame the crowd for jeering at us. At this point, Jim Hart came very near to being left behind, he having stopped at the ground to adjust the matter of finances, and had he not made a sort of John Gilpin ride of it, he might even be now browsing on the side of the Colorado mountain. And if he were, baseball would have been none the loser. I am very much afraid that the residents of Colorado Springs have not to this day a very high opinion of the Australian baseball tourists, but if they are any sorer than I was, after my experience with that cross-eyed sorrel, then I am sorry for them. The trip through the Grand Canyon of the Arkansas, that we entered just as the sun was going down, was a never-to-be-gotten experience, we viewing it from an observation car that had been attached to the rear of the train. Through great walls of rock that towered far above the rails the train plunged, twisting and turning like some gigantic snake in its death agony. Into the Royal Gorge we swung over a suspended bridge that spanned a mountain torrent that seemed scarcely stronger than a spider's web, past great masses of rock that were piled about in the greatest confusion, and that must have been a result of some great upheaval of which no records have ever come down to us. We stopped for supper at the little mountain station of Solidar, and then, with the train divided into 2 sections, steamed away for Marshall Pass, the huge rocks around us looking like grim battlements as they loomed up in the gathering darkness. Up, and still up we climbed, the train running at times over chasms that seemed bottomless, upon slender bridges that darting through narrow openings in the rocks, that were but just wide enough for the train to pass. Reaching the summit of the pass, 10,858 feet above the sea level, we jumped from the coaches as the train came to a standstill and found ourselves standing knee-deep in the snow. In the brief space of 6 hours we had passed from a land of sunshine to a land of snow and ice, and the transition for a time seemed to bewilder us. We had now climbed the backbone of the continent, and in a few minutes afterwards we were racing down its other side, past the black cannon of the Gunnison that we could see but dimly in the darkness. We thundered. And it was long after midnight when, weary with sightseeing and the usual fatigue of the day, we retired to our berths. Breakfasting the next morning at Green River, we soon afterwards entered the mountains of Utah, that seemed more like hills of mud than anything else after viewing the wonders of the Rockies. On the night of October the 30th, we reached Salt Lake City, the stronghold of the Mormon faith, and one of the handsomest and cleanest cities that the far west can boast of. That morning we took in the Tabernacle, the Great Salt Lake, and other sights of the town, returning to the Walker House in time for dinner. The ball ground there was a fairly good one, and we started to play our first game in the presence of 2,500 people. In the first half of the fifth inning it started to rain, and how it did rain! The water did not come down in drops, but in bucketfuls. The game, which was called at the end of the fourth inning, resulted in a victory for the All-Americans, they winning by a score of 9-3. All night long the rain fell, and as it was anything but pleasant underfoot, we were content, that is, for most of us, to remain within the friendly shelter of the hotels. The grounds next day were still in bad shape, and long before the game was over we were covered with mud from head to heels. The game was a good one so far as the All-Americans were concerned, but a bad one on the part of the Chicago players, the game going against us by a score of 10-3. That we could not have had pleasant weather and seen more of Salt Lake City and its environs is a matter of regret with us to this day. The evening of November the 1st found us aboard the cars and off for Frisco, the Paris of America. Arriving at Ogden at midnight, we found 2 special sleepers awaiting us, and were soon once more en route. The next day time hung somewhat heavy on our hands, and the view from the car window soon became monotonous. Dreary wastes of sagebrush greeted us at every hand, walled in by the mountains that, bare of verdure, raised their heads above the horizon some 30 miles away. To the pioneers who had crossed these arid wastes in search of the new El Dorado belongs all honour and praise, but how they ever managed to live and to reach the promised land is indeed a mystery. The morning of November the 3rd found us way up among the mountains of the Sierra Nevada range, and here the scenery was a magnificent description, the great peaks being clothed almost to their very summits in robes of evergreen. Down toward the valleys, clad in their suits of emerald green, we rolled, the mountains giving way to hills and the hills to valleys, and as the day drew on until we finally reached Sacramento, where we stopped for breakfast. Here we found just such a crowd to greet us as had met the train at Denver, the baseball enthusiasts who had been notified of our coming having turned out in full force. Leaving Sacramento, we passed through a most prosperous country dotted with orchards and vineyards as far as the eye could reach, until we finally came to a standstill at the little station of Tucson, 30 miles from San Francisco. Here we were met by Mr. Hart, who, in company with Frank Lincoln, the humorist, and Fred Carroll, had gone on ahead of us to Frisco from Salt Lake City, and who had come out to meet us accompanied by a party of Pacific Coast baseball managers, railroad men, and representatives of the San Francisco press. A telegram from E.J. Baldwin, better known by his sobriquet of Lucky Baldwin, had been received by Mr. Spaulding during the day, welcoming us to the city and to the Baldwin Hotel, and apprising us that carriages would be found in waiting for us at the foot of the Market Street. Landing from the ferry boats that carried us across the bay from Oakland, we found the carriages and proceeded at once to the Baldwin Hotel, where comfortable quarters had been provided for us. I had been notified by Mr. Hart while on the steamer, as were half a dozen other members of the party, to get into a dress suit as soon as possible, and this I did with the help of Mrs. Anson shortly after our arrival at the hotel. At 6 o'clock, the invited members were escorted by members of the San Francisco press and the California Baseball League to Marchant's, one of the leading restaurants of the city, where we found a dainty little supper awaiting us, to which I, for one, at least did full justice. After supper, we attended a performance of The Corsair at the Baldwin Theatre. 2 proscenium boxes having been reserved for the members of the 2 teams, all of whom were in full dress, and it seemed to me that we were attracting fully as much attention, if not more, than were the actors. There was a big Republican parade the night that we arrived there, and the streets in the neighbourhood of the hotel were literally jammed with people. while the cheering and the noise that continued long after the bells had proclaimed the hour of midnight made sleep an impossibility. Tired as we were, it was not until the wee small hours had begun to grow longer that Mrs. Anson and I retired, and even then the noise that floated up to our ears from the crowds below kept us awake for some time. And that night in my dreams I still fancied that I was on the train, that I could hear the surging rails beneath me. Glad indeed was I the next morning to wake up and find that I was once more on solid ground. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 20. 2 weeks in California. We were booked for a stay of 2 weeks in San Francisco, and that 2 weeks proved to be one continual round of pleasure for every member of the party. The appearance of the city itself was somewhat of a disappointment to me, and I soon grew somewhat tired of climbing uphill only to climb down again. The really fine buildings, too, were few and far between, the majority of them being low wooden structures that looked like veritable fire traps. They are built of redwood, however, and this, according to the natives, is hard to burn. The fact that the towns had not burned down yet would seem to bear out the truth of their assertion, though the Baldwin Hotel was built of the same material, and that went up in flames a little over a year ago in such a hurry that some of the people who were stopping there thought themselves lucky to get off with the loss of their wardrobes and baggage, while others who were not so lucky never got out at all. The natural surroundings of the city are, however, decidedly handsome, and I doubt if there is a handsomer sight anywhere than San Francisco Bay. A bay in which all the navies of the world could ride at anchor and still have plenty of room for the merchant vessels to come and go. The shores of this bay are lined with beautiful little suburban towns that are within easy reach by boat and sail from San Francisco, and it is in these towns that a large proportion of the people doing business in the city reside. The people are most hospitable, and at the time of our visit the baseball foes and cranks, both in the same category, were as thick as the roses, and roses in California greet you at every turn. Not the hothouse roses of the East that are devoid of all perfume, but roses that are rich with fragrance and that grow in great clusters, clambering over the doorways of the rich and poor alike, drooping over the gateways and making bright the hedges, flowers were to be seen everywhere, and their cheapness at the time of our visit was both wonder and delight of the ladies. The day after our arrival, November the 4th, dawned bright and beautiful, but the haggard faces and the sleep-laden eyes of the tourists, when they assembled at the late hour in the Baldwin Hotel, Rotunda, boded ill for a good exhibition of the art of playing baseball that we were to give that day. My forebodings in this respect proved true. The Haight grounds were crowded, 10,500 people paying admission to see the game, and great crowds lined the streets and greeted us with cheers as we drove in the carriages to the scene of action. The practice work on both sides prior to the opening of the game was of a most encouraging character, but as for the game itself, well, the least said the better. Tired out with travel and the late hours of the night before, we were in no condition to do ourselves justice. We were over-anxious, too, to put up a great game, and this also told against us. Baldwin, who pitched for us, had no control of the ball, and the stone-wall infield of the Chicago's, which included yours truly, was way off and could not field a little bit. The score, All-American 14 and Chicago 4, tells the story of the game. That the crowd was disappointed was easy to see. They were good-natured about it, however, and it is safe to say they did not feel half so badly as we did. Our reputation was at stake, and theirs was not. That was the difference. 2 days afterwards, the All-Americans played the Greenwood and Morans on the same grounds, and the 3,000 people who had assembled to witness the game saw the All-Americans get a most disgraceful trouncing at the hands of the local team. The score at the end of the game standing at 12-2, it was my misfortune to umpire this game, and I have been often accused since of having given the All-Americans the worst of the decision. It is always the privilege of the losers to kick at the umpire, however, and I have even been known to indulge in a little remonstrance myself when I thought the circumstances were justifiable. The truth of the matter is that it was the same old story of late hours and a lack of condition, Crane being unsteady and the support accorded him not up to standard, while the local club played a good game throughout, getting their hits in where they were needed and playing a really strong game in the field. Before another crowd of 4,000 people on November the 6th, the All-Americans played the Pioneers, another local organisation, and though Healy pitched a good game for the visitors, they were beaten this time by a score of 9-4. Ward did not take part in the game on this occasion, he having taken a day off to shoot quail, and the defeat was largely chargeable to the costly errors divided up among Hanlon, Crane, Manning, Van Halteren, Wood and Fogarty. In the meantime, I had taken the Chicago team to Stockton, where on the same grounds as the All-Americans and Pioneers played, we stacked up against the Stockton Club, then one of the strongest organisations in the Golden State. The 4,000 people assembled at the grounds there saw on that occasion as pretty a game as they could wish to see, the fielding on both sides being of the prettiest sort, and the work of the opposing pitchers, Tenner for Chicago and Daly for Stockton, the most effective character. At the end of the 9th inning the score was tied at 2 each, and the darkness was coming on, we were obliged to let it go at that, the people of Stockton being well pleased with the exhibition that they had been treated to by both teams, and especially jubilant over the fact that their own boys had been able to tie a 9 of our calibre. The next day the Stockton team came down to San Francisco to measure strength with the All-Americans, Baker and Albright being on the battery for this occasion, as opposed to Crane and Earl. The All-Americans, smarting under their 2 defeats at the hands of the local team, simply wiped up the ground with the Stockton boys on this occasion, pounding Baker all over the field and running up a score of 16 as against a single of their opponents. The showing made by the visitors on that occasion opened the eyes of the Californian ball players, and from that time on both the Pioneers and the Stocktons fought shy of both the visiting teams. On the afternoon of November the 10th, we, by that I mean the Chicago team, played the Havileys before 5,000 spectators, and defeated them after a pretty contest by a score of 6-1. Baldwin pitching an excellent game for the Chicagos, and Insell, who was at that time the idol of the Pacific Coast, a good game for the local team, though his support was weak. The following day, 6,000 people passed through the gates of the Haight Street grounds to witness the second game between Chicago and All-American teams, and though this was marred by poor work here and there, the fielding was such of a brilliant character, especially the work of Chicago's stone wall, as to work the enthusiasm of the crowd up to the highest pitch. Tenner and Van Halteren did the twirling on this occasion for Chicago and All-Americans respectively, and both of them were at their best. The All-Americans showed the strongest at the bat, however, and as a result we were beaten by a score of 9-6. During the next week the team made a flying visit to Los Angeles, where 2 games were played, we being whitewashed in the first one and beaten by a score of 7-4 in the second. This ended our ball playing in California, for though it had been our intention to play a farewell game prior to our sailing for Australia, a steady rain that set in made this impossible. When we were not playing ball, we were either sightseeing in the neighbourhood of San Francisco, or else being entertained by some of the numerous friends that we had made during our stay in the glorious climate of California. The first supper at Marchand's being followed by a host of others, and dinner parties, banquets, and theatre parties were so thickly sandwiched in that it was a matter of wonderment that we were ever able to run the bases at all. There was scarcely a single place of interest accessible to the city that we did not visit. From the Cliff House, which is one of the most popular resorts that San Francisco boasts of, its spacious grounds and verandas being thronged with people on Sundays and holidays to the Chinese Quarter, a portion of the city that no visitor to the Golden State should miss seeing, even if he has to make a journey of 100 miles to do so. The Chinese Quarter of San Francisco is a city in itself, and one in which the contrast between wealth and poverty is even more marked than it was in the 7 Dials of London. The stores of the well-to-do Chinese merchants are filled with the richest of silks, the rarest of teas, and the most artistic of bric-a-brac, the carvings in ivory and fancy lacquer work being especially noticeable. But close to them in the narrow streets are the abodes of vice and squalor of the sort that reeks in the nostrils and leaves a bad taste for hours afterwards in the mouths of the sightseer. At the time of our visit, both of the opium dens and the gambling houses were running in full blast, and this in spite of the sporadic efforts made by the police to close them. John Chinaman is a natural-born gambler, and to obtain admission to one of these resorts is a more difficult matter than it would be for an ordinary man to obtain an audience with the Queen of England. He does his gambling behind walls of steel plate and behind doors that, banged shut as they are at the slightest sign of danger, would have to be battered down with sledges or blown open with dynamite before one could gain admission, and by that time the inmates would have all escaped, and nothing would be left behind to show the nature of the business carried on. Crime runs rampant in this section of the town, and when a Chinaman is murdered, in 9 cases out of 10, the slayer escapes punishment at the hands of the law, though he may have it meted out to him in some horrible form at the hands of the dead man's friends and relatives. To go through the Chinese Quarter by daylight is a sight well worth seeing, but to go through there with a guide after the night's dark shadows have fallen is more than that. It is a revelation. These guides are licensed by the city and are under the protection of the police. They are as well known to the Chinaman as they are to the officers of the law, and the visitor is always safe in following wherever they may lead. The tenement houses in the poorest sections of any great city are a disgrace to modern civilization, but a Chinese tenement house is much worse than any of these that can be imagined. In one section of the Chinese Quarter at San Francisco is a 4-story building above ground with a double basement below, one being under the other, and with an open court extending from the lower basement clear to the roof. In this building, which is jocularly styled by the guides the Palace Hotel of the Chinese Quarter, and in which 100 Americans would have fine difficulty in existing, over 1,000 Chinamen live, sleep and eat, all of the cooking being done on the couple of giant ranges in the basement, which is divided up into shops, opium dens and sleeping quarters. In these shops are some clever artisans in brass and ivory, and the locks that are turned out by hand by some of these brass workers, and made to great extent on the same principles as the celebrated locks made in this country by the Yale Company, are marvels of workmanship in all their parts, the joints being as neatly filled in as though turned out by the latest improved machinery. The wonder of it being that the principles upon which they were made have been known to the Chinese for thousands of years, the Yale locks being apparently nothing but a slight improvement on the original John Chinaman's ideas. In the opium dens one sees nothing but squalor and misery. A visit to one of them is a visit to them all, and one visit is generally enough to disgust the seeker after a strange sensation, the acrid smell of the smoke and the noisome stench of the close rooms being almost unbearable. The joss houses, in which are hideous idols before which tapers and incense are constantly burning, and the Chinese theatres, with their never-ending performances, are all strange sights in their way, and sights that are well worth the taking in. The Chinese Quarter is a blot on the fair name of San Francisco, however, and leaving it one wonders how and why it has ever been allowed to grow into its present huge proportions. The memories of these after-dark trips still linger with me even now, like the shadow of some dark dream, and yet I am glad that I made them, if only for the purpose of seeing how the other half of the world manages to exist. In the company with Tom Daly, Bob Pettit, Harry Palmer, and others of the party, I enjoyed several horseback rides through the residence and suburban portions of the city, where I found much to wonder at and admire. During our stay, President Spaulding, Captain Ward, Captain Hanlon, Mr. and Mrs. Ed Williamson, Messrs. Macmillan and Palmer, and Mrs. Anson and myself were handsomely entertained at Oakland by Mr. Waller Wallace of the California Spirit of the Times, a paper now defunct, and the glimpses of the bay and the city that we caught at that time of the day a most pleasant one, to say nothing of the hospitality that greeted us on every hand. Messrs. Spaulding, Ward, Macmillan, Palmer, and myself were also handsomely entertained by the Press Club, and also by the Merchants Club of San Francisco, an organization that numbered among its members at that time many of the leading businessmen of San Francisco and vicinity. The day of our departure for Australia had been finally fixed for November the 18th, and the evening before, Spaulding, as a recognition of the kindness with which we had been treated during our stay, gave a farewell banquet to the members of the California League and the San Francisco Press Club at the Baldwin Hotel, covers being laid for 75 guests, among them several men of prominence in the social and business world of the Pacific coast. The menu card for that occasion, which is circular in form and represents a baseball cover, now lies before me, the idea originating in the fertile brain of Frank Lincoln. Under the heading of Scorecard on the inside is the magic injunction, "Play ball," with which the majority of us who sat at the table were so familiar, and among the courses, Eastern oysters on the home run, green turtle a la kangaroo, pate a la Spaulding, stewed terrapin a la Ward, Frisco turkey a la Fowl, which had some allusion either to baseball or to our contemplated Australian trip. After we had played ball, the debris cleared away and the cigars lighted, there was a succession of impromptu speech-making, the toasts and those who replied being as follows: early Californian ball players, Judge Hunt of the Superior Court, the National League champions, the New York Baseball Club, ex-Senator James F. Grady of New York, San Francisco Press, W.N. Hart of the San Francisco Press Club, the good ship Almeida, Captain Henry G. Morse, A.G. Spaulding and the Australian trip, Samuel F. Shortride, the Chicago Nine, yours truly, the All-Americans, Captain John M. Ward, the baseball cricketers, George Wright. In closing, Spaulding thanked the press and the baseball people of the coast for the magnificent reception that we had received, and for all the kindness which had been showered upon us since our arrival, after which we bade farewell to those of our friends we should not see again before our departure. That night, all was bustle and confusion about the hotel. With an ocean journey of 7,000 miles before us, there was much to be done, and it was again late before we retired to dream of the king of the Cannibal Islands and the land of the kangaroos. 11 years have rolled away since that trip to San Francisco was made, and many of the friends that we then met with and that helped to entertain us so royally have passed over the great divide that separates the known from the unknown. But their memory still lingers with us, and will as long as life shall last. There was not a minute of the time that was spent on the coast that I did not enjoy myself. I found the Californians a warm-hearted, genial, and impulsive people, whose make-up and habits of life there still live characters of those early pioneers who settled there. The days of old, the days of gold, the days of 49, and to whom money came easily and went the same way. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 21. We visit the Hawaiian Islands. We sail the ocean blue, and our saucy ship's a beauty. We're sailors good and true, and attentive to our duty. So sang the jolly mariners on the good ship Pinafore, and so might have sung the members of the Chicago and All-American baseball teams as they sailed out through the Golden Gate and into the blue waters of the Pacific on the afternoon of November the 18th, 1888. Only at that time we were not in the least sure as to whether the Almeida was a beauty or not, pleasant as she looked to the eye. We had a very reasonable doubt in our minds as to whether we were sailors good and true. There was a long ocean voyage before us, and the few of us that were inclined to sing refrained from doing so, lest it might be thought that, like the boy in the wood, we were making a great noise in order to keep our courage up. We were one day late in leaving San Francisco, it having been originally planned to leave here on Saturday, November the 17th, and this delay of one day served to cut short our visit at Honolulu. The morning of our departure had dawned grey and sullen and rainy, but towards noon the clouds broke away, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hour set for our departure, the day had become a fairly pleasant one. At the wharf in San Francisco a great crowd had assembled to wish us bon voyage, conspicuous among them being my paternal ancestor, who would have liked well enough to make the entire trip, and who would have doubtless done so could he have been spared the necessary time from his business at Marshalltown. Here, too, we bade farewell to Jim Hart, Van Haltren, and others of the party who had accompanied us on our trip across the country, and who were now either going to return to their homes or spend the winter in San Francisco. Hardly had we left the narrow entrance to the harbour, known as the Golden Gate, and entered the deep blue waters of the Pacific, before a heavy fog came down upon the surface of the deep, shutting out from our gaze the land that we were fast leaving, and that we were not again destined to see for many months. The steamer was now rising and falling on the long swells of the Pacific Ocean, but so gently as to be scarcely perceptible, except to those who were predisposed to seasickness, and to whom the prospects of a long voyage were anything but pleasant. I am a fairly good sailor myself, and though I have been seasick at times, this swell that we now encountered bothered me not in the least. Some 10 miles from the harbour entrance, the steamer stopped to let the pilot off, and with his departure the last link that bound us to America was broken. Our party on board the steamer numbered 35 people, and besides these there were some 25 other passengers, among them being Professor William Miller, the wrestler, whose name and fame are well known to athletes the world over, and who, in company with his wife, was bound for Australia. To Jason Willoughby, an effeminate-looking Englishman of the dude variety, whose weakness for cigarettes and champagne soon became known to us, and who was doing a bit of a tour for his own pleasure. Major General Strange of the English Army, a tall, awkward-looking man with eagle eyes, grey beard, and a bronzed complexion, who had for some years been quartered in India, and who had taken part in the Sepoy Rebellion, some of the incidents of which he was never tired of relating. Frank Marion, his pretty wife and bright-eyed baby, the parents being a pair of light comedians, whose home was in the United States, and who were going to Australia for the purpose of fulfilling an engagement at Sydney, and to whose ability as musicians and skill in the handling of the guitar and banjo we were indebted for a great deal of pleasure before reaching our destination. Colonel J. M. House and a Mr. Turner, both from Chicago, where they did business at the stockyards, and who were hale and hearty fellows, a little beyond the meridian of life, and who were making the Australian trip for the purpose of business and pleasure. And last but not least, Professor Bartholomew, an aeronaut who hailed from the wilds of Michigan and talked in a peculiar dialect of his own, who joined our party for exhibition purposes at San Francisco, and proved to be a constant source of amusement to us all. We could not have had a more delightful trip than the one from San Francisco to Honolulu, had the weather been made expressly to our order, the sea being at all times so smooth that one might almost have made the entire trip in a racing shell, and that without shipping water enough to do any damage. It was blue above and blue below, the sky being without a cloud, and the water being without so much as even a gentle ripple, save at the bow of the boat, where the water parted to let us through, and at the stern where it was churned into masses of foam by the revolving screw of the steamer. But if the days were beautiful, the nights were simply grand, and the ladies were found on deck until a late hour, watching the reflections of the moon and the stars upon the water, and enjoying the balmy salt breezes that came pure and fresh from the caves of old ocean. The second afternoon out of San Francisco, the passengers were suddenly startled by the clanging of a bell, and the mad rush on deck of a lot of half-clad seamen, who seemed to come from all sorts of unexpected places, and who, springing to the tops of the cabins and boiler rooms, began quickly to unreel long lines of hose and attach them to ship hydrants, while a score more of sailors stood by the lifebuoys and the long lines of water buckets that lined the deck. That the ship was on fire was the thought that naturally came to the minds of many of us. It was not to be wondered at that the pale cheeks were here and there to be seen, for I can conceive of nothing in my mind that could be more horrible than a fire at sea. The alarm proved a false one, however, it being simply the daily fire practice of the ship's crew, in which we afterwards took considerable interest. In spite of the fact that we were steaming along the beaten paths of navigation, it was not until our fifth day that we encountered another ship, and then it was about 11 o'clock at night, and after the majority of the passengers had sought the seclusion that a cabin grants, to again quote from Pinafore. Suddenly, as we ploughed the waters, the scene was brightly illuminated by a powerful calcium lamp on the top of the wheelhouse, and by its glare we saw not far distant a steamer that we afterward ascertained to be the one bound from Honolulu to San Francisco. She had left San Francisco for the islands before the presidential election had taken place, and as the Hawaiian Islands were not connected by cable with the United States, its passengers were ignorant of the results. It had been arranged, however, that a single rocket was to be sent up from the Almeida in case of Harrison's election, and two in the case of his defeat. As Harrison had been elected, only a single rocket from our steamer cleft the blue, leaving behind it a trail of fiery sparks. This was answered by a shower of rockets from the Australia, that being the name of the sister ship that we had met. After which her lights grew dimmer and dimmer, until they were finally lost to sight below the horizon. With music, cards, and games of chance of every kind and variety, days and nights passed pleasantly enough on board ship. And if there was anything that we had not bet upon before the ship arrived at Honolulu, it was simply because it had been overlooked in some careless manner by the tourists. When it came to making up a poker party, the old gentleman was greatly missed, as Pa Anson had never been found wanting when there was a card party on hand and a chance to wager his chips. Before leaving San Francisco, Mr. Spaulding had met the Liverpool, England agent of the Chicago, Burlington and Quincy Railroad, Mr. S.A. Perry, and as a result of a long conversation it was agreed upon that the latter should visit such European cities as the tourists might desire to play ball in, and cable the result of his investigations to the Australia. In case he found the indications were favourable to our doing a good business in Great Britain, where we were again desirous of giving exhibitions. It had been about decided by Mr. Spaulding and myself that we should continue on around the world instead of returning directly home from Australia, as we had at first intended. The possibility of a change in our plans we had, however, kept to ourselves, the newspaper correspondence only being taken into our confidence. The matter was allowed to leak out, however, during the voyage to Honolulu, and the proposed trip was greeted with great enthusiasm by the ball players, who looked forward to it with the most pleasant anticipations, and who talked of little else until the details were finally agreed upon at Melbourne, and the proposed trip became a reality instead of a mere castle in the air. The details of this trip had already been made public in the United States, the week after our departure from San Francisco, so that the people at home were aware that what might occur even before the ball players themselves had been given a chance to realize they were to become globe-trotters. Owing to the fact that we had left San Francisco a day late, we were a day late in arriving at the capital of the Hawaiian Islands, where we had been scheduled to play a game on Saturday, November the 24th, but where, owing to an unfortunate combination of circumstances, we were fated not to play at all, in spite of the fact that every preparation for our doing so had been made, and that King and Court were more than anxious to see the American athletes in action. The nightfall of Saturday found us still ploughing the blue waters of the Pacific 150 miles from the islands, and as we sat on the deck in the moonlight, we could picture in fancy the despair of our advance agent, Mr. Simpson, who had gone on ahead of us from San Francisco, and who was still in ignorance of the cause of our detention. It was just as the day began to break on the morning of Sunday, November the 25th, that the cry of "Land ho!" from the lookout on the bridge echoed over the steamer decks, and it was but a few minutes afterwards, when the members of our party had assembled next to the rail to gaze on what was then but a faint blur upon the distant horizon. An hour later, the green verdure of the islands and the rugged peaks of the mountains that loomed up against the rosy tint of the changing sky were plainly discernible, as were the white buildings of the city of Honolulu and the little fleet of shipping that was anchored in its bays. The sight was a beautiful one, and one upon which we gazed with delight as the steamer sailed in past Diamond Head and slowed down in the still waters of the bay upon whose shores Honolulu is located. Nearing the shore, we were met by a ship's boat containing Mr. Jeffrey, the steamship company's resident agent, Harry Simpson, our advance guard, Mr. F. M. Whit, and Mr. George N. Smith, the latter a cousin of Mr. Spaulding, then residing in Honolulu, together with a party of natives bearing baskets that were filled with wreaths of flowers called leis, with which they proceeded to decorate each member of our party as a token of welcome and goodwill. As the steamer cables were made fast and we were drawn slowly to our berth at the dock, we looked down from our perch on the rail at a crowd of fully 2,000 people that assembled there to bid us welcome. The King's band, the Royal Hawaiian, with dark complexions and uniforms of white duck, occupying a conspicuous place, and playing, for our benefit, such familiar tunes as the Star-Spangled Banner, Yankee Doodle, and The Girl I Left Behind Me, each and every one of them bringing out an answering cheer from the Almeida's passengers. The morning was a bright and beautiful one, and the mountains touched with the gold of the sunrise, the plantations lying green and quiet upon the shores, and the rapidly growing crowd upon the dock, all combined to make the picture beautiful, and one that will never be forgotten. The officers of the U.S. cruiser Alert, which lay not far distant, had given us a hearty cheer as we passed, while the cheers that greeted us from the dock were almost incessant and told us in unmistakable manner that we were indeed welcome to the paradise of the Pacific. Looking down the steamer deck, one saw people of almost every clime, the dark-complexioned, straight-haired, and intelligent-looking natives being in the majority, their white suits and dark faces adding greatly to the colour of the scene. Pretty girls, too, were very much in evidence, and the eyes of many of our party strayed in their direction, especially those of the unmarried men, which variety composed the majority of our party. Business in Honolulu the day before had been entirely suspended in expectation of our arrival, and great was the disappointment when the day passed without the steamer being sighted. It was then thought we would not put in an appearance before Monday, and so, when the world went around on Sunday morning that the Almeida was coming in, the entire city was taken by surprise, and everything was bustle and confusion. King Kalakaua had set up a great portion of the night awaiting our coming, and so disappointed was he when we failed to put in an appearance that he accumulated an uncomfortable load, and this he was engaged in sleeping off, when he was awakened by his courtiers and informed of our arrival. Shortly after we had shaken hands with the members of the reception committee, and the steamer had made fast to the dock, we entered the carriages that had been provided for us, and we were driven to the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, passing by the palace of King Kalakaua on the way. The streets were themselves a novelty, being lined by stately palms, coconuts and bananas laden with fruits and nuts, while there were flowers everywhere. The hotel, which stood in the centre of a beautifully laid-out grounds, seemed like some palatial residence, and we were no sooner seated in the spacious dining-room, with its open windows extending from floor to ceiling, than the royal band began a concert in the music stand beneath the windows. This band was certainly a magnificent one, and one that has but few equals in the world, or had at that time, it being then under the leadership of Bandmaster Berger, a musician of the first class. At breakfast that morning we were served for the first time with the native dish of poi, a pink-coloured mush that to be appreciated must be eaten in the native manner, the people in the manner born plunging a forefinger into the dish, giving it a peculiar twist that causes it to cling, and then depositing it between the lips, where the poi remains, and the finger is again ready to seek the dish. In eating in such a fashion, Frank Flint would have had away the best of it, and, as it was, I noticed both then and afterwards that men like Williamson and Ward, and others who boasted of a baseball finger, managed to get away with something more than their share of the delicacy. On the balconies after breakfast, we again listened to the sweet strains of Aloai, the welcome song of the native islanders, with which we had been greeted upon our arrival at the docks. As we stood on the balconies, taking in the beautiful sights by which we were surrounded, we were informed that His Majesty, the King of the Cannibal Islands, as some members of the party irreverently referred to him, would be pleased to receive us at 11 o'clock at the palace. An invitation from a king is equivalent to a command, and so we were at once made ready for the reception. When the appointed hour arrived, Clarence Duval, clad in full regalia of a drum major, took his place at the head of the royal band which had formed in front of the hotel, and behind the music, headed by the United States Minister Morrell and Mr. Spaulding, were the members of the two teams in double file, the ladies following in carriages. In this order the procession marched to the palace, where the king and his cabinet were awaiting our arrival. The grounds surrounding the palace were beautiful indeed, and as we reached the massive portico at the entrance, the band formed on one side as, with hats off, we filed up the steps, being met on the landing by the members of the king's cabinet and by attendants who directed us to the blue room, where we deposited our hats and canes. We were then requested to follow Minister Morrell, who took Mr. Spaulding's arm and led the way across the great hall, hung with pictures of the island's dead and gone rulers, and into the throne room, the latter an imposing apartment, large enough for several hundred couples to dance in, where the king, arrayed in citizen's clothes, stood before his throne with a gentleman of honour in court costume on either side. Minister Morrell introduced Mr. Spaulding to the king, and he in turn introduced the other members of our party as they filed in by him, he bowing to each of the party as the name was mentioned. After the reception was over, we wrote our names on the court register, and then, after being shown through the palace, were escorted back to the hotel by the band. King Kalakaua was by no means a bad-looking fellow, being tall and somewhat portly with the usual dark complexion, dark eyes and white teeth, which were plainly visible when he smiled, that distinguished all of the Kanaka race. Somehow, and for no apparent reason, there came to my mind, as I looked at him, the signs of the old song, "Hokey pokey, winkum wum, how do you like your Murphys done? Sometimes hot and sometimes cold, King of the Cannibal Islands." And I tried hard to fancy what might have happened had we landed on these same islands several centuries before. Sunday amusements of all kinds being prohibited by an old Hawaiian law, a relic of the old missionary days, made an exhibition by the members of the two teams an impossibility, although the members of the reception committee, backed by many of the native islanders, petitioned that we should do so, offering to bear any and all of the expenses incurred by us should any trouble be forthcoming. Couriers bearing petitions to the same effect were also sent to Crown the city, and soon over 1,000 names to these had been obtained. The risk was too great a one to be taken, however, as in case anything did happen, we were almost certain to miss our boat and be detained in Honolulu for a longer period than we could afford to spend there. Our refusal to defy the law and play ball anyhow was a great disappointment both to the American contingent and to the natives, they having been looking forward to the game for weeks with most pleasant anticipations. They took their disappointment good-naturedly, however, and proceeded to make our stay among them as pleasant as possible. The most of our time was devoted to sightseeing, some of the party going in one direction and some in another. In company with several others, Mrs. Anson and myself drove out to the Pali, viewing the magnificent scenery to be found there from the plateau, where, according to the tales of the natives, it rains every day in the year between certain hours. I was not there long enough to swear to the truth of the story, but as it rained the one day that we were on hand, I am willing to assume that it rained the other 364, and let it go at that. We then drove through many of the city's most beautiful avenues, past the royal mausoleum, where sleep the former kings and queens of Hawaii, from Kamehameha to the Princess Like, who was the last of those who had been interned there at the time of our visit. The parks and roadways of Honolulu are a rare beauty, and many of the principal residences and public buildings of a kind that would do credit to any country in the world. At the residence of the Honourable A.S. Claghorn, where we stopped for a few minutes, we were introduced to the Princess Kalumi, a really beautiful Hawaiian girl, and one who was the possessor of rare accomplishments and of a winning manner. We also paid a visit to the residence of one Honourable John H. Cummings, one of the Hawaiian sugar kings, where we were entertained in a most handsome manner. The time spent in driving around passed all too quickly, and reaching the hotel we began to prepare for the grand luau, or native feast that was to be given in our honour by King Kalakaua and Messrs. Samuel Parker, John Ena, and George Beckley, and which proved to be one of the most novel and delightful features of the trip. The feast was given in the Queen's grounds, in the centre of which was placed her private residence. As we drove past the King's Palace and through an avenue lined by towering palms, we came unexpectedly upon a brilliantly illuminated grounds with the magnificent groves of banana, date, coconut, royal palms, and other trees and plants of a tropical nature. The scene was never to be forgotten. The spacious enclosure was literally ablaze with light, Japanese lanterns of all colours, flaming torches of oil gleaming close together among the foliage. As the uniformed officers at the gate made way for us, we entered the grounds. Minister Morrell, Mr. Spaulding, Captain Morse of the Almeida, and the ladies leading the way and walking toward a great tree near the centre of the grounds, beneath which stood the King, the Honourable John Cummings, and the members of the King's cabinet. At the birth of each member of the royal family, according to custom, a tree was planted upon the royal ground, and as this tree flourishes or decays, it is supposed to foreshadow the future of the child for whom it was planted. King Kalakaua, on this occasion, stood beneath his own birth tree, planted some 50 years before, which at that time gave no indication of the fate that a few years later was to overtake him in a strange land. Greeting each of his guests cordially, he bade all make ourselves thoroughly at home, a thing that we proceeded at once to do without further ceremony, wandering about the grounds and seeing whatever was to be seen. An hour after our arrival, the King, offering his arm to Mrs. Spaulding, led the way towards the grove where the banquet was to be served, he being followed by Her Royal Highness Linau Kalini, the King's sister, Prince Kawananakawa, Mr. Spaulding, Captain Morse, and the rest of the party. The tables were laid upon blocks elevated not more than 6 inches from the ground, in the shape of a letter U, upon which each side long strips of matting, upon which we sat cross-legged like Turks, while shapely Kanaka girls in flowing robes of white stood above us moving fans of gorgeous colours. Poi was given to us in huge calabashes, while upon the big platters that were set before us and encased in the long, coarse-fibred leaves in which they had been baked were portions of beef, pork, veal, fish, chickens, and other viands, usual to a banquet in our own land. Bands of native boys with stringed instruments played continuously during the feast, making music of a peculiar character that rose and fell as the busy hum of conversation mingled with the joyous laughter of men and maidens that were gathered about the table. At last silence was requested, and as the noise died away, the King's Attorney-General, speaking for His Majesty, expressed the pleasure that the Hawaiian ruler felt in entertaining such a representative body of Americans in his own islands. To this speech, President Spaulding responded in well-chosen words, thanking both the King and the residents of Honolulu for their hospitality shown to us, after which, at the King's request, Lincoln entertained the guests with his satire on after-dinner speeches like ABC orations and his mixing of a soda cocktail, all which provoked roars of laughter. After the banquet, the King and the members of his court and family held a levee beneath his birth tree, where, just before 9 o'clock, we all filed by to bid him farewell, Clarence Duval having danced for him in the meantime to the patting of hands by Burns, Pfeiffer, Ryan, and Williamson, a performance that amused His Majesty greatly, a $10 gold piece being the reward that he gave to the little coon for his performance. At the outskirts of the grounds we paused to give 3 cheers for King Kalakaua, 3 more for our Honolulu friends, and 3 more for the ladies, after which we were driven to the hotel and thence to the steamer, which was to sail at 10 o'clock. At the dock another great crowd had assembled to see us off, and we swung out to sea, and there came to our ears the sweet strains of the Helloa song from the members of the royal band, growing fainter and fainter as the distance between the steamer and the shore increased, until at last it died away altogether as we rounded the headlands. It was heard no more. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 22. From Honolulu to Australia. The majority of our party, and among them Mrs. Anson and myself, remained upon the deck that evening, chatting of the many beautiful things that we had seen, and gazing in the direction of the fast-vanishing islands until they were lost to sight behind the mystic veil of the moonlight. And then we sought our stateroom to dream of the wonderful sights that were yet to come. There was now an ocean trip of 3,900 miles before we should set foot on shore at New Zealand, and with never a stop between save a brief wait for the mail at the Samoan Islands. We were all pretty fair sailors by this time, having become used to the motion of the vessel, and so the long voyage had, for us, no terror, though we could not help but hope that the sea would remain as smooth as it has been up to that time, and that we should encounter no storms before reaching our destination. How to keep the members of the two teams in anything like a good condition for playing had been a problem with me for several days, and one that I had spent some time in studying over during the first week of our voyage. The boys were all getting restless for lack of active exercise, and it was plain to me that something would have to be done, or they would be in no condition when Australia was reached to do themselves or the country that they represented justice. "See here, George," I said to Wright the afternoon after we left Honolulu, as we were sitting beside the steamer rail and looking across the blue expanse of the waters. "This sort of life will never do for American ball players who expect to exploit the beauties of the game in foreign lands. We shall be as stiff as old women and as fat as a lot of aldermen by the time we reach Australia, unless we can take exercise of some kind during the voyage. Can't we manage to get some cricket practice in some way?" George thought that we could do so, and a little later we held an interview with Captain Morse, who was one of the best fellows that I've ever sailed with. The result was, on the following morning, half a dozen sailors were set to work to roof over and wall in with canvas the rear end of the quarter-deck promenade upon the larboard side of the ship, which being done prevented the balls from going into the sea. This, when completed, gave us an enclosed cricket alley of about 40 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 10 feet high. The wickets were set in the extreme edge of this alley, the bowler facing the opening of the tent 20 feet beyond it, so that he had plenty of room to swing his arm and ample distance in which to break the ball in spite of the smooth decks and rolling of the ship. A 50-foot stretch of cocoa matting that Mr. Wright had thoughtfully provided gave us a surface upon which to bowl almost as good as genuine turf, and each day from that time on until the voyage was over several hours were put in by the boys at practice, the exercise proving to be just what was needed, the members of both teams, thanks to this, reaching Australia in good playing condition. After our cricket alley had been built, the time did not hang as heavily on our hands as before, and between practice at the English national game, cards, music, conversation and reading, the days glided by both swiftly and pleasantly. The weather became very warm soon after we left Honolulu, and many of the boys preferred sleeping in the steamer chairs upon the deck rather than in the close staterooms that had been allotted to them. The decks at this time presented some queer sights, and the practical jokers in the party managed to extract a lot of fun at the expense of the sleepers. At 5:30 in the morning, the slumberers were awakened by the sailors who started in to wash down the decks, when they would retire to their staterooms, doff their pyjamas, and return au natural to the vicinity to the smoker, where there were 2 perforated nozzles, and get their salt water baths. A sponge off in fresh water followed, and then a cup of black coffee and a soda cracker that was provided for by the steward, and stayed their stomachs until the welcome sound of the gong called us to breakfast. We crossed the equator sometime between 1 and 2 of the clock on the morning of December the 1st, and the occasion was celebrated by a musicale in the cabin under the supervision of Frank Lincoln, during the progress of which everybody who could help entertain in the least was pressed into service. A thrilling account of his own experiences under the Sepoy Mutiny in India and his adventures during the celebrated siege of Lucknow, told by General Strange, proved most interesting. Later on, at the bow of the ship, the whole party assembled and whiled the time away with song and story, till Captain Morse came himself to inform us that we had crossed the line and we were now safe on the southern seas. I did not see the line, nor did I even feel the bottom of the steamer scrape as she went over it, but it may be that owing to the darkness and the music I noticed neither of these things. Early in the morning of December 2nd, it began blowing hard, and by the time the noon hour had arrived, the steamer was rolling about like a basswood log in a mountain torrent. There were some familiar faces missing from the tables at mealtime that day, and the stewards who waited upon those whose stomachs were still in eating order worked under difficulties, it being always a question of where they would bring up when they entered the cabin door all that day. It was rough, mighty rough, but the boys they stood by, and they ran on a bluff on the grub on the sly, while the sick ones that lay in their staterooms were hoping and praying they'd die. That night there was no comfort to be had on deck, which was wet and slippery, so a mock trial was held in the cabin that afforded considerable amusement, General Strange acting as the presiding judge and Sir James Willoughby as the prisoner at the bar. Charges had been preferred to the effect that Sir James was not a peer of the realm as he had represented himself, and that he was carrying concealed weapons in violation of the ship's law. John Ward acted as counsel for the defendant, Colonel House as prosecuting attorney, and Jimmy Fogarty as court crier. The witnesses were all sworn not to tell the truth, and anything but the truth, and as a result there were such whoppers told as would have made the original Ananias turn green with envy. Thanks to the eloquence of John Ward, however, Sir James was acquitted with all honour. But that trial was one of the most amusing incidents of the voyage. The spell of heavy weather lasted but a few hours, after which time the wind died away, the waves calmed down, and the sun shone as brilliantly as ever. On the night of December the 30th, and while the weather still left much to be desired, we sighted the northernmost island of the Samoan group, which are famous by the reason of the destruction of a fleet of the United States cruisers anchored in one of the harbours by a tornado. A native insurrection threatened to bring about war between the United States and Germany, and as the home and burial place of Robert Louis Stevenson, the famous writer. Ed Crane and several others of the party, and myself, were sitting on the deck under the shelter of an awning, watching for a glimpse of the land that we all knew was not far away, when a little after 11 o'clock we ran suddenly under the lee of a mountainous ridge of land that loomed up like a huge shadow in the uncertain light, and almost immediately found ourselves in smooth water. Walking towards the bow of the boat, we reached there just as a green signal light was flashed from the bridge. Before us lay the land, and as we watched, a light twinkled on the shore nearly 5 miles away in answer to our signal. Slowly we steamed towards it, the signal lights flashing their messages at short intervals through the darkness until we reached the harbour, where we lay about half a mile from the land, until a sloop and a dory reached us with the mail and passengers for Auckland. Of both the land and the natives we had but a glimpse, one of the latter, a red-headed and stalwart specimen of his race, clambering to the steamer's deck in order to get a receipt for the mail, and a glassful of gin, both of which were given him by the purser. The former he stowed away somewhere in his scanty clothing, and the latter he gulped down as though it were water, after which he swung himself over the rail and disappeared from sight in the darkness. A few months later we had left the Samoan Islands behind us, and were again tossing on the foam-topped waves. Samoa was left not far behind, however, when the weather turned colder, and before many hours had passed, we were all glad to change our clothing of a tropical weight for garments that were much heavier, and to seek comfortable places in the cabin at night rather than the open deck. Even the cricket practice had begun to get monotonous, and we were all looking forward with pleasure to the time when we might once more feel the solid land beneath our feet. It was with feelings of delight, therefore, that we heard early on the morning of December the 9th that we were in sight of our destination, and that we should be on shore, barring accident, by the noon hour. Standing on the deck long before it was time for breakfast, we feasted our eyes on the green hills that were in plain sight, and then fell to wondering what sort of a welcome awaited us in the New Zealand seaport that we were rapidly nearing. While at breakfast that morning, Captain Morse was presented by General Strange, on behalf of the passengers, with a purse of $200 as a testimonial to his skill, kindness, and uniform courtesy. The big captain was taken by surprise, but he acknowledged the gift in a brief and manly speech that brought a round of applause from the listeners. The harbour at Auckland is reached by means of a winding passage, walled in by hills of volcanic origin, and the bay itself is second only to that of Sydney in beauty, the sides of the high hills that wall it in being dotted here and there by pretty residences of white stone, surrounded by broad porticos and handsomely arranged grounds. The town was as quiet as a country funeral, and this we marvelled at until we were informed that we had lost a day from our calendar, and that instead of being Saturday, as we had thought, it was Sunday. Lee Lynch, who had been detained at Sydney, had sent his cousin Will Lynch to meet us, and as the steamer was made fast to the dock, he came on board with a bouquet of flowers for the different members of the party. Several newspaper men who followed him shortly afterward expressed their regret that we had not arrived on the day before, as then we could have played to some 8,000 or 10,000 people. We had expected to remain in Auckland but a few hours, and were therefore agreeably surprised when Captain Morse informed us that the Almeida would remain there to coal until 5 o'clock the next afternoon. After a good dinner at the Imperial Hotel, Mrs. Anson and myself, accompanied by the others of the party, drove about Auckland and its environs, and though a drizzling rain was falling, we found much to admire and to wonder at the vicinity of that New Zealand seaport. Soon after sundown, the skies cleared, and that evening we enjoyed ourselves in strolling about the streets, being determined to make the most of the short time on shore that was allotted to us. The next day dawned bright and beautiful, and after paying a visit to the City Hall, where we received a warm welcome from Mayor Devore, we proceeded to get into our baseball uniforms and prepare for the game that was to take place that afternoon. During the noon hour, the local band came marching down the principal street to the dock, and shortly afterwards it started at the head of a procession of carriages containing the ball players and 2 tally-hos containing the passengers of the Almeida, who attended the game as our guests. The enclosure in which we played that day was as handsome as any that we saw in New Zealand, the grounds being as level as a billiard ball, and the turf as smooth and as soft as velvet. The game was one that was remarkable on both sides for its heavy batting, the ball rolling away over the smooth surface of the outfield in a way that almost broke the hearts of the fielders, and at the same time gave them more exercise than they had had for weeks. The 4,500 people that witnessed the contest waxed enthusiastic over the heavy batting of the visitors from the States, and also over the splendid fielding. Baldwin was in the box for us in this game, and pitched great ball, Crane doing the twirling for the All-Americas. The Chicago proved to be the winners, and the score, 22-13, shows the cannonading done on both sides. This was a good game for both teams to play when the fact is taken into consideration that the players still had their sea legs on, and simply shows the good condition that the cricket practice on board the ship had kept them in. When the Almeida left the dock at Auckland that afternoon, a crowd of at least 2,000 people had assembled to see us off. With Sydney 1,243 miles distant, we still had quite a voyage before us. That night we skirted the coast until after the darkness had fallen and watched the green hills that seemed to rise abruptly from the water's edge. When the morning came, and we once more sought the deck, there was no land in sight, and nothing to be seen save the watery waste of the ocean that stretched away to the horizon on every side. We had a rough voyage from Auckland, and were glad enough when, on the afternoon of December the 14th, we sighted the Australian coast. At 5 o'clock that evening, after a hearty dinner, we again assembled on the deck to watch the headlands that grew each moment more and more distinct, and soon afterwards a tugboat came to meet us, bringing the pilot and manager Lee Lynch, the latter notifying us as soon as he could gain the deck of the great reception that was awaiting us at Sydney. The harbour at Sydney is a delight to the eye, and as we steamed through the heads with the white-winged gulls circling around our masts, and the dolphins playing about our bow, we drank in the beautiful sight with greedy eyes. Several steamers, laden with gentlemen and ladies, and with bands of music playing our national airs, steamed down the harbour to meet us, and long ere we reached the quay, we were surrounded by a fleet of small craft, gaily decked in colours, and carrying crowds of cheering and kerchief-waving people. Our national colours were to be seen everywhere, even the lighthouse on the point being draped from top to bottom in clouds of red, white, and blue bunting. The stars and stripes greeted the eye on every hand, and let me say right here that there is no place where the flag of our country appears so handsome to the eyes of the American as when he greets him in some foreign harbour. The storm of cheers that greeted us from the throats of the enthusiastic Sydneyites, we answered as best we could, and the strain upon our vocal organs was something terrific. Viewed from the steamer's deck, the city of Sydney and the beautiful harbour, surrounded by the high hills and the bold headlands, presented a most entrancing picture. Clear down to the water's edge extend beautifully kept private grounds and public parks, and these with grandly built residences of white stone, with tower-capped walls and turrets that stand among the trees upon the hillside, glistening in the sunshine, made the whole picture seem like a scene from fairyland. At the quay there was another crowd of cheering people, and it was with difficulty that we made our way to the 4-horse tally-ho coaches and to the Oxford Hotel, where quarters had been arranged for us. The entrance to the Oxford Hotel, as well as the dining room, was handsomely decorated in red, white, and blue, evergreens and coloured lanterns, and, after receiving a brief greeting from US Consul Griffin, we retired to our rooms to prepare for the formal welcome to Australia that was to be given to us that night at the Royal Theatre. We were to spend some little time in Australia, and that we had fallen among friends was evident at once from the reception that was being accorded us. It was a relief to know that our voyage was at least over for a time, and to feel the solid land once more beneath our feet, though we parted with Captain Morse with regret, he having endeared himself to us by the uniform kindness and courtesy that he had shown our party on the long ocean trip. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 23. With our friends in the Antipodes. That night, after the gentlemen of the party had donned their dress suits, and the ladies their best bibs and tuckers, we repaired in a body to the Royal Theatre, where a large and fashionable audience had assembled to bid us welcome. The theatre, presided over at that time by Jimmy Williamson, an American, was handsomely decorated for the occasion with American flags, and as we took our places in the private boxes and in the section of the dress circle reserved for us, we were greeted with round after round of applause. After the closing act of Struck Oil, in which both Mr. Williamson and his wife appeared, our entire party passed through the box circle to the stage, upon which we were arranged in a semicircle facing the audience, which cheered us heartily as the curtain rose. Just as the curtain went up, a kid in the gallery, who must have been an American, who at some time in his career had seen me play, and whom my face and form were familiar, cocked his head over the rail and shouted in tones that could be heard all over the theatre, "Rah for baby Anson!" A salutation that came so unexpectedly that it almost took my breath away, and that caused both audience and players to laugh heartily. Mr. Daniel O'Connor, a member of the Australian Parliament, then introduced us to the audience in a brief address that was full of kind allusions to the country that we came from, and eulogistic of our fame as ball players, he referring particularly to our pluck in coming so far without any guarantee against financial loss or artistic failure, except our own confidence in the beauties of our national game, and in the sport-loving spirit of the Australian people. He tendered us a hearty welcome on behalf of the colonies, and bespoke for us a generous patronage on behalf of the lovers of square sports, both in Sydney and elsewhere. To this address Mr. Spaulding responded for the American ball players in happy fashion, his remarks being greeted with generous applause on the part of the audience, after which we returned to our seats to witness an afterpiece illustrating in farcical style the evils of Chinese immigration, and then returning to the hotel, we were introduced to many of the leading businessmen of the city, remaining up until a late hour. At 11 o'clock the next morning we again assembled in the office of the Oxford for the purpose of making a formal call upon Mayor Harris at the City Hall, and as we drove through the principal streets to our destination, we were greeted all along the line by cheering and enthusiastic crowds. We were received in the council chamber of the City Hall by the Mayor, who was dressed in his official robe of purple and ermine, and who escorted us across the hall to his chamber, where an elaborate lunch awaited us, and the champagne corks were soon popping in lively fashion. The Mayor's speech of welcome was what we Americans call a dandy, and I wish right now that I had a copy of it in order that I might reproduce it for the benefit of my readers. He stated, among other things, that, while he did not understand the game of baseball thoroughly himself, yet he thought well enough of it to predict that in time Australia would have a league of their own, the professionals of which would be able to hold their own with the professionals of the United States. He then tendered us the freedom of the city during our stay, and bade us make ourselves at home. This address was responded to on our behalf by US Consul Griffin, after which his honour again arose to remark that so long as America treated Australia with kindness and consideration that they had done in the past, the Australians would do their best to make it pleasant for their American cousins while they were on Australian soil. My reason for believing that our athletes will emulate your ball players, concluded the Mayor, are manifold. In the first place, we have adopted your American ideas of trading, and we have managed to scrape up material enough to beat you. Best oarsman, here his honour turned towards Ned Hanlon, the ex-champion sculler, who had quietly entered the room and taken a seat near Mr. Spaulding. the reference securing a cheer for the modest little athlete from the members of our party. And, continued the mayor, after the applause had subsided, if all Americans will yield the palm with as good a grace as Mr. Hanlon has done, we will entertain as high opinion of them as we do now of Mr. Hanlon. After responses to the mayor's address had been made by Messrs. Spalding and Lynch, and a dozen or more toasts proposed and drunk, we gave the mayor of Sydney 3 cheers and a tiger, and returned to our hotel feeling certain that if all Australians were like the ones we had met thus far, a good time in Australia was assured to us. We played our first game in Australia that afternoon upon the grounds of the Sydney Cricket Association, and it is but fair to say that we had nothing in the United States at that time, nor have we now, that will compare with them either for beauty or convenience. The playing field, with its covering of green turf, was as level as a floor, and was surrounded by sloping lawns that were bright with flowering shrubs, while the clubhouses were models of their kind. The great annual foot races at Botany that afternoon, and the horse races elsewhere, proved to be strong rival attractions, but in spite of them, and of the threatening weather, 5,500 people had assembled to see how the American national game was played. Fortunately, the members of both teams were on their mettle, and the result was a game full of exciting features from start to finish. The pitching of Teller for the Chicago's and Healy for the All-Americans being of the gilt-edged order, while the fielding and base running of both teams was up to the mark. At the end of the first inning, the game was a tie, each team having scored 4 runs, and so it remained until the 9th innings when the All-Americans sent a man across the plate and scored the winning run in what proved to be one of the hardest-fought games of the entire trip. At the end of the 6th inning, there was an interval of 15 minutes, and during that time we were received at the Association Clubhouse by Lord Carrington, who was at that time Governor of New South Wales, and who gave us a warm welcome to the colonies, and wished us every success in introducing the game in Australia. After Mr. Spalding had thanked Lord Carrington for his good wishes on behalf of the players, and we had cheered everybody from Lord and Lady Carrington to Queen Victoria, we returned to finish the game, being heartily cheered by the crowds as we again took up positions on the diamond. That exhibition gave the game quite an impetus in Australia, where it is now quite popular, thanks, I believe, to the visit of the American ball players. The ride back from the grounds was an enjoyable one, and after dinner there was a general exodus from the hotel on the part of the tourists, who were determined to see everything that there was to be seen, and to let no opportunity in that line escape them. Just how Mrs. Anson and myself passed the evening I have forgotten, but that we passed it pleasantly I am certain, for how could it be otherwise in a place where everyone had combined apparently to make our visit a pleasant one, and where nothing was left undone that could add to our comfort and pleasure. The following Sunday was bright and beautiful, and in parties we drove over the city and its suburbs, going among other places to Coogee Bay, the fashionable watering resort of the Sydney people, and a beautiful place too it is. Sydney Bay was itself a sight well worth seeing, when viewed from the surrounding hills, and the point, where from which a magnificent view is to be obtained, impressed one with its rugged grandeur. Many of the residences of Sydney are extremely handsome and picturesque, and Mrs. Hanson and I picked out more than one during the day's outing that we should like to have owned, that is, providing we could have moved both the house and its surroundings back to Chicago. The next morning, the Chicago and All-America teams played their first game of cricket on the Sydney grounds, Messrs. Spalding, Wright, Earle and George Wade doing their greater part of the bowling, and this game resulted in a victory for the All-Americas by a score of 67 to 33. I had been bragging considerably during the trip in regard to my abilities as a cricketer, and was therefore greatly chagrined when I struck at the first ball that was bowled to me and went out on a little pop fly to Fogarty. This caused the boys to guy me unmercifully, but I consoled myself with the reflection that they had to guy somebody, and if it were not me, then somebody else would have had to be the sufferer. The second afternoon we played our second game of ball in Sydney, in the presence of some 3,000 people, the batteries being Baldwin and myself for the Chicago's, and Healy and Earle for the All-Americas. It was another pretty exhibition on the part of both teams, the All-Americas finally winning by a score of 7 to 5. We played our first game with the Australian cricketers the next day, and though we played 17 men against 11, we were ignominiously beaten, the Americans making 87 runs, while the Australians ran up their score up to 115 for only 6 wickets. The game, which had begun at 11 o'clock in the morning, being called at 4 p.m. to allow of another game of baseball, which resulted in the end of 5 innings in another victory for the All-Americas by a score of 6 to 2. Both teams being too tired to do themselves justice. The cricket game was the last of its kind that we played in Australia, I am confident now that had we been as strong as bowling as we are as in fielding, we would have beaten the Australians at their own game, though our batting on this occasion was also decidedly on the weak side. That night we attended a banquet tendered us by the citizens of Sydney at the town hall. 200 plates were laid in the reception hall of the big building, the columns, dome, and the windows of which were almost hidden by the English and American flags with which they had been draped. The marble floor was covered with soft carpets, and great banks of cut flowers and rare plants were arranged on every side, while at the end of the hall a raised platform had been built upon which a musical and literary entertainment was given after the banquet. That banquet at Sydney was certainly a memorable affair, and one that overshadowed in magnificence all that had gone before, the toasts which included the Queen, the President, the Governor, our guests, the ladies, the press, and the chairman, were responded to by US Consul Griffin, Daniel O'Connor, MP, John M. Ward, Lee Lynch, and Newton Macmillan, E.G. Allen of the Sydney Star, and others, after which followed a musical in which some of the best amateur and professional talent in Sydney took part. The cornet solos of Mrs. Lee Lynch being the bright particular feature of the entertainment. Mrs. Lynch, who was formerly a member of the Berger family of bell ringers, is a most accomplished musician, and one that afterwards helped us to while away many an hour when time would otherwise have hung heavily on our hands. The next afternoon we were to depart for Melbourne, and as we had nothing else to do, we spent the greater part of the time in strolling about the streets and in bidding farewell to the many friends that we had made in Sydney. With the buttonhole badges of the Stars and Stripes and red, white and blue bands on the soft straw hats that we wore, it was an easy matter for the Australians to distinguish us wherever we went. At the Grosvenor Hotel we all assembled about an hour before departure, at the invitation of the Honourable Daniel O'Connor, to bid farewell to himself and other prominent representatives of New South Wales. Here we were handsomely entertained, and when we left to take our seats in the special train that had been prepared, it was with cheers that fairly shook the rafters. My memories of Sydney are all pleasant ones, and it was with sincere feelings of regret that I left the many friends that I had made while there. The coaches in which we journeyed to Melbourne were built in the English style, with compartments, and not nearly as comfortable as the sleeping and drawing-room cars to be found in America, and had the old gentleman been with us, I am afraid he would have kicked out loud and long over the poker-playing facilities that they afforded. The road itself is excellently built, however, and the country, though through which it runs, rich, fertile, and well wooded. It was a little after nightfall when we got supper at a small way station, after which we proceeded to rest as best we could. At 5:30 in the morning, we were routed out on the borders of the colonies to have our baggage examined by the custom house authorities, which caused Mrs. Anson and myself but little annoyance, as we had left all our dynamite at home on the piano. At 6 o'clock we were again on the way, and at 11 o'clock that morning we pulled into the station on Spencer Street in Melbourne, where quite a crowd was waiting to greet us. The reception committee, made up of American residents of Melbourne and the members of the Victoria Cricket Association, met us with four-in-hand drags appropriately trimmed with the American colours. And as we entered them and drove up Collins Street, we felt that we were observed by all observers. At the town hall we were received by Mayor Benjamin and the members of the City Council, and here a crowd of several thousand people had assembled to bid us welcome, which they did in the hearty fashion of the Australian people, who are as warm-hearted and as hospitable as a class of any people that I have ever met. In the audience hall upstairs was a great pipe organ, and there we were treated to some beautiful music by the town organist, Mr. David Lee. The rendering of Home Sweet Home carried us back again to the land that we had left, and as the strains of God Save the Queen rang through the hall, we stood with uncovered heads until the music died away along the lofty corridors. In the mayor's private room, a generous lunch was awaiting us, and among those present to receive us were the Honourable Mr. Chopin, Consul General of the United States at the Melbourne Exhibition, Mr. Smythe, Acting Consul, the Honourable J.B. Patterson, D. Gownson, and Messrs. Smith and Pearce, together with a large delegation of the lovers of outdoor sports, including cricketers and baseball players. The mayor's speech of welcome was a plain and hearty one, and was followed by the addresses and welcome by the Honourable Mr. Smith of the Victoria Cricket Association, Acting United States Consul Smythe, and Mr. S.P. Lord, the latter being introduced as an old colonist who came from America in 1853 and a base bailer. Mr. Spaulding followed in a brief speech expressing our appreciation of the cordial welcome that had been accorded to us, and hoping that the Victorians would take as kindly to the game itself as they had to its exponents, after which Captain Ward and myself were called upon to say something, which we did to the best of our ability, though I somehow have never managed to acquire fame in the speech-making line, and would rather play ball at any time than make even a few remarks, that is, unless I could talk to an umpire. Brief addresses by Mayor Wardle, Town Clerk Fitzgibbon, and Mr. David Scott followed, after which we were driven to the Grand Hotel, where we found most comfortable quarters and a good dinner awaiting us. This hotel was in close proximity to the Exposition Buildings, the Treasury Building, the Parliament Building, and the Fitzroy Gardens, and was convenient to a great many of the objects and places of interest with which Melbourne abounds. One feature of the hotel, and one that greatly pleased the majority of our tourists, was the fact that a number of pretty colonial girls were employed in nearly every department. They were waiting on the table and taking the place of the bellboys. In fact, doing everything except to fill the positions of porter and baggage smasher. That evening, at the invitation of Manager Musgrove, a partner of Mr. Williamson of the Royal Theatre in Sydney, we occupied a full section of the dress circle in the Princess Theatre, where we witnessed a splendid production of the Princess Aida by an English company. At the end of the third act, we were called out to drink the health of Mr. Musgrove, who informed us that the door of his theatre was open to us at all times. It was after midnight when we returned to the hotel, and so tired were we that we were glad at once to go to our rooms without stopping for the customary chat in the office or corridors, knowing that we had yet to make our first appearance as ball players before a Melbourne crowd, and must rest up if we wished to make even a creditable showing. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 24. Baseball Playing and Sightseeing in Australia. We played our first game at Melbourne on Saturday, December the 22nd, the second day after our arrival from Sydney, and in the presence of one of the largest crowds that ever assembled at the Melbourne Oval, the handsomest of their kind in Australia. The surroundings were of the most beautiful character, and the day itself as perfect as anyone could have desired for baseball purposes. The lawn in front of the clubhouse was thronged with ladies in light attire, and the many-hued sunshades that they carried gave it the appearance of an animated flower garden. The clubhouse balconies were crowded, and even the roof had been preempted by the ladies and their escorts as a coign of advantage from which to view the game. The grandstand was filled to overflowing, and the crowd that overflowed from it encircled the field, extending from the grandstand clear around to the clubhouse grounds. The scene was indeed an inspiring one, and it is not to be wondered that a good exhibition of the beauties of the game were given under such circumstances. The base running was one of the most daring character, the fielding sharp on the part of both teams, and the batting heavy. Baldwin and Crane were both at their best and pitched in superb style, while the exhibition of base running that was given by some of the boys brought the onlookers fairly to their feet, and they cheered themselves hoarse in their excitement. Up to the seventh inning the score was a tie, but we managed to get a man across the plate in the seventh inning as a result of Burns's three-bagger and Baldwin's single, and another in the eighth, the result of a single by Sullivan, and a long right-field hit for 3 bases by myself, and that I foolishly tried to make a home run on, being put out at the plate by Brown's magnificent throw from the field. The game finally resulted in a victory for Chicago by a score of 5-3, and leaving the field we congratulated ourselves on the fact that, both at Sydney and Melbourne, we had played first-class ball. Supper parties and banquets were now becoming everyday occurrences with us, and that night we were handsomely entertained by an English actor of note, Mr. Charles Warner, who was at that time touring the colonies, the place selected for the entertainment being the Maison Dorée, the swell restaurant of Melbourne. Here we spent a very pleasant evening until it was again time to retire. The next morning, in the big reading room of the hotel that I was already acquainted with, viz. That we should continue our trip around the world, returning home by the way of Egypt, the Mediterranean, and continental Europe. In spite of the fact that it was Sunday morning, this announcement was greeted with a burst of applause by the players, many of whom in their wildest dreamings had never thought that such a trip would have been possible for them. After giving the players some good advice regarding their habits and physical health, Mr. Spaulding stated that he wished to land every member of the party in New York sound and well, and with only pleasant recollections of the tour, and they hoped that all would cooperate with him to that end. That morning the proposed trip was about the only subject of conversation among the members of the party, and pleasant indeed were the anticipations of one and all concerning it. There was scarcely a spot of interest in or about Melbourne that we did not visit, the weather being delightful, while so constantly were we being entertained that there was scarcely an evening that our dress suits were given a chance to rest. It was the day before Christmas, not the night before, that we played our second game of baseball in Melbourne, and the crowd, while not so large as the one which had witnessed the first game, was still of goodly proportions, some 6,000 people passing through the gates. Ryan pitched for the Chicagos and Healy and Crane for the All-Americas on this occasion, and all three of them were pounded in a lively fashion, there being a perfect fusillade of base hits on both sides, and the hard hitting seemed to the liking of the spectators, who cheered every drive to the outfield frantically. In spite of the hard hitting, the game was closely contested, the All-Americas finally bearing off the honours by a score of 15-13. Following the game, Professor Bartholomew gave his first balloon ascension and parachute drop in Australia, a performance that was new to the Australians, and that they watched with almost breathless interest. Christmas Day in Melbourne, the weather was terrifically hot, and the lightest sort of summer attire even was uncomfortable. It seemed strange to us that to think at home at the same day there was probably snow on the ground and an icy wind blowing. Christmas in a hot country somehow does not seem like a Christmas at all, an opinion that was shared by both Mrs. Anson and myself. That afternoon at 3 o'clock we departed for Adelaide, where we were scheduled to play 3 games, and this time we were delighted to find that the man boudoir cars had been provided for us instead of the English compartment cars. We missed the ladies on the trip, they having been left at Melbourne because of the heat, as had Ed Crane, with whom the hot weather did not seem to agree. At Ballarat, about 4 hours' distance from Melbourne, where we were scheduled to play a game on our return, we found a reception committee at the depot to meet us, together with a number of ladies. The country, though, which we journeyed that afternoon was fairly attractive, but thinly settled and literally overrun with that pest of the Australian farmer, the rabbit, which, like good racehorses, seemed to come in all shapes, colour, and size. The country swarmed with them, and for the first time we began to realise what an immense damage they were capable of doing to the growing crops in that section. It was about 10:30 the next morning when we reached Adelaide, and so hot that a 4th of July in St. Louis would have seemed like Arctic weather by comparison. At the depot we found United States Consul Murphy and a committee of citizens in waiting, and were at once driven to City Hall, where Mayor Shaw made us welcome to the city. The usual spread and speeches followed, after which we were driven to the hotel. That afternoon we played our first game on the Adelaide Oval, which was equal either of Sydney or Melbourne grounds, so far as the actual playing grounds were concerned, though far inferior to them in buildings and natural surroundings. Owing to the intense heat and the fact that it was opening day of the great race meeting at Melbourne, there were only about 2,000 people present, and they witnessed a game remarkable for its heavy batting, both Taylor and Healy being severely punished. The game went to the credit of the All-Americas by a score of 19-14. That night, our party occupied the Governor's box in the Royal Theatre, where we attracted far more attention than did the play, the house being a crowded one. The next morning we were guests of Mayor Shaw, who took us for a drive in a big 4-horse drag, and this proved a delightful experience to us all, the sea beach road over which we drove being cool and comfortable. 10 miles out we stopped at the wine yard of Thomas Hardy and Sons, who were at that time the most extensive grape and fruit raisers in Australia. Here we were shown over the immense vineyards and the wine cellar, after which we drove to Henley Beach, returning in time for the game that afternoon. At this second game, the attendance was somewhat better than the first, with Baldwin pitching for Chicago and Healy and Ward for All-America. We managed to turn the tables on our conquerors of the day before and win by a score of 12-9. The next day was a holiday, and of these the Australians have many, it being the 52nd anniversary of South Australia's existence as a colony, and as we were to leave in the afternoon, we played our farewell game in the morning, play being called at 10 o'clock. With Ryan in the box for Chicago and Simpson for All-America, we won the easiest sort of game by a score of 11-4, having Sir William Robinson, governor of the colony, for a spectator during the last 4 innings. After the game he came out on the grounds and shook hands with us all, complimenting us in a nice little speech on the skill that we had shown, expressing his own liking for the game that he had that morning seen for the first time. That afternoon we left for Ballarat, the great gold mining centre of Australia, and at one time famous as the home of the bushrangers who for years terrorised that section of the country. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when we arrived there, We were just climbing into the drag that was waiting for us when someone missed Tom Daly. After a search, he was found fast asleep in one of the compartments of the car, and being awakened was released by an obliging guard, looking a bit the worse for wear. In the early grey of the dawning, we reached Craig's Hotel, where lunch had been arranged for us, after partaking which we were driven to the Botanical Gardens, the roadway winding along the shores of a beautiful lake. The gardens were well worth a visit, and after spending a brief half an hour in there admiring the flowers and statuary, we were driven back to the hotel for breakfast, stopping on the way for a plunge in the great Ballarat swimming aquarium. After breakfast we were driven to the Barton gold mines, situated on the edge of the town, going down to a depth of 2,000 feet, after we had attired ourselves in overalls, slouch hats, and the nondescript disguises. From the mine we were driven to the town hall of West Ballarat, Ballarat being divided into two municipalities, West and East, where we met the usual Australian welcome at the hands of Mayor MacDonald, and thence to East Ballarat, where Mayor Ellsworth did the honours, the latter afterwards accompanying us on a visit to the Ballarat Orphan Asylum, where an invitation was given to the youngsters to the number 200 to witness the game that afternoon, and that they were all on hand is a certainty. The crowd that attended the game was 4,500 strong, and they saw the All-Americas win a rather easy game by a score of 11-7, the boys being too nearly tired out to play good ball. The ascent and fall of Professor Bartholomew was, however, the sensation of the day, the parachute failing to sustain his weight in that high altitude, and as a result he came down with great speed, and striking a cornice of a building in the business district, was laid up for a month. It was a lucky thing for him that he was not killed outright. At 7 o'clock that night we left for Melbourne, arriving some 4 hours later in an all but used-up condition. The next day, Sunday, our whole party started a drive of 24 miles over the mountains in a big 4-horse drag, we being the guests for the day of Mr. J. K. Downer, a wealthy citizen of Melbourne. Through a rolling and well-settled country we bowled along until we reached the foothills, that were green and well wooded, the clear notes of Mrs. Lee Lynch's cornet every now and then waking the echoes. After 3 hours' ride we reached Fern Glen, the residence of a Mr. Bruce, a friend of the gentleman whose guests we were, and to whose broad veranda we were soon made welcome. The scenery here was beautiful, the house itself being situated in a rift of the mountains and surrounded by giant trees on every side, the grounds about being possessed of great natural beauty. After enjoying a splendid lunch provided for the occasion at Melbourne, and sent out ahead of us by wagon, we strolled through the beautiful glen with its great ferns that arched the pathway, and the roots of which were watered by a little mountain stream. After an extempore entertainment, we again climbed into our seats in the drag, and were driven back to Melbourne, stopping en route at the stock farm of J. H. Miller, who had gone into the business of breeding American trotters, and who again persisted in wining and dining us before we could be let go. The Traveller's Rest, the Golden Swan, the Bull's Head Inn, and other resorts of a like kind were stopped at on our way back, and it was 11 o'clock at night when we finally set down at the doors of the Grand Hotel, having spent one of the most enjoyable days since our arrival in Melbourne. A great day's programme of sport to be prepared for Monday, the last day of the year, in which cricket, baseball, and football were all to have had an inning. The weather, however, interfered with the baseball and the cricket part of the programme. The football game between Carlton and St Kilda football teams proved to be the most interesting contest, however, and one that we were glad to have the opportunity of witnessing, a heavy shower driving us back to the hotel before we could indulge in either baseball or cricket. 2 games were scheduled for New Year's Day, but only one of these was played, and that in the morning, the attendance being 2,500, and the Chicago's winning by a score of 14-7, Tenner pitching for us and Healy for the All-Americas. That same day there were 4,000 people at the races, and probably many more at the various cricket matches and athletic games going on in the city and vicinity, so it can be readily seen that Melbourne was a decidedly sporty place, and that we had pretty hard competition to go up against, even for New Year's Day. After luncheon at the cricket grounds, we were treated to an exhibition of rope skipping and boomerang throwing by a lot of aborigines that was a little short of wonderful, and that must be seen to be appreciated. The natives could make these pieces of wood do all kinds of seemingly impossible things, while for us they would simply do nothing. But I expect that with a set of billiard balls, several of our party could have made them look like monkeys as they did us with their boomerangs. We were booked to sail from Port Melbourne for Ceylon on Monday, January the 7th, and the Saturday afternoon we played our farewell game in the Victoria capital, before a crowd that tested the capacity of the grounds, the gate count showing that 11,000 people had paid their way into the enclosure. The programme for the afternoon was a varied one. A 2-inning game between the Australian cricketers and the All-America team being the starter, and in this the American teams easily demonstrated their superiority. Next came a game of football between the Port Melbourne and Carlton teams that was played under a modification of the old rugby rules, and that proved close and exciting. A 4-inning game between Chicago and All-America followed, Baldwin, Daly and Crane and Earl being the batteries, and it is safe to assert that a prettier exhibition of base running and fielding was never witnessed in Australia than the one that was given on that occasion. With not a fielding error on either side, my boys won by a score of 5-0. Pettit finally ending the game with a splendid running catch of Earl's long fly to right field, a performance that the spectators cheered again and again. An exhibition of long-distance throwing followed, Crane, Williamson and Pfeffer attempting to beat the Australian record of 126 yards 3 inches for throwing a 5 1/2 ounce cricket ball, and this feat Crane accomplished, he sending the ball 128 yards 10 1/2 inches, a performance that the crowd appreciated. At 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, having said farewell to our friends in Melbourne, we took the train for Port Melbourne, 7 miles distant, and were soon assigned to our staterooms on board the Ceylon, which was to begin her voyage the next morning. The scene about the dock where the Ceylon lay that afternoon was an impressive one. The Turks and Hindus with their dark skins, red turbans and bright costumes, the circling seabirds with their peculiar cries, and the many craft of various kinds that moved hither and thither over the blue waters, all combining to make a picture that once seen can never be forgotten. We left Australia with many genuine regrets. In matter of hospitality, that country easily stands at the head of the list of all those we visited. And if we could have shot a kangaroo or two before our departure and run up against a party of bushrangers, black-bearded and daring, even though they managed to relieve us of some of our valuables, we should have been made happy. But alas, the bushrangers, like the bad men of our own glorious West, had been wiped out by the march of civilization, and even the kangaroo had taken to the woods when he heard we were coming, so we bore our disappointment as best we could, trusting for better luck in case we should ever be so fortunate as to again visit Her Majesty's Australian colonies. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 25. Afloat on the Indian Sea. The Ceylon, which was one of the German Lloyd line of steamers, sailed from Port Melbourne at daybreak on the morning of January the 8th, 1889. Before many of us had put in our appearance on deck, although we were awakened long before by the cries of the sailors and the usual noise and bustle that precedes the departure of a steamer from her dock in all parts of the world. Long before we had left Port Melbourne out of sight, however, we had assembled at the rail to wave our last adieus to the many friends who had come down from Melbourne to see us off. The Ceylon was a delightful vessel, and one that was most comfortably equipped, as are all the vessels of this line, and the quarter-deck, with its open-windowed smoking and card-rooms, soon became the chosen lounging place of the boys by day, and the sleeping place of many of them by night, they preferring to don pyjamas and sleep in the easy steamer chairs rather than to seek the seclusion of the staterooms, which as a rule were hot and sultry. Captain Tallenhorst, who commanded the Ceylon, was a fine fellow, and both he and his officers were inclined to do a pleasant one indeed it proved. In the steerage we carried a mixed lot of immigrants from all sections of the world, among them being Chinamen, Hindus, Turks, Singalese, Italians, and Germans, and to walk through their quarters and listen to the strange languages that they spoke was to get a very good idea of the confusion that must have reigned when the building of the Tower of Babel was in progress, and gave us at the same time a chance to study some of the manners and customs of a people that were strange to us. The meals that they served on board the Ceylon were an improvement on those of the Almeida, although we found no fault with those given to us on the latter. But there was one drawback to our enjoyment of them, however, and that was that the waiters spoke nothing but German, and consequently those of us who were unfamiliar with the language had some difficulty in making ourselves understood, our efforts to make known our wants by sign language often resulting in ludicrous blunders. Fred Pfeffer was right at home, however, and as a result he managed to get the best there was of going, the waiters evidently mistaking him for nothing less than a German count, judging from the alacrity with which they flew about to execute his orders. We had been out but a few short hours before we began to miss Frank Lincoln, whose never-failing fund of humour had helped to while away many an hour, who had bid us farewell at Melbourne, having decided to remain for some little time in Australia. Among our fellow passengers in the cabin were a couple of civil engineers from England who had been making a tour of Australia, and very pleasant companions they proved to be. The Melbourne lady who was taking her 2 little daughters to Germany to be educated, and last but not least in his own estimation, if not in that of others, and Mr. Theophilus Green, a loud-mouthed, bald-headed, red-faced, and portly gentleman of middle age, who, according to his own story, was possessed of unlimited funds, a desire to travel, and an inclination to pass himself off where he happened might be as a representative American, God save the mark. Mr. Green journeyed with our party as far as Suez, and when he left us, the long-drawn sigh of relief that went up from all hands was like unto the rushing sound that is caused by the passage of a hurricane over the surface of the waters. Among the second cabin passengers were 2 stalwart Australians who were bound for Zanzibar, Africa, and who meant to penetrate into the interior of that wild country in search of big game. They were well equipped with firearms of the most improved designs and unlimited quantities of ammunition, and had the appearance of men who were perfectly capable of taking care of themselves in any country, no odds how wild and uncivilized it might be. They accompanied us as far as Aden, where they left us, taking with them our best wishes for their success and safe return. The second night after leaving Port Melbourne, we stopped at Port Adelaide, a little seaport 7 miles distant from Adelaide, where we remained until 2 o'clock the next afternoon to take on a cargo of Australian wool. This was a hot town, at least to look at it, the streets being dusty and devoid of shade trees of any kind, and the buildings of a low and inferior description. We had considerable sport while laying there fishing from the rail of the steamer, and watching a big shark that came nosing around the stern of the boat in search of food. After he swam away for some distance, some of the boys amused themselves by shooting at him with their revolvers, but if they succeeded in hitting him, of which I have my doubts, his shark ship gave no sign of being in trouble, and pursued the even tenor of his way until he was lost to sight. Days after we left Port Adelaide, the weather was of the most disagreeable variety, the sky being overcast by clouds of a leaden hue, while the huge waves were lashed into foam by the wind, and this, together with heavy groundswell, gave to the steamer a most uncomfortable motion. This sort of affair was too much for my wife, and also for the other ladies in the party, with the exception of Mrs. Williamson, who proved to be a good sailor, and they remained in their staterooms. I thought that I, too, was immune, not having been motion-sick since we had left San Francisco, but the motion of the boat proved too much even for me, and I was forced to pay common tribute to Neptune that the King of the Seas is wont to exact from the most landlubbers. Tenor and Fred Pfeffer were the only ball-players that escaped, and that Pfeffer did so, I shall always insist, was due to the fact that he could speak German, and so got all the good things to eat that he wanted, while the rest of us, not being so fortunate, were obliged to put up with what they could get. Even Daly and Fogarty were obliged to keep quiet for a time. This was something of a relief to the more sober members of the party. One afternoon, after the last named gentleman had begun to feel a little better, he called to a passing waiter and asked for a cheese sandwich. The Dutchman, doubtless thinking that he was doing that irrepressible a favour, brought up a big plate of sauerkraut and steamed bologna, and the effect of this on the weak stomach of those who happened to be in the vicinity can be better imagined than described. If John Tanner had not happened along and grabbed that waiter by the scruff of the neck and the slack of his pants, hustling him out of sight, there is no telling what might have happened, but I am inclined to think that murder might have been done. After we had left the Australian bight behind us and entered the Indian Ocean, the seas calmed down, and the weather, which prior to that time had been cool and uncomfortable, became warm and pleasant. The ladies were again enabled to join us on deck, and with music, cards, books, and conversation, the time passed pleasantly enough. The steerage passengers were to us a never-ending source of amusement and interest, as we watched them working in their various ways and listened to their strange and incomprehensible gibberish. An old Hindu one day raffled off a richly embroidered silk pillow at a shilling a chance, and this, with my usual good luck, I won, and turned over to Mrs. Anson for safe keeping. The Hindus and the Mohammedans on board would eat nothing that they could not cook themselves, even killed a sheep every few days when it became necessary, and carrying their own supply of saucepans and other cooking utensils. One of the Hindus, a merchant of Calcutta, who had been ill from the time that the steamer left Port Adelaide, died when our voyage was about half over. His body was sewn up in a piece of canvas with a bar of lead at the foot, and laid away in his bunk. It was in vain that we asked when he was to be buried, as we could get no satisfactory answer to our queries. But the next night, when the starlight lay like a silver mantle on the face of the waters, the steamer stopped for a moment. A splash followed, and the body of the Hindu sank down into the dark waters, and in a few days the episode had been forgotten. Such is life. Clarence Duval, our coloured mascot, had been appreciated on the Almeida at his true value, but on the Ceylon, for a time, the waiters seemed to regard him as an Indian prince, even going so far as to quarrel as to whom should wait on him. A word from Mr. Spaulding whispered in the ear of the captain worked a change in his standing, however, and he was set to work during the meal hours, pulling the punka rope which kept the big fans in motion, an occupation that he seemed to regard as beneath his dignity, though his protests fell on deaf ears. One afternoon a mock trial was held in the smoking room, with Fogarty as the presiding judge, and then and there a decree was passed to the effect that, in view of the excessively warm weather, and through consideration for the comfort and peace of the entire party, Clarence Duval, our chocolate-coloured mascot, must take a bath. Now, if there was one thing more than another that our mascot detested, it was a bath. The moment the court's decree was pronounced, he fled to the darkest depths of the steerage in hopes of escaping the ordeal, but in vain, for he was dragged out of his hiding place by Pettit, Baldwin, and Daly, who, in spite of his cries for mercy, thrust him beneath a salt-water shower and held him there until the tank was emptied. A madder little coon than he was when released it would be difficult to find, and arming himself with a baseball bat, he swore he would kill his tormentors, and might have done so had not a close watch been kept over him until his temper had burned itself out and he became amenable to reason. The afternoon of January the 22nd, as we were lounging about the deck, John Ward, glancing up from the pages of a book that he was engaged in reading, happened to catch a glimpse of a sail ahead, and announcing the fact, there was a rush made by all hands to the steamer rail, in order to get a good view of the welcome sight. For a strange sail at sea is always a welcome sight to a voyager. She was under a cloud of canvas, and as we drew near, with the aid of the glass, we made out her name: San Schofield, Brunswick, Maine. A moment later the stars and stripes were flown to the breeze from our masthead, and the cheers that went up from our decks could be heard 2 miles away. If there were tears in the eyes of some of the members of our party, as they saw the old flag gleaming in the sunlight, and thought of God's country at that time so far away, the display of emotion did them no discredit. We were all astonished one morning by a performance on the part of our mascot that was not down on the bills, that might have resulted in him becoming food for the sharks with which the Indian Ocean abounds, had he not played in the very best of luck. The performance of Professor Bartholomew had fired the coon with a desire to emulate his example, and he had made a wager with one of the boys that, using an umbrella for a parachute, he could jump from the rigging some 30 feet above the deck and land safely on the awning. It was late one afternoon when half a dozen of the party were sitting beneath its shade, and a dark shadow passed over them, and followed by a dull thud on the canvas that made it sag for a foot or more, and a wild scream of terror followed. Climbing up the rope ladder to where they could overlook the awning, the boys found the mascot crawling on his hands and knees towards the rigging and dragging behind him an umbrella in a badly damaged condition. When Fogarty asked him what he was doing, he replied, after a long interval of silence, "Just been a-practicin'," after which he informed them that had he landed all right he should have attempted to win his bet the next morning. One experience of this kind was enough for him, however, and though the boys begged him to give them another exhibition of his skill in making the parachute loop, nothing could induce him to do so. Craps, a game introduced by the mascot, soon became more popular in the card room than even poker, and the rattle of the bones and the cries of "Come on 7, come on 11, what's the matter with your dice?" and other kindred remarks natural to the game came from the lips of the chocolate-coloured coon, were to be heard at all hours. The nights during this portion of our trip were especially fine, and we enjoyed them immensely, sitting on the deck until the wee small hours, watching the starlight that turned the surface of the water into a great field of glistening diamonds, and the silvery wake of the ship that stretched away out into the ocean like a track of moonbeams, growing dimmer and dimmer until it was lost in the darkness that lay beyond. It was just as the sun peeped over the distant horizon on the morning of January 25th that we first caught a glimpse of the shores of Elephant Island, lying just off the coast of Ceylon, and at 10 o'clock the shores of the island of Ceylon itself were in full sight. As we drew nearer, the narrow-bodied proas, the boats of the natives, paddled by dark-skinned boatmen innocent of clothing, came crowding about the steamer in great numbers, while the white-winged gulls hung above the vessel in clouds, darting so near to us at times we could almost touch them with our hands. Past Point Galley, with its crumbling walls of white cement that made them appear as if they had but recently been whitewashed, we steamed until we came in sight of Colombo, and we stopped at the entrance of the breakwater to wait the arrival of the harbour-master. That gentleman was apparently in no very great hurry, and the hour and a half that we laid there awaiting his pleasure we spent at looking at the great stone breakwater in the city that lies upon the open coast, the harbour being an artificial and not a natural one. It was after 4 o'clock when the harbour-master's boat, manned by half-clad Cingalese, came alongside, and a short time afterwards we steamed to a place inside the breakwater and dropped our anchors. In an incredibly short space of time the steamer was surrounded by boats of all shapes, sizes, and colours, manned by Malays, Cingalese, and Hindus, clad in all the colours of the rainbow, and all talking and yelling at the same time. 4 little Cingalese boys, the oldest of which could not have been more than 12 years of age, and who paddled a bamboo canoe around with barrel staves, attracted the most of our attention. They could swim and dive like otters, and shillings and sixpences cast into the water they brought up from the bottom, catching it in many instances before it found a resting place on the sands. "Throw it!" they would shout, and scarcely had the shining piece of silver struck the water before they were after it, disappearing from sight and then coming up with the coveted coin secure in their possession. The decks were soon swarming with hotel runners, money changers, and tradesmen of various sorts. As yet we were uncertain as to our destination, and depending upon word that was to have been left here by our advance agent, Will Lynch. A drenching rain was falling when Messrs. Spaulding and Lee Lynch went ashore in search of news, and when Mr. Spaulding came back an hour later he had heard nothing, but had arranged for the accommodation of the party at the Grand Oriental Hotel, and we were very soon on our way to the landing place in steam launches provided for the purpose. Still uncertain, however, as to whether we were to go on the Ceylon or not. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 26. From Ceylon to Egypt. We landed in Colombo on the steps of a pagoda-like structure containing the custom house, and passing through found ourselves on a broad avenue that led direct to the Grand Oriental Hotel, said by travellers to be the finest south of the Mediterranean, and in their opinion I can certainly concur, as we found it to be everything that could be desired so far our own limited experience went. The rooms were large and carpetless, with latticed windows and high ceilings, and the immense dining rooms opened on broad stone porticos with massive columns, and surrounding galleries on which were Turkish divans for the comfort of the guests. The dark-skinned native servants, with their picturesque flowing garments and tortoise-shell combs, gave the whole an oriental air that up to that time we had read about but never seen. We were fanned by great swinging punkahs during the dinner hour, the meal being an excellent one, after which we went out to see the town, the Indian shops under the hotel coming in that night for the largest share of our attention. First, because they were easy to reach, and second, because of the really handsome stock of articles of Indian manufacture that they contained. Carvings in ebony and ivory in the most beautiful designs, inlaid work of all descriptions, shawls that a queen might envy, together with embroidered articles of rare beauty, delicate tapestry and quaint, curious figures of all kinds, were for sale there, and at prices that were not more than 1/3 or 1/4 what the same articles could be purchased for at home, though the price that was at first asked for by these shopkeepers would be at least 3 or 4 times what they expected to get. The gin rickshaw, which answers the same purpose as the hansom cab in Chicago or New York, and which is much lighter and smaller vehicle, being drawn by a Cingalese, who trots along between the shafts as though it was a pleasure instead of a business. It is about the only sort of vehicle known to the natives of Colombo, and a ride in one of them is by no means an unpleasant experience, as you are certain of one thing, and that your horse will not shy with you and run away, no matter what strange objects he may encounter. They are so gentle, too, that a lady can drive them and will stand anywhere without hitching. These are great advantages, and yet, after all, I think I should prefer to hold the ribbons over a good horse, and I am sure that Mrs. Anson is of the same opinion. The jinrickshaw with its human motor must, it struck me the first time that I saw them, be a decided obstacle to courtship, for what young fellow would care to take his best girl out riding behind a horse that could understand everything that was said and done, and tell the groom all about it when he returned to the barn? I shouldn't have liked to do so when I was courting my wife, and I don't believe that she would have cared to ride behind that kind of horse. Visiting the American consul that evening, Mr. Spaulding was informed that on account of the steamship and railroad connections, and also because of the unhealthy condition of Calcutta, it would be impossible for our party to make a tour of India, and therefore that part of the trip was given up, greatly to our regret, as we had looked forward to it with the most pleasant anticipations. This disappointment was general among the members of the party, but as it could not be helped, we determined to make the best of it. Arrangements were made that evening, however, to hold the Ceylon, which was to have left at daybreak the next morning, until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in order that we might play a game of baseball before our departure. The sun was up but a trifle earlier than we were the next morning, as we wished to see all of Ceylon and the Cingalese that was possible in the limited time at our disposal. The hotel balconies in the early morning were fairly given over to the crows, great big birds of a leaden colour that circle around you in the most impudent manner, and are as hard to get rid of as the beggars, which follow you about the streets in swarms, and annoy you with their cries of "Baksheesh, baksheesh," until you long even for the sight of a policeman to whom you might confide your troubles. Colombo is not a prepossessing city to the eye of the traveller, the buildings being of an ancient style of architecture and built more for comfort than for show, but the marketplaces and bazaars are well worth a visit. There is a beautiful beach drive that extends from the military barracks along the shores of the ocean for miles, and this is the fashionable drive of all Colombo, though it was all but deserted in the early morning hours. The Buddhist temples, and there were several of them in Colombo, we were obliged to inspect from the outside, no admittance to European visitors being the rule. But the strange gods that peered down at us from the walls gave us a very good idea of what might be found inside, and served at least to take the edge off our curiosity. An invitation having been tendered to us that morning at the office of the U.S. Consul to visit the corvette Essex, Captain Jewell commanding, then laying in the harbour, we repaired at 1 o'clock to the wharf, where gigs manned by the ship's crew awaited us, and we were soon on board, where we were entertained by officers and crew in a handsome manner. The rendering of America by Mrs. Lee Lynch on the cornet brought out an enthusiastic round of applause, while Clarence Duval captured the hearts of the seamen by doing for them a plantation breakdown in his best style. Captain Jules kindly sent us aboard the Ceylon in the ship's gigs, which waited for us until we donned our uniforms and then took us to the shore. The procession out of the Colombo cricket grounds where the game was played was indeed a novelty, and the crowds of the Cingalese that surrounded us as we left the hotel and looked on in open-eyed wonder were by no means the least impressive part of the circus. There were no drags and carriages on this occasion, and no gaily caparisoned horses with nodding plumes, but in their places were heavy-wheeled carts drawn by hump-backed little bullocks, and jinrickshaws drawn by bare-legged Cingalese. About these swarmed the natives in their rainbow attire, the whole scene being one of kaleidoscopic kind. At the grounds, 4,500 people had assembled, the officers and crew of the Essex being on hand as well as a crowd of English residents and native Cingalese. We played but 5 innings, and the result being a tie, 3 runs for each team, a good game under the best of circumstances, and one that apparently pleased everybody. The natives going wild over the batting and making desperate efforts to get out of the way whenever a ball happened to do their direction. The journey back to the hotel was another circus parade, and one that Barnum, with all his efforts, was never equal to. From the hotel we went directly to the wharf, where the steam launch was in waiting, and with a cheer from the crew of the Essex in our ears, we started for the steamer. As the Ceylon started again on her voyage, we climbed into the rigging and lined up along the rail, cheering the crew of the Essex until the white forms of the men that lined her rigging were lost to sight. The voyage from Ceylon to Egypt over the Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Aden was a most enjoyable one. Both sea and sky were being deeply, darkly, and beautifully blue, with not so much as a cloud or a ripple to mar the beauty of either, and so beautiful were the nights that it was a rare thing for any member of the party to retire until long after the ship's bells had proclaimed the hour of midnight. The second morning after we had left the island of Ceylon behind us, we were all made the victims of a cruel practical joke, of which Lynch and Fogarty were the authors, and for which lynching would hardly have been a sufficient punishment. It was in the early hours of the morning, and while we were still dreaming the happy hours away, that the loud report of a cannon shook the steamer from stem to stern, this followed by cries of, "Pirates! Pirates, my God, boys! The Chinese pirates are upon us!" The report of another gun followed, and then a scene of confusion such as had never been before witnessed outside of a lunatic asylum. Tenner, who was the treasurer of the party, grabbed his money bags and locked himself in his stateroom. Ed Hanlon rushed into his cabin with his trousers in one hand and his valise in the other, and they say that I filled my mouth with Mrs. Anson's diamonds, grabbed a baseball bat and stood guard at the doorway, ordering my wife to crawl under the bunk. But that statement's a liable and one that I've been waiting for years to deny. I only got up to see what a Chinese pirate might look like. That's all. It was a scared lot of ball players that assembled in the cabin that morning, however, and the cloud of smoke that came rolling down the stairway only tended to make matters worse. Finally, we caught sight of Fogarty galloping around the saloon tables and yelling like a Comanche Indian. We began then to suspect that he was at the bottom of the trouble, and when he burst into roars of laughter, we were certain of it. It afterwards developed that Celia's guns had simply been firing a salute in honour of the birthday of the German Emperor, and that Fogarty and Lynch had taken advantage of the opportunity to raise the cry of pirates and scare as many of us nearly to death as possible. I would have been willing myself that morning to have been one of the party to help hang Fogarty at the yardarm, and some of the victims were so mad that they were seen not to smile for a week. It was during this voyage, too, that Mark Baldwin, the big pitcher of the Chicagos, had an adventure with a big Indian monkey that the engineer of the steamer had purchased in Ceylon that might have proved serious. This monkey was a big, powerful brute, and as ugly-looking a specimen of his family that I've ever set my eyes on. He was generally fastened by lanes of a strap around his waist and a rope some 5 or 6 feet long in the engine room, but one morning Mark, without the engineer's knowledge, unfastened him and took him on deck. The sight of the ocean and his strange surroundings frightened him badly, and after Mark pulled him about the deck a while, he took him downstairs and treated him to beer and pretzels, then brought him back to the deck again gave him some more exercise. Being tired of the sport at last, Mark took him back to the engine room. The iron grating around the first cylinder enabled the monkey to get his head on a level with Mark's as he descended the stair, and Mr. Monkey flew at his throat with a shriek of rage. Mark luckily had his eye on the brute and protected his throat, but fell backwards with the animal on top of him, receiving a painful bite on the leg. The monkey then bounded over to his corner, where he glared at Mark, his grey whiskers standing out stiff with rage. After satisfying himself as to the extent of his injuries, the big pitcher again went for the monkey, but the latter jumped from the grating to the piston rod of the engine, and at every revolution of the screw he would go up and down into the hold, and then come up again, shaking his fist at Mark at every ascent, chattering like a magpie. This sight was so comical that the big pitcher roared with laughter, though he laid for a chance to get even with Mr. Monkey the rest of the voyage. The latter was never to be caught napping, and kept himself out of danger. Into the waters of the Arabian Sea, blue as indigo, we steamed on the morning of February the 1st, and soon after daybreak the next morning, the volcanic group of islands off the African coast were in plain sight from the steamer's deck. 2 hours later, we passed the great headland of Guardfoy, on the northeastern corner of Africa, a sentinel of rock that guards the coast and that rises from the waves that are lashed to foam about its base in a solitary grandeur. The following afternoon, we came in sight of the Arabian coast, some 40 miles distant, and later the great rocky bluffs that protect Aden from the Gulf winds were plainly discernible. It was nearly supper time when we landed, and we had but barely time for a glance through the shops and bazaars when we were again compelled to board the steamer, which left at 9 o'clock for Suez. The next morning the sound of a gong beaten on the steamer's deck aroused us from our slumbers, and inquiring the whereabouts, we were informed that we were approaching the straits of Bab al-Mandeb, the entrance to the Red Sea. This brought all our party on deck to greet the sunrise, and as we passed between the rock-bound coast of Arabia on the right and the Isle of Perin on the left, we could hear the roar of the breakers and discern the yellow and faint light of the beacons that were still burning on the shore. That morning at 10 o'clock, we steamed by the white walls and gleaming towers of the city of Mocha, that lay far away on the Arabian coast, looking like some fairy city in the dim distance. The weather, as we steamed along over the surface of the Red Sea, was not as hot as we had expected to find it, and yet it was plenty warm enough for comfort, and it was with mixed feelings of sorrow and joy that we entered the harbour of Suez on the morning of February the 7th, and drew slowly towards the little city of the same name that lay at the end of the great canal, the building of which has tended to change the business of the continents. The huge bluffs of the Egyptian coast stood out in bold relief in the clear air of the morning, while the shores opposite the sands of the great desert stretched away as far as the eye could reach. Among the larger vessels that lay in the harbour were an English troopship and an Italian man-of-war, and as we dropped anchor we were soon surrounded by a fleet of smaller craft. After bidding good-bye to Captain Tallenhorst and his officers, and seeing that our baggage was loaded on the lighters, we were transferred to the decks of a little steamer that was to take us to the docks of Suez, some 2 miles distant. Hardly had we set foot on the shores of Egypt before we were besieged by swarms of Arabian and Egyptian donkey boys in loose-fitting robes, black, white, and blue, driving before them troops of long-eared donkeys with gaily caparisoned and queer-looking saddles and bridles, and mounting to our seats as quickly as possible, we trotted off to the railroad station some 4 or 5 miles distant, and took our places in the train that was to bear us to Cairo. Suez, the little that we saw of it, impressed us as being about the dirtiest place on God's green footstool, and the few Europeans that were obliged to live there have my profound sympathy, and deserve it. Through the village, with its dirty streets lined by huts of mud and past little villages of the same squalid character, the train sped. Then across the arid desert region that extends northward from Suez to Ismailia, running parallel with the canal for a distance of 35 miles, and leaving the desert we entered the rich valley of the Nile, where the vegetation was most luxuriant. Groves of palm and acacias dotted the fields, and flocks of sheep and goats were to be seen along the roadways of the irrigating canals that appeared to be overspread the valley like a net. Camels plodding along beneath their heavy burden, and water buffaloes standing knee-deep in the clover, were not uncommon sights at every station, while the train was surrounded by motley crowds of Bedouins, Arabs, and Egyptians, the women being veiled to the eyes, a fact for which we probably had reason to be devoutly grateful, if we but knew it, as there was nothing in their shapeless figures to indicate any hidden beauty. Just at dusk we pulled into a little station some 20 miles from Cairo, and here Ryan started a panic among the natives by dressing Clarence Duval up in his drum major's suit of scarlet and gold lace, with a catcher's mask over his face and a rope fastened around his waist, and turning him loose among the crowds that surrounded the carriages. To the minds of the unsophisticated natives, the mascot appeared some gigantic ape that his keeper could with difficulty control, and both men and women fell over each other in their hurry to get out of his way. It was after dark when we arrived at Cairo, where, as we alighted from the train, we were beset by an army of Egyptians, and we were obliged to literally fight our way to the carriages that were in waiting, and that were to take us to the Hotel d'Orient, where rooms had already been secured for us, and where an excellent dinner was awaiting our arrival. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 27. In the Shadow of the Pyramids. The Hotel d'Orient, while not as fashionable as Shepherd's or the Grand New, was a most comfortable house and set one of the best tables of the many that we encountered on the trip. It faced a big circular open space from which half a score of thoroughfares diverged like a spoke of a wheel, and was accessible from all parts of the city. In the big public garden opposite, one of the Khedive's bands was playing at the time of our arrival, and on every hand were the open doors of cafes, bazaars, gambling hells, and places of amusement, while the jargon of many tongues that surrounded us made confusion worse confounded. We were too tired the first night of our arrival to attempt much in the sightseeing line, and contented ourselves with a quiet stroll throughout the streets radiating from the circle, and a peep into some of the bazaars and gambling houses. Gambling then, as I presume it is at the present time, being conducted on the wide open plan, and roulette wheels being operated within full view of the crowded streets. There is nothing that is known to any other city in the world that cannot be found in Cairo, and there are representatives of every nation in the world to be found among its denizens, Seen in the gloom of the evening, its towers and minarets showing in the moonlight, its streets pervaded with the dull red glow of the lights that gleam in the adjacent bazaars and cabarets, and with its white-walled buildings towering in the darkness, Cairo looks like a scene from the Arabian Nights. But viewed by daylight, the picture is not so entrancing, for the semi-darkness serves to hide from the eye of the traveller the squalor and filth that the sunlight reveals, and that is part and parcel of all Oriental cities and towns. As no arrangements had been made for a game, the day following our arrival the members of our party were at liberty to suit themselves in the matter of amusement, and the majority of them overworked the patient little donkeys before nightfall. I am in a position to testify that I met many a little animal that afternoon, bestrode by a long-legged ball-player who looked better able to carry the donkey than the donkey did to carry him. But for all that, both boys and donkeys seemed to be enjoying themselves. In the company with Mrs. Anson and others of the party, the day was spent in sightseeing. We taking carriages and driving through the Turkish, Moorish, Algerian and Greek quarters of the town, and over narrow streets paved with cobblestones and walled in by high buildings, with overhanging balconies where the warm rays of the sun never penetrated. The rich tapestries and works of art to be found in all of these bazaars were a delight and the despair of the ladies, who would have needed all the wealth of India to purchase one half of the beautiful things that they so much admired. We then drove over the bridge that spans the Nile to the Khedive's garden, the roadway being lined with magnificent equipages of all kinds, for this is the fashionable drive of Cairo, and one of the sights of the place. The gorgeous liveries of the coachmen and outriders, the gaily caparisoned and magnificent horses, and the beautiful toilettes of the ladies all combine to make a picture that entranced the senses. One of the Khedive's palaces, and, by the way, he has half a dozen of them in Cairo, is situated at the far end of these gardens, which are finer than any of our parks at home, and their palaces, being built in the Egyptian style of architecture, are a delight to the eye. The day passed all too quickly, and when night came and we returned to the hotel, we had not seen half as much as we wished. That evening after dinner, wishing to see how Cairo looked by gaslight, Mrs. Anson and I drove out in search of a theatre, which I naturally thought it would be no very difficult matter to find, though which of the many we wished to go to we had not made up our minds. The driver, unfortunately, could not understand a word of English, and that being the trouble with half the beggars one encounters in a strange land, and so we drove down by the Grand Hotel and the French Opera House, and came to a palatial-looking building with a brilliantly lighted grounds and coloured awnings extending down to the sidewalk, and looking the sort of place that we were in search of, I stopped the carriage and tried to find out from the driver as best I could what sort of theatre it was. The answer sounded very much like circus, and I thought it was just about filled the bill that evening as far as Mrs. Anson and I were concerned. Helping my wife to alight, we passed under the awning, and by liveried servants that stood in the doorway, the music of many bands coming to our ears and the scent of perfumed fountains, whose spray we could see, to our nostrils. "This is a pretty swell sort of circus, isn't it?" I said to my wife, who nodded her head in reply. Through the open door we could catch glimpses of large parties of ladies and gentlemen in full dress, but it had never occurred to me that it could be anything but what I had understood the driver to say it was, a circus, and I began to look around for a ticket office in order that I might purchase the necessary pasteboards. At last, running up against a dark-complexioned and distinguished-looking man in full uniform, I asked him if he could tell us where the tickets could be bought. "Tickets? What tickets?" he asked, in a very good English, but in a rather surprised tone. "Why, the tickets to the circus here," I answered nervously, for I began to fear that I had made a mistake. "There is no circus here, my friend," said the stranger as he turned his head away to hide a smile. "This is my private residence. I am the commander-in-chief of the Egyptian army, and I am simply entertaining a few friends here tonight. I would be pleased if you would remain and—" "Don't say a word, sir," I replied, feeling cheaper than I had ever felt in my life. "It was my mistake, as I hope you will excuse me," and bowing myself out as best I could, drove back to the hotel, where Mrs. Anson, who had been laughing at me all the way back, had of course to tell the story, the result being that I was guide about my experience at the circus for some days and weeks after Cairo had become only a memory. That evening in the office of the hotel the following bulletin was posted: "Baseball at the Pyramids. The Chicago and All-America teams, comprising the Spalding baseball party, will please report in the hotel office in uniform promptly at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We shall leave the hotel at that hour. Camels have been provided for the All-Americas and donkeys for the Chicago players, with carriages for the balance of the party. The pyramids will be inspected, the Sphinx visited, and a game played upon the desert nearby, beginning at 2 o'clock. The next morning, at 9:30, the court of the Hotel d'Orient held what it had never held before, and what in all probability will never hold again. 20 of the best-known exponents of the national game that America could boast of having congregated there in uniform, and in readiness to play ball in the presence of the countless ages that look down from the summits of the pyramids, the imprint of whose fingers is seen in the seamed and scarred face of the Sphinx. In front of the hotel lay a dozen long-necked camels, saddled and bridled, contentedly chewing their cuds, while about them stood as many more of the patient little donkeys that had become so familiar to so many of the visitors to the streets of Cairo during the World's Fair days at Chicago. The dragon man in charge had provided all the donkeys necessary for the occasion, but other donkey boys managed to get mixed up in the general melee, and when the boys had mounted on the wrong donkeys and went to get to the right ones, a row followed that would have put a Donnybrook Fair melee to shame, and disappointed donkey boys biting and scratching their more fortunate competitors, and the police laying about them with their bamboo staffs. At last we were all in the saddle, the All-America team being mounted on the camels and the Chicago boys on the donkeys, and with the ball players leading the way and the carriages following, we moved through the streets of Cairo, past the residence of the American minister, where we cheered the old flag that floated over his quarters, thence over the bridge of the Nile, and through the Khedive's gardens, the ships of the desert lurching along with their loads like vessels in an ocean storm, and the donkeys requiring an amount of coaxing and persuasion that proved to be a severe tax upon the patience of their riders. The route leading to the pyramids was a beautiful one, running beneath an avenue arched with acacias, until it was reached the lowlands of a river across which it winds until it arrives at the edge of the desert, upon which these great monuments of kings and queens dead and gone for centuries are built. Halfway to our destination, an interchange of camels and donkeys was to be made by the members of the two teams, an exchange that, so far as the Chicagos were concerned, was for the worse, and not for the better. At 2 o'clock we arrived at our destination and partook of the lunch that had been prepared for us in the little brick cottage that stood at the foot of the old Cheops. After lunch we found ourselves surrounded by a crowd of Bedouins and Arabs numbering some 200, who besought us to purchase musty coins and copper images that were said to have been found in the interior of the huge piles of stone that surrounded us, and more persistent beggars than they proved to be it has never been my misfortune to run against. After visiting the big pyramids and the Sphinx, and having our pictures taken in connection with these wonders of the world, we passed down to the hard sands of the desert, where a diamond had been laid out, and many tourists coming to Cairo having been attracted to the scene by the announcements made that we were to play a game there. We began the first and only game of ball that the sentinels of the desert ever looked down upon. This game was played under difficulties, as when the ball was thrown or batted into the crowd, the Arabs would pounce upon it, examine it as though it was one of the greatest curiosities, and it was only after a row that we could again get it in our possession. On this occasion, Tenor and Baldwin both pitched for the Chicagos. Before the 5 innings were over, and Healy and Crane for all the Americans, both sides were extremely anxious to win the game. But fortune favoured the All-Americans, and we were beaten 10-6, for which I apologised to the Sphinx on behalf of my team after the game was over. To this she turned a deaf ear, and a stony glance was our only answer. After the game we returned to the pyramids and the Sphinx, looking them over once more at our leisure, and trying to fathom the mystery of how they were built that has been a puzzle for so many ages. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when we returned to Cairo, well satisfied with our sightseeing experience, but a little disappointed to think that the only ball game that had ever been played in the shadow of the pyramids had not been placed to the credit of Chicago. There was nothing to do the next day and night, but to stroll about Cairo, as the Khedive, before whom we had offered to play, was out at his Nile palace, and to have visited him there and given an exhibition as he invited us to do so would have taken more time than we had at our disposal. The mosques of Sultan Hassan and of Muhammad Ali were visited by many of us during the day. They stood upon the highest point of the city, though the fast is fast crumbling to ruins. The latter, which is the place where the Khedive worships, is fairly well preserved. From the citadel, which is garrisoned by English soldiers, we obtained an excellent bird's-eye view of Cairo, the broad surface of the Nile, and the pyramids of Cairo and Saqqara, the latter of which are 20 miles distant. I believe that had we remained in Cairo for a year, we could still have found something to interest and amuse us, though I should hardly fancy to have remained there for a lifetime, as the manners and customs of the Orient are not to my liking. The line of demarcation between the rich and the poor is too strongly drawn, and the beggars much too numerous to suit my fancy. Yet while there, both my wife and myself enjoyed ourselves most thoroughly, and the recollections that we now entertain of it are most pleasant. Our departure from Cairo was made on the morning of February the 11th. Ismailia, a little city on the banks of the Suez Canal, about halfway between Suez and Port Said, being our destination, and here we arrived late in the afternoon, and at 5 o'clock boarded the little steamer that was to take us to Port Said, where we were to catch the steamer across the Mediterranean to the little Italian town of Brindisi. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 28. Under the Blue Skies of Italy. The night we left Ismailia and started for Port Said, the port of entrance at the northernmost end of the Suez Canal, was a glorious one. The full moon shining down upon the waters and turning to silver the sands of the vast desert that stretched away to the horizon on either side. This canal through which we had passed had a mean depth of 27 feet, and varies from 250 to 350 feet in width, its length from sea to sea being 87 miles. The banks on both sides were barren of verdure, and there was but little to be seen save the canal itself, which is an enduring monument to the brains of Ferdinand Lesseps. Every now and then our little steamer passed some leviathan of the deep bound for Suez and the Red Sea, and the music of our mandolins and guitars and of Mrs. Lynch's cornet would bring the passengers on board of them to the steamer rails as we sped by them in the moonlight. Shortly after 10 o'clock the lights of Port Said came in sight, and at 10:30 we were climbing up the side to the Stettin, where we found a fine lot of officers and a good dinner awaiting our arrival. An hour later we were on our way across the Mediterranean. The voyage was the roughest we had yet had, and as the majority of the party were so seasick as to be confined to their staterooms, there was very little pleasure to be found, the ship rolling about so that her screw was more than half the time out of the water. The mountains of Crete and Candia, with their snowy caps, were the only signs of land to be seen until we arrived in sight of Brindisi, which we reached 12 hours later than we should have done had it not been for the rough weather that we had encountered. Here we received the first mail that we had had since we left home, and as there were letters from our daughters in the bag, we were more than happy. At Brindisi we were obliged to remain overnight, having missed the day train for Naples. But the storm that at evening swept the coast confined us to the hotel, where the big wood fires that blazed in the grates, both in the office and in our sleeping apartments, made things most comfortable. At 9 o'clock the next morning we left for Naples, where we arrived that evening, our journey taking us through the most beautiful and picturesque portion of southern Italy, a country rich in vineyards, valleys, wooded mountains, and beggars, being excelled in the latter respect only by the lands of the Orient. The most of our baggage had already gone on the steamer to Southampton, and so when we got to the shores of the Bay of Naples we had but little for the custom-house inspectors to inspect. I had my bat-bag with me, however, and as I entered the station a funny little old man in gold lace insisted that the bag was above the regulation weight, and that I should register it and pay an extra fee. I kicked harder than I've ever kicked to any umpire at home in my life, but to no avail, for I was compelled to settle. As we came within sight of the Bay of Naples, we were all on the lookout for Mount Vesuvius, which Fogarty was the first to sight, and to which he called our attention. Green and grey it loomed up in the distance, its summit surrounded by a crimson halo, and its crater every few seconds belching out flames and lava. Arriving at the station we were met by Messrs. Spaulding and Lynch, who had come on from Brindisi on one train in advance of us, and here Martin Sullivan, who had playfully filched the horn of a guard while en route, was taken into custody by half a score of gendarmes. It took the services of 3 interpreters and some 15 minutes of time to straighten this affair out, after which we proceeded to the Hotel Vesuve, where we were put up during our stay in Naples. That night we were too tired for sightseeing, and contented ourselves with gazing from the windows of the beautiful Bay of Naples, which lay flashing beneath us in the moonlight. As no arrangements had been made to play a game until the 4th day after our arrival, we had ample time for sightseeing, and this we turned to the best account. The view from the balconies of the hotel was in itself a fine one, and one of which we never tired. Vesuvius, with its smoke-crowned summit, was in plain sight, while the view of the bay and the beautiful islands of Capri and Ischia, that lay directly in front of the hotel, presented as pretty and enticing a picture as could be found anywhere. That afternoon we drove all about old Naples, visiting many of the quaint and handsome old cathedrals and palaces, and that night we went to hear Lucretia Borgia at the San Carlos, which is one of the most magnificent theatres to be found in all Europe. The next day we spent among the ruins of Pompeii, and though a third of the original city at that time of our visit still lay buried beneath the ashes and lava, we were enabled to obtain a pretty fair idea of what the whole city was like, and of the manners and customs of the unfortunate people who had been overwhelmed by the eruption. Many of the most interesting relics found are now in the National Museum at Naples, among them being the casts of bodies that were taken from the ashes. The museums and cathedrals at Naples are rich in relics, and you might spend days in looking at them, and still not have seen half of what is to be shown. My wife and I were both anxious to make the ascent of Vesuvius, but the dangers incurred by some of the other members of the party who had attempted the feat deterred us from making the attempt. Our first game of ball in Naples and the first of our trip on European soil was played in the Campo de Marte, or Field of Mars, February the 19th. We left the hotel in carriages and drove by the way of the Via Roma to the grounds. The day before, the United States Consul, Camphausen, who treated us all through our stay with the greatest kindness and courtesy, had issued invitations to the various members of the different diplomatic corps in Naples, and also to many of the principal citizens, so that there was a crowd of about 3,000 people on the grounds, and among them quite a sprinkling of foreign diplomats and fashionable people. The game began with Baldwin and Daly and Healy and Earle in the points, but it had hardly got under way before the crowd swarmed onto the playing grounds in such a way as to make fielding well-nigh impracticable, and batting dangerous. The police seemed powerless to restrain the people, and the bad Italian of A.G. Spaulding had seemingly no effect, in spite of the coaching given to him by Minister Camphausen. Then we tried to clear the field ourselves, and though we would succeed for a time, it would soon be as bad as ever, the fact that an Italian was laid out senseless by a ball from Carroll's bat not seeming to deter them in the least. For 3 innings neither side scored, and in the 4th each man got a man across the plate. But in the 5th the All-Americas increased their score by 7 runs, and the crowd, evidently thinking the game was over, swarmed across the field like an army of Kansas grasshoppers, and Ward, ordering his men into their positions, claimed the game of Tenor, who was umpiring, which the latter gave him by a technical score of 9-0, the scorebooks showing 8-2. That night was our last in Naples, and by invitation of the American minister, we occupied boxes at the San Carlos Theatre, which was packed from pit to dome by the wealth and fashion of Naples. We were to have taken our departure for Rome at 8:30 the next morning, but owing to a mistake that was made by the commissionaire, to whom the getting of the tickets had been left, we were compelled to wait until the afternoon at 3, Mr. Spaulding and his mother going on ahead of us. Leaving Clarence Duval to watch over the baggage piled up in the corner of the waiting room, we spent the time in driving about the city and in paying a farewell visit to the Naples Museum, in which is contained some of the finest marbles, bronzes and paintings to be found on the continent, and the Farnese Bull and the Farnese Hercules in marble being famous the world over. 3 o'clock found us again at the depot, and this time the tickets being on hand, we boarded the train, and we were soon whirling away along through the rural districts of Italy on our way to Rome, that sat upon her 7 hills and ruled the world. This trip was uneventful, and even the irrepressibles of the party managed to keep out of mischief, the experience of Martin Sullivan having taught them that the Italians did not know how to take a joke. At 9 o'clock we reached the Eternal City, our party dividing at the station, the Chicagos going to the Hotel de Alemania, and the All-Americas to the Hotel de Capitol, this action being necessary because of the fact that Rome was at that time crammed with tourists, and accommodations for such a large party as ours were hard to find. When Messrs. Spaulding and Lynch called upon Judge Stallo of Cincinnati the next morning, he then being the American minister at Rome, they were given the cold shoulder for the first time during the trip, that gentleman declaring that he had never taken the slightest interest in athletics, and that he did not propose to lend the use of his name for mercenary purposes. There being no enclosed grounds in Rome, this action of Judge Stallo's was in the nature of a gratuitous insult, and was looked upon as such by the members of our party. Mr. Charles Doherty, the secretary of the American legation at Rome, proved, however, to be an American of a different kind, and one that devoted to us much of his time and attention. Who that has ever been to Rome can ever forget it? I cannot, and I look upon the time that I put in there sightseeing as most pleasantly and profitably spent. The stupendous church of St. Peter's, with its chapels and galleries, being in itself an imposing object lesson. Its glories have been inadequately described by some of the most famous of literary men, and where they have failed it would be folly for a mere ball player to make the attempt. In St. Peter's we spent almost an entire day, and leaving it we felt that there was still more to be seen. The second day we visited the Palace of the Caesars, the catacombs, the ruins of the Forum and the Colosseum, within whose tottering walls the mighty athletes of an olden day battled for mastery. We drove far out on the Appian Way that had one time echoed to the tread of Rome's victorious legions, till we stopped at the tomb of St. Cecilia. The glories of ancient Rome had departed, but the ruins of that glory still remained to challenge the wonder and admiration of the traveller. Rome is not composed entirely of massive ruins in these later days, as some people seem to imagine. On the contrary, it is a city of wealth and magnificence, and if you do as the Romans do, you are certain to enjoy yourself, for the Romans do about the same things as other people. The Corso, which is the fashionable drive and promenade of all the residents, had a great attraction for us all, and between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoons the scene presented was a brilliant one, it being at that time thronged with handsome equipages and handsomer women, while the shop windows are pictures in themselves, the street itself in a narrow one, being barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass each other. And yet, over its pavement there is a constant flowing tide of people, such as Fifth Avenue in New York, State Street in Chicago, Rotten Row in London, or even the Champs-Élysées in Paris cannot equal. On the afternoon of February the 22nd, in answer to an invitation extended to the party through President Spaulding by Dr. O'Donnell, director of the American College at Rome, we called at that institution in a body, and we were soon chatting with the students, of some 75 in number, who came from a score of different cities in our own country. They were a fine, manly lot, and just as fond of baseball, which they informed us they had often played, as though they were not studying for the priesthood. Meeting them reminded me of my old school days at Notre Dame, and of the many games that I had taken part while there when the old gentleman was still busily engaged in trying to make something out of me. And I was just as busily engaged in blocking his little game. After a pleasant chat, Clarence Duval gave them an exhibition of dancing and baton swinging that amused them greatly, and then we adjourned to one of the classrooms where we listened to brief addresses by Bishop McQuaid of Rochester, New York, who was then in Rome on a visit, Bishop Payne of Virginia, and Dr. O'Connell, to all of which A.G. responded, after which we took our departure, but not before the students had all promised to witness the game for the next day. The game was played on the private grounds of the Prince Borghese, which was thrown open to the public between the hours of 3 and 5 on Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays of each week, and a prettier place for a diamond that the portion of it upon which we played, which was known as the Piazza di Siena, could not be imagined. Under the great trees that crowned the grassy terraces about the glade that afternoon assembled a crowd, such as few ball players had ever played before, among the notables present being King Humbert of Italy, the Prince of Naples, Prince Borghese and the family, Count Ferran, Princess Castelfino, Count Gianotti, Signora Crispi, wife of the Prime Minister, and her daughter, Charles Doherty and ladies, the class of the American College at Rome, members of the various diplomatic corps, tourists, and others. We were greeted by 3 rousing cheers and a tiger from the American College boys, and then, after 15 minutes of fast practice, we began the first professional game ever played in Rome. A game that both teams were most anxious to win. Crane and Earl, and Tanner and Daly were in the points. The game was a remarkable one throughout, the fielding on both sides being gilt-edged, and the score a tie at the end of the second inning, each side having 2 runs. Double plays, clean hitting, and sharp fielding marked the next few innings, and it was not until the 7th innings Burns crossed the plate with the winning run for the Chicagos, the score standing 3-2. After this we played an exhibition game of 2 innings that was marked by fast work throughout, and were heartily cheered as we lifted our caps and left the grounds. Shortly after the noon hour the next day, which was Sunday, we started for Florence, the day being a cold and cheerless one, arriving there at 8:30 and finding quarters at the Hotel de Europe, not a stone's throw from the right bank of the Arno. It was too chilly for any gaslight trips that evening, and we retired early, but the next morning after an early breakfast we started in to make the most of the little time we had at our disposal, and before the time set for play that afternoon, we had taken flying peeps at the beautiful Cathedral of Santa Maria, the home and studio of Michelangelo, the Palace of the Medicis and the Pitti and the Uffizi galleries, both of which are rich in paintings and the works of the great masters. We played that afternoon upon the Cassini, or racecourse of Florence, in the midst of beautiful surroundings and in the presence of a crowd that was small but select, royalty having several representatives on the grounds. The game was a hotly contested one throughout, Healy and Connell and Baldwin and myself being the batteries, and was finally won by the All-Americas, the score standing 7-4 in their favour. It was 5 o'clock and raining when we left Florence the next morning. We had landed in Italy in a rainstorm, and we left the land of sunshine and soft skies under the same unpleasant conditions. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 29. Our Visit to La Belle, France. It was some days after we left the beautiful city of Florence, with its wealth of statuary and paintings, before we again donned our uniforms, the lack of grounds upon which we could play being the reason for our enforced idleness. The day we left Florence, we crossed over the border and that night found ourselves on French soil, and in the land of the Parlez-Vous. The ride from Florence to Nice, which latter city was our objective point, was one long dream of delight, the road running for nearly the entire distance along the shores of the Mediterranean and along the edge of the cliffs, at whose rocky bases waves were breaking into spray that, catching the gleam of the sunlight, reflected all the colours of the rainbow. Now and then the train plunged into the darkness of a tunnel, where all was blackness, but as it emerged again the sunlight became all the brighter by comparison. As we passed through Pisa, a few hours out from Florence, we caught an excellent view of the famous Leaning Tower, with the appearance of which every schoolboy has been made familiar by the pictures in his geography. At Genoa, the train stopped for luncheon, and there Pfeffer's appetite proved too much for him, and as he couldn't speak Italian, he lingered so long at the table as to get left, coming on in the next train a few hours afterwards, and getting guyed unmercifully regarding his tremendous capacity for storing away food. In the course of the afternoon, we passed through the city of Dia Maria, that 4 years before had been destroyed by an earthquake, in which some 400 people were killed or severely injured. It was a desolate enough looking place as viewed from the carved windows, the broken walls that seemed ready to tumble at the slightest touch, and the bare rafters all bearing witness to the terrible shaking up that the city had received. Leaving Diana Maria, we passed through some beautiful mountain scenery, the little villages that clustered in the valleys, looking from our point of view like a collection of birdhouses. It was nearly dark when we reached San Remo, where the late Emperor of Germany had lain during his last illness, and quite so when we left it, and entered the station of Vingt-Mille, on the French border and some 20 miles from our destination. Here, Crane's monkey was the cause of our getting into trouble. A couple of Italians who had taken offence at the free and easy ways of Fogarty Crane and Carroll, who occupied the same apartment with them, informing the guard that the New Yorker had the little animal in his pocket, and the fare for which was immediately demanded and refused. At Vingt-Mille, after the customs authorities had examined our baggage, and we were about to take the train again, we were stopped and informed that we would not be allowed to proceed until the monkey's fare had been paid. It was some time before we ascertained the real cause of our detention, none of us being able to speak Italian, and when we finally learned the train had gone on without us. 17 francs were paid for the monkey's ride in Crane's pocket, and we thought the episode settled, but later on the official came back, stating that a mistake had been made, that the monkey's fare was 9 francs more, but this Crane positively refused to pay until we were again surrounded by a cordon of soldiers, when he anteed up, but most unwillingly. It was an imposition, doubtless, but they had the might on their side, and that settled the business. After that, the gentleman, who had acted as an interpreter, doubtless thinking that Americans were soft marks, put in a claim of 20 francs for his services. But this he did not get, though he came very close to receiving the toe of a boot in his stead. After once more getting started, we sped past the gambling palaces of Monte Carlo and Monaco, that loomed up close behind us in the darkness, and arriving at Nice, finally secured quarters in the Interlaken Hotel, the city being crowded with strangers who had come from all parts of the world to view the Battle of the Flowers that was to take place on the morrow. It rained all that night and all the next day, and as a result the carnival had to be postponed, and the floral decorations presented a somewhat woebegone and bedraggled appearance. It had been our intention to play a game here, but to our astonishment and disappointment of several hundred Americans, then in Nice, the project had to be abandoned for the reason that there was not a ground or anything that even resembled one within the city limits. The rain that had caused the postponement of the carnival did not prevent us from leaving the hotel, however, and the entire party put in the day visiting the great gambling halls of Monte Carlo, which are today as famous on this side of the water as they are on the continent, and where the passion for gambling has ruined more people of both sexes than of all of the other gambling hells of the world combined. A more beautiful spot than Monte Carlo it is hard to imagine, the interior of the great gambling hall being handsomer than that of any theatre or opera house that we had seen, and furnished in the most gorgeous manner. The work of the landscape gardener can be seen at its best, no expense having been spared to make the grounds that surrounded the building devoted to games of chance the handsomest in the world. In the great halls one sees every sort of variety of people, lords and ladies, princes and princesses, dukes and duchesses, gamblers and courtesans all find place at the table, where the monotonous voices of the croupiers and the clinking of the little ivory ball are about the only sounds that break the silence. The majority of the members of our party try their luck at the tables, as does everybody that goes to Monte Carlo, no matter how strongly they may condemn the practice when at home. And some of us were lucky enough to carry off some of the bank's money, Mr. Spaulding, Mrs. Anson, and myself among that number. There is as much of a fascination in watching the faces of the players around the tables as there is in following the games of chance, and the regular habitues of the place can be spotted almost at a first glance. One day at Monte Carlo was quite enough for us, and we were glad to get back to Nice and out of the way of temptation. The second day after we arrived at Nice, the flower festival took place, and luckily the weather was almost perfect. All the morning, for a distance of 20 blocks, the Avenue d'Anglais, where the Battle of the Flowers is annually held, the decorators had been busy preparing for the event, and by afternoon, decked in flowers and gaily coloured ribbons, bunting and flags, the scene that was presented was a brilliant one. By 3 o'clock it was crowded with elegant equipages filled with men, women, and flowers, the two former pelting each other with blossoms to their heart's content, the spectators in the adjacent windows and on the sidewalks taking part in the mimic war. Conspicuous in the party was the Prince of Wales and his friends, among which were several of our fair countrywomen, the whole party distributing their flowers right and left with reckless prodigality. The number of handsome women, the splendid street decorations, and the abundance of flowers that was scattered about in lavish profusion made a brilliant picture, and one that is not to be wondered at that tourists journey from all parts of the continent to witness. The next morning we were off for Paris, stopping over at Lyons for the night, where there was snow on the ground, the weather being cold and disagreeable. It was not until Saturday that we arrived in La Belle, Paris, the mecca of all Americans who have money to spend and who desire to spend it, and the fame of whose magnificent boulevards, parks, palaces, squares, and monuments has not extended half as far as the fame of its Latin Quarter with its gay student life, its masked balls with their wild abandon, its theatres made famous by the great Rachel, Sarah Bernhardt, and others, and its gardens, where high kickers are in their glory. All of these were to be seen, and all these we saw. That is, all of them that we could see in the short week that was allotted to us, it being a week of late hours and wild dissipation so far as my wife and myself were concerned, we rarely retiring until long after the hour of midnight. Our days were spent in driving about the city and its environs, and in viewing the various places of interest that were to be seen, from the magnificent galleries filled with the rarest of paintings and statuary to the dark and gloomy Bastille, where our nights were devoted to the theatre and balls, and at both of these we enjoyed ourselves thoroughly. In Paris we met a great many members of the American colony, from whom we received much courtesy and attention, and to whom I should like to have the chance of returning their many kindnesses that were showered upon us during the time that we remained in the French capital. As a businessman, the Parisian is not a decided success when viewed from the American standpoint, but as a butterfly in pursuit of pleasure he cannot be beaten. He is polite and courteous at all times, however, but he is not to be trusted when making a trade, he having learned to look upon all Americans with money as his natural and legitimate prey, and so is prepared to take advantage of you and yours whenever the opportunity is given him. It was not until the afternoon of March the 8th that we were given a chance to show the Parisians how the national game of America is played, and then we put up a fairly good exhibition, both teams being more than anxious to win and playing in a most spirited fashion.
This game was played at the Parc Artistique,
situated on the banks of the Seine, just opposite the exhibition buildings, and within plain sight of the great Eiffel Tower, it being walled in by gardens and big city residences. The game was made memorable with the large number of Americans that were present, and by the distinguished people for whom it was played. Among these were General Bruguier and Captain Chaumont, representing President Caron of the French Republic, who sent a letter regretting that his official duties prevented him from seeing the game. Mr. and Mrs. William Joy of the American Legation, Miss Maclean, daughter of the American minister at Paris, Miss Urquhart, a sister of Mrs. James Brown Potter, the actress, Consul General Rathbone, and a host of other prominent in diplomatic, social, and theatrical circles. It was in the second inning of the game that the famous stone wall infield of the Chicago's was broken up through an injury received by Ed Williamson, from the effects of which he never fully recovered. He had taken his base on balls in the second innings and was trying to steal second when he tripped and fell, tearing his kneecap on the sharp sand and gravel of which the playing surface was composed. He was taken by his wife, who was among the spectators, to his hotel, and it was thought that a few days' rest would see him all right again, but such did not prove to be the case, as he was still confined to his room in London when we sailed for home, and it was until late in the season of 1889 that he was again able to report for duty. This necessitated Baldwin's going to take first, while Ryan took Williamson's place at short, and weakened our team very materially. As Williamson was always a tower of strength to us, we were very decidedly off too in our batting. It was not until the sixth inning that a home run by Ryan and a two-bagger by Pettit and a passed ball enabled us to get two men over the plate. These were all the runs we got, however, and at the end of the second inning, when the game was called, the score stood at 6-2 in All America's favour. How the members of either game were able to play as good ball as they did, not only in Paris but in other cities that we visited, after the inactivity of steamer life, the late hours, and the continual round of high living that they indulged in, is a mystery, and one that is past my fathoming. And yet the ball that they put up on many of these occasions that I have spoken of was ball of championship kind, and the sort that would have won even in league company. At 8:30 we left Paris for our trip across the English Channel, taking the long route from Dieppe to New Haven. And if we all wished ourselves dead and buried 100 times before reaching the latter port, we can hardly be blamed, as a worse night for making the trip could well not have been chosen. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when the train from Paris bearing the members of our party arrived at Dieppe, and the wind at the time was blowing a gale. Down the dock in the face of this we marched, and aboard the little side-wheel steamer Normandy, where our quarters were much too cramped for comfort. A few minutes later the lines were cast off, and the steamer was tossing about like a cork on the face of the waters, now up and now down, and seemingly trying at times to turn a somersault, a feat that luckily for us she did not succeed in accomplishing, else this story might never have been written. There was no doing on deck, even had we been capable of making the effort of doing so, which we were not, as we could hear the large waves that swept over the vessel strike the planking with a heavy thud that shook the steamer from stem to stern, and then go rushing away into the scuppers. Up and down and up, all night long, and if we had never prayed to be set ashore before, we did on that occasion, but as helpless as logs we lay in our staterooms, not much caring whether the next plunge made by the ship was to be the last or not. I had had slight attacks of seasickness before, but on this occasion I was good and seasick, and Mrs. Anson was, if such a thing were possible, even in a worse condition than I was. At about 3 in the morning we heard the noise of a heavy shock, followed by the crashing of timbers and the shouts of sailors that sounded but faintly above the roar of the tempest, and the next morning discovered that a huge wave had carried away the bridge. The lookout fortunately managed to escape being carried away from the wreck. The experience of that awful night is never to be forgotten, a night that, according to the captain, was the worst he had ever witnessed during his 30 years of experience, and it was with feelings of great relief that we dropped anchor in the harbour of New Haven the next morning, where the sun shone brightly and the sea was comparatively quiet. We were a pretty seedy-looking lot when we boarded the train for London, where we debarked at the Victoria station about 9:30 o'clock, still looking much the worse for wear, and like a collection of invalids than a party of representative ball-players. Getting into carriages, we were at once driven through the city to Holborn, where quarters at the First Avenue Hotel had been provided, and where we were only too glad to rest for a time, and recover from the awful shaking up that the English Channel had given us. A shaking up that it took Mrs. Anson some time to recover from, as it also did the other ladies of the party. We had expected to play our first game of ball in England on the day of our arrival, but the game had been called off before we got there because of the storm, the grounds being flooded. It was a lucky thing for us that such was the case, as there was not one of the party who could have hit a balloon after the experience of the night before, or who could have gone round the bases at a gait that would have been any faster than a walk. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of A Ball Player's Career. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. A Ball Player's Career by Adrian C. Anson. Chapter 30. Through England, Scotland and Ireland. The first thing that impresses the stranger in London is the immensity of the city, and the great crowds that continually throng the streets night and day, for London never sleeps. The first day after our arrival I noticed numerous changes that had taken place in various quarters during my visits of 15 years before, during which that time the city seemed to have grown and spread out in every direction. The hotel where we were quartered was in close proximity to the Strand, one of London's greatest and busiest thoroughfares, and here the crowds were at all times of the most enormous proportions. The absence of streetcar and the presence of hundreds of hansom cabs and big double-decker tramways running in every direction being especially noticeable. The weather at the time of our visit was cold, foggy and disagreeable, and as a result our sightseeing experiences were somewhat curtailed and not as pleasant as they might have been. The date of our first appearance on English soil was March the 12th, and prior to the game on that occasion we were given a reception and luncheon in the clubhouse of the Surrey Cricket Club at Kensington Oval, which is the personal property of the Prince of Wales, and one of the most popular of the many cricket grounds that are to be found within the vicinity of the world's greatest metropolis. The committee appointed to receive the players on this occasion embraced among the others the Duke of Beaufort, Earl of Landsborough, Earl of Coventry, Earl of Sheffield, Earl of Chesborough, Lord Oxenbridge, Lord Littleton, Lord Hawke, Sir Reginald Hanson, Baronet, Sir W.T. Webster, Attorney General, the Lord Mayor, American Consul General, American Chargé d'Affaires, and Dr. W.D. Grace, the world-famous cricket player, with whom I had become well acquainted during the trip of 1874. It had rained that morning, and when we left the hotel in drags for the grounds, the streets of London were enveloped in a fog so thick that one could almost cut it with a knife, while the prospects of a ball game seemed to the most of us exceedingly dubious. Arriving at the clubhouse, we were presented to different members of the reception committee, who, in spite of the high-sounding titles that they bore, were a most affable lot of men, and to many of the most prominent club members, gave us a warm welcome, and made us feel thoroughly at home. Lord Oxenbridge, a fine specimen of English nobility, acted as chairman of the assemblage, and after luncheon proposed toasts to the Queen and the President of the United States, both of which were drunk with enthusiasm. Lord Lewisham then proposed the American ball teams, to which Mr. Balding responded, this being followed by the health of the chairman, proposed by the Honourable Henry White, United States Chargé d'Affaires, after which we made our way through the crowds that thronged the reception rooms and corridors to the dressing rooms, where we donned our uniforms and put ourselves in readiness to play ball. When we marched out on the grounds, we were somewhat surprised at the size of the crowd that greeted us, some 8,000 people having assembled to witness the game, and this in spite of the fact that it was still foggy and the ground soft, black and sticky. To play good ball under such circumstances was all but impossible, and yet I had taken part in lots of championship games at home that were worse played than this one. Healy and Baldwin did the twirling, and both pitched good ball, while the fielding of both teams was nothing short of remarkable when the fact is taken into consideration that a ball 50 feet in the air could not be seen at all. Just at the end of the first half of the third inning, we noticed something of a commotion in the vicinity of the clubhouse, and when, in a few moments afterwards, the well-known face of the Prince of Wales appeared at the window, we assembled at home plate and gave 3 hearty cheers for His Highness. This action on our part bringing out a storm of applause from the stands. At the close of the 5th innings, we accompanied manager Lynch to the clubhouse at the Prince's request, where we were introduced to the future King of England by President Spalding, he shaking hands with each of us in a most cordial manner, calling many of us by name, and chatting with us in a most offhand and friendly way. As we left, he bowed to each of us pleasantly, and then took a seat by the window to witness balance of the game, which resulted at the end of 9 innings in a score of 7-4 in Chicago's favour. The London papers the next morning devoted a good deal of space to the game, but the majority of the Englishmen who had witnessed it said they thought cricket its superior, and among them the Prince of Wales, which was hardly to be wondered at, and which confirmed me in the opinion that I had formed on my first visit, viz., that baseball would never become a popular English sport, an opinion that, since then, has proved to be correct. Accompanied by the United States Chargé d'Affaires the next morning, we drove to the Parliament buildings, where we were admitted and shown through by the Secretary to the Chairman of the House of Commons, an honour rarely recorded to visitors, and one that we greatly appreciated. From the great hall where Charles I and Warren Hastings were tried, and which had been badly wrecked by the explosion of a dynamite bomb 2 years before, we passed into the crypt and committee rooms, and thence through the magnificent corridors decorated with paintings, each of which cost thousands of pounds. The House of Lords was visited next, the woolsack and Queen's seat, and the seats of the various members being pointed out to us by the Secretary. From the House of Lords we passed into the House of Commons, where Sir William Harcourt was speaking upon the treatment of political prisoners in Ireland, and where several famous personages were pointed out to us, though much to our regret we missed seeing Mr. Gladstone, who was expected to enter at any moment, but who did not appear up to the time of our leaving for Westminster Abbey, where we had just time to glance about us before driving to Lord's cricket grounds, where we were to play that afternoon, and where we were greeted by a crowd of 7,000 people. These grounds, which are particularly fine, we found that afternoon in excellent condition, and as a result we played a great game, one that was evidently pleased the spectators, the batting being heavy, the fielding sharp and quick, and the base running fast and brilliant. Errors at the last moment by Baldwin and myself gave the All-Americas this game, they winning by a single run, the score standing 7-6. That evening, at the invitation of Henry Irving, now Sir Henry, and Miss Ellen Terry, we occupied boxes at the Lyceum Theatre, being invited back of the scenes between the acts to enjoy a glass of wine, and to receive the well wishes of our host and hostess, who still stand at the head of their profession. The following day, which was March the 14th, we played upon the Crystal Palace grounds, which are located at Sydenham, one of the most popular residence districts of the great city, and within plain sight of the magnificent Palace of Crystal, that is one of the most famous places of interest with which London abounds. Here another large and enthusiastic crowd of 6,000 people greeted us, and there was more cheer and excitement than we had yet heard since our arrival in England. It was another pretty and close game, in which the All-Americas carried off the honours by a score of 5-2, the batting, fielding and base running of both teams being above the average. At 7 o'clock the next morning we left London for Bristol, the home of the famous cricketers, Dr. W.G. and Mr. E.M. Grace, whose exploits in the batting line have made them celebrated in the annals of the English national game. Our journey to Bristol was a delightful one, and when we arrived there at noon we were met by a committee composed of the Duke of Beaufort, Dr. Grace, and the officials of the Gloucester County Cricket Club, and driven to the Grand Hotel, where introductions were made in order. The Duke of Beaufort was certainly a fine old English gentleman, and one who, in spite of his 60 years, was greatly interested in athletic sports. After a good dinner, over which his Grace presided, and after the usual toasts had been proposed and drank, we were driven to the Gloucester cricket grounds, which had just been completed, and at a cost of some £12,000, and which were as pretty and well equipped as any grounds in England. The day was a beautiful one, and the grounds were in splendid condition. But for all that, the game lacked the snap and go that had characterized the games in London, and the Chicago's winning by a score of 10-3. After the game, the Chicago team took the field, and Ryan and Crane pitched, while the Grace brothers and other cricketers tried their hand at batting, but were unable to do anything with the swift delivery of the Americans. It was not until they had slowed down that they managed to land on the ball, Dr. Grace making the only safe hit of the day. That night found us back in London, where the next afternoon we played our farewell game in the great metropolis on the grounds of the Essex County Cricket Club at Leighton, before a crowd that numbered 8,000 people, Crane and Earl and Baldwin and Daly being the batteries. This game was full of hard hitting, and though the score 12-6 in favour of Chicago would not have pleased an American crowd, it tickled the English people immensely, the London press of the next morning declaring it to be the best game that we had yet played in England. A throwing contest had been arranged to take place after the game between Crane and Connor, an Australian cricketer, but the latter backed out at the last moment, and Crane merely gave an exhibition, throwing a cricket ball 110 yards and a baseball 120 yards and 5 inches. That evening we were banqueted by the stockholders of the Niagara Panorama Company, and among the guests was the Duke of Beaufort, who dropped in, as he put it, to spend the evening with this fine lot of fellows from America. When we left London next morning, it was in the special train provided by the London and North Western Railway Company, consisting of 9 cars, 2 of which were dining saloons, 2 smoking and reception cars, and a balance sleepers, each of the latter being made to accommodate 6 to 8 persons comfortably. The exterior of the train was exceedingly handsome, the body colour being white enamel with trimmings of gold and seal brown, and the royal arms in gold and scarlet on the carriage doors, while upon each side of the coach was the inscription in brown letters, "The American Baseball Clubs." The interior of the train was equally as handsome, and even royalty itself could not have been better provided. Some 500 people were on hand to see us off, and we pulled out of London with the cheers of our friends ringing in our ears. The run to Birmingham occupied but 3 hours, and arriving there we were escorted to the Colonnade Hotel by a delegation from the Warwickshire County Cricket Club, where the usual reception was accorded us. Then, after going to the Queen's Hotel for luncheon, we were driven to the handsomely located and prettily equipped grounds of the club, where, in spite of the threatening weather, 3,000 people had assembled. This game was one that would have delighted an American crowd, game being called at the end of the 10th inning on account of darkness with a score of a tie, each team having 4 runs to its credit, Baldwin and Healing both pitching in fine style. That evening we were guests of honour at the Prince of Wales Theatre, returning after the play was over to our sleeping apartments on the train. At 9 o'clock the next morning we left for Sheffield, the great cutlery manufacturing town of England, our route leading us through the beautiful hills of Yorkshire. Here we were the guests of the Yorkshire County Cricket Club, and after luncheon at the Royal Victoria we were driven to Bramhall Lane grounds, one of the oldest and most famous of England's great athletic parks, where we were greeted by a crowd that was even larger than the one before which we had played at Birmingham. It was raining hard when we began to play, but we kept on for 4 innings, after which the rain came down so fast and the ground became so muddy that we were compelled to quit. We waited for about an hour in hopes that the rain might cease, but as it did not, we finally went back to our quarters. At the invitation of Miss Kate Vaughan, we spent the evening at the Royal Theatre, where, as usual, we attracted fully as much attention as the play. Snow was falling in great feathery flakes when we left Sheffield the next morning and started for Bradford. And though we discovered an improvement in the weather when we reached our destination, we found the grounds of the Bradford Football and Cricket Club in a condition that was utterly unfit for baseball playing purposes. To make matters worse, it began to rain while we were getting into our uniforms, and a chilly wind swept across the enclosure. 4,000 people braved the inclement weather to see us play, however, and the members' stand presented a funny appearance crowded with ladies in waterproofs and mackintoshes, while the rows of black umbrellas that surrounded the field made it look like a forest of toadstools. It looked like sheer folly to attempt to play under such circumstances, but, at the entreaties of the cricket club secretary, who said that a game of 3 innings would satisfy the crowd, we started in and we gave a good exhibition too, but the state of our uniforms after it was over can be better imagined than described. We arrived at Glasgow the next morning in time for breakfast, having been whirled across the borders of Scotland in the night, and when we awoke we found the train surrounded by a crowd of curious sightseers. After luncheon we started for the West of Scotland Cricket Club grounds, wearing overcoats over our uniforms, the air being decidedly chilly. It was fairly good playing weather after we once got warmed up, and the 3,000 spectators saw a good game lasting 7 innings, and also saw the All-Americas win by a score of 8-4. Mr. and Mrs. Osmond Tyrrell were that night playing King Lear at the Grand Theatre, and entertained us very handsomely. On this trip, thus far, we had had but a little opportunity for sightseeing, save the passing glimpses of scenery that we could obtain from the flying train, and in the carriage rides to and from the grounds upon which we played. The next morning found us in Manchester, we having left Glasgow at midnight, and at Manchester, the day being a pleasant one, we had some little opportunity to look about. What we saw of the town impressed us most favourably, the streets being wide and clean, and the buildings being of a good character. The old Trafford grounds on which we played that afternoon were beautifully situated, in a point of natural surroundings and equipments, held their own with the best in England. Through the gates 3,500 people passed, and they were treated by a rattling exhibition of baseball as she is played, the score being twice tied and finally won by the All-Americas by a score of 7-6, Tanner and Healy doing the twirling. That evening we were banqueted at the rooms of the Anglo-French Club by Mr. Raymond Eddy, who was then acting as the European representative of the Chicago house of John V. Farnell and Company, he being assisted in entertaining us by Major Hale, United States Consul at Manchester. This proved to be a most pleasant occasion, and the kindness shown us by both Mr. Eddy and Major Hale still remains a pleasant memory. At 7 o'clock the next morning we were at Liverpool, where I met many of the friends that I had made on my previous visit, and where we were to play our last game on English soil. We were driven to the Collie's athletic grounds that afternoon in a coach with seats for 28 persons, and arriving at the grounds we found a big crowd already inside and a perfect jam at the gates, the big carriage entrance finally giving way and letting in some 500 or more people before the rush could be stopped by the police. As the paid admissions after the game showed an attendance of 6,500, it is fair to assume there were at least 7,000 people on the grounds. 5 innings of baseball were played, and the score was a tie, each team scoring, but 3 and only 1 hit being made off Baldwin and 4 off Crane. A game of rounders between a team from the Rounders Association of Liverpool and an American 11 with Baldwin and Earl as the battery, and with Tenner, Wood, Fogarty, Brown, Hanlon, Pfeffer, Manning, Sullivan and myself in the field, was played. The bases in this game, instead of being bags, are iron stakes about 3 feet high, the ball the size of a tennis ball, and is done with one hand and with a bat that resembles a butter paddle in shape and size. A base runner has to be retired by being struck with the ball and not touched with it, and the batter must run the first time he strikes at the ball whether he hits it or not. Of course, the Rounders Association team beat us, score being 16-14, but when they came to play us 2 innings at our own game afterwards, the score stood at 18-0 in our favour, the crowd standing in a drenching rain to witness the fun. At 9 o'clock that night we took the train for Fleetwood, on the shores of the Irish Channel, and at 11 we were aboard the little steamer Princess of Wales, and bound for Ireland. Unlike our experience in the English Channel, this trip proved to be most delightful, and we arrived in Belfast in the pink of condition for anything that might turn up. It was Sunday morning as we drove up the Imperial Hotel on Royal Avenue. The streets were as quiet as a country churchyard. Towards evening, however, Royal Avenue began to take on a gala appearance, conspicuous among the promenaders being the Scotch Highland troops, whose bright costumes lent colour to the scene. About 9 o'clock it began to rain again, and it was still raining when we retired for the night. The next morning was full of sunshine and showers, but towards noon it cleared up, and after luncheon we went off in drags for the North of Ireland Cricket Club grounds, where we put up another great game, and one where a crowd of 3,000 people, among which pretty Irish girls without number were to be seen, were the spectators. At the end of the 8th inning, the score stood 8-7 in our favour, but in the 9th, singles by Wood and Healy and a corking 3-bagger to left field by Earl sent 2 men across the plate and gave victory to the All-America by a score of 9-8. A banquet at the clubhouse that evening, over which the Mayor of Belfast presided, kept us out till a late hour, and at an early hour the next morning we were off for Dublin City, where the boys are also gay and the girls are also pretty, according to the words of the old song. The porter who woke us up that morning must have been a relative of Mr. Dooley of the Archer Road, if one might judge from the rich brogue with which he announced the hour of 5:30. Would it be going up, sir? It be 5:30. Between Belfast and Dublin we passed through a beautiful section of the country, catching now and then among the trees glimpses of old ivy-grown castles, and whirling by farms in a high state of cultivation. At Dublin, where we arrived at 11 o'clock, we were met by United States Consul McCaskill and others, and driven to Morrison's Hotel. This was a day off, and many of the boys who had relatives in Ireland within reaching distance took advantage of the fact to pay them a visit. Mrs. Anson and I spent the day in driving about the city, visiting Phoenix Park and other places of interest, and that evening we attended the Gaiety Theatre, where a laughable comedy called Arabian Nights was being played. The next morning we played our last game in a foreign land, the weather being all that could be desired for the purpose. Prior to the game, however, we called up at the mansion and were received by the Lord Mayor of Dublin, who gave us a genuine Irish welcome. A drive to the Lansdowne Road grounds took us through many of the best parts of the city, which is beautiful and can boast as many handsome women as any place of its size in the world. The game that we played that afternoon was one of the best of the entire trip, from an American baseball critic's point of view, though the score was too small to suit a people educated up to the big scores that are generally reached in cricket matches. Baldwin and Crane were both on their mettle, and the fielding being the sharpest kind, safe hits were few and far between. Up to the 9th inning, Chicago led by 2 runs, but here Earl's 3-bagger, Hanlon's base on balls, Burns' fumble of Brown's hit and Carroll's double settled our chances, the All-Americas winning by a score of 4-3. This game made a total of 28 that we had played since leaving San Francisco, of which the All-Americas had won 14 and Chicago's 11, 3 being a tie. And had it not been for the accident in Paris that deprived us of Williams's services, I am pretty sure that a majority of the games would have been placed to Chicago's credit. In the evening we left for Cork over the Southern Railway in 3 handsomely appointed coaches, decorated with American flags, and bearing the inscription, "Reserved for the American Baseball Party." We arrived at 2 o'clock the next morning, being at once driven to the Victoria Hotel. The same day we visited Blarney Castle, driving out and back in the jaunting cars for which Ireland is famous. And though I kissed the Blarney Stone, I found after my return home that I could not argue my beliefs into an umpire any better than I could before. That night we left the quaint city of Cork behind, and after a beautiful ride of 11 miles by train, found ourselves standing on the docks of Queenstown, where a tender was in waiting to convey us to the White Star steamer that awaited us in the offing. End of Chapter 30.